Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku lost all his memories after the battle? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya often found himself reminiscing about how everything used to be before it all fell apart. He remembered the long walks they took while playing, the days when their mothers visited each other, leading them to spend time in each other's rooms, playing video games or discussing their favorite shows. He recalled the excitement of trick-or-treating on Halloween, along with their little arguments, which he always lost. Each detail, which seemed so trivial and ordinary as a child, now felt precious, and he longed for those moments again. To be honest, there were times he wished he could be like his friend and forget those memories. He wanted to act selflessly when someone asked how he could get along with them, wishing he could erase it all. Yet, for some strange reason, he had not been able to erase the marks left by their friendship. It might sound ridiculous, but on days like today, he missed the teasing. He remembered how, when he felt down, his friend would find a way to cheer him up. One particular day stood out when a festival was held in the city, and he couldn't attend due to being sick. He felt so sad about missing the fireworks. He recalled how his friend laughed with others at his expense, but later, when he visited their home with his mother, his friend took him to the garden. Raising a hand to the sky, they created bursts of light that filled the night. At that age, it felt magical, better than attending the festival. The explosions sparkled among the stars, and as they faded, new ones shone brightly in the darkness. He felt truly fortunate, knowing that display was just for him. Now, that once joyful memory felt bittersweet, burning inside him and leaving him with a dry throat. He questioned what had happened to them. He was aware that these memories could be suffocating, driving him to the brink of madness. He wanted to hate his friend, but he couldn't. Perhaps he never would. Everything felt confusing, distant, and strange. He wondered if they could ever laugh together again like they used to. He longed to walk home together, discussing their favorite hero, to share a knowing glance of frustration and complicity, then burst into laughter, silently understanding each other. Was that even possible now? It felt ridiculous to ask such questions, knowing the answers. Those moments blended with the bitter reality. For some strange reason, he found himself recalling the teasing, the playful hits, and the disdainful looks. He could see the marks on his skin from those playful explosions and remember the taste of blood from biting his lip to hold back tears in front of his friend. Today, he realized that something more painful than those actions was the simple memory of what once was, which could become the deepest wound. Even if he wished it would disappear, he always returned to it, needing to know it was real. He needed to feel the pain to awaken and cry once more. He had to remember that what was would never return. It felt futile to keep reliving those moments. They continued to move forward, walking without a fixed direction toward their goals, taking firm steps regardless of everything. Yet he realized that he was the only one still watching his friend's back, looking back at the past once more. Should he simply erase his friend from his life? He wondered how one could stop feeling the pain of losing someone important. How could he calm the ache in his heart? He had searched for those answers for much of his life, and just when he thought he found them, he found himself in the same situation again. Sometimes he thought if he could wake up with amnesia, the pain would vanish. He supposed one must be careful with what they wished for. Midoriya remembered when Professor Aizawa took them for training in one of the newly constructed areas. The good atmosphere was palpable in the air as he walked slowly behind the professor, who was talking with Uraraka and Ida, while Todoroki listened attentively, adding comments from time to time. Their conversation was soon interrupted by the loud shouts of Kaken, which were drowned out by the boisterous laughter of the classmates who seemed to follow him around during their free time. This scene had been repeating frequently lately, and even without turning around, he could clearly identify each laugh. Mina's laughter was loud and cheerful, anything but delicate or shy, while Kaminari's was mischievous, often accompanied by a cheeky glance. Kirishima's laughter was quite different. It was soft and shy, yet it never lost that touch of joy and the smile that defined him, setting him apart from Shiro. While Shiro's laughter was similar to Kirishima's, it always came out muffled, as if he tried to stifle it with his hand, yet it was impossible to contain, especially when it rang out with the same joy as a child receiving a long-desired Christmas gift. However, he had never heard Kaken's laughter. He was aware he had heard it once if his memories served him correctly. Yet, as time passed, it became a mystery, leaving him with the same question: what did it sound like? Perhaps if he had been more attentive, he would have noticed when the League of Villains appeared before them, when they captured Aizawa and Ida went to alert the other teachers, creating a sense of déjà vu. Meanwhile, Todoroki and Kirishima tried to cover his back against two villains determined to stop him. He remembered fighting and exchanging glances with Tamura, who gave him a mocking smile filled with disdain. I heard Kaken cursing as Dabi's flames engulfed him. I remember moving to help him, and I can still see that sapphire gaze fixed on me, a look I would never forget. It was a gaze intertwined with blue flames, compelling me to keep my eyes locked on it. With an expression of sorrow and kindness I had never seen before, he reached out his hands toward me, gently tousling my hair in a way that was difficult to comprehend. He uttered a word that made me realize I had lost. In that moment, my body felt as though it was on fire. I wanted to scream, but no sound escaped my lips. It felt like everything inside me was breaking apart. I felt as if I were engulfed in invisible flames, and the pain in my head was so intense that I feared it would explode at any moment. And then, everything went dark. Bakugo was furious about his recent defeat. He couldn't accept losing, especially not in such a humiliating way. He thought about how Deku had appeared so helpless, and he questioned how that boy could even think he could surpass him after such a loss. Bakugo believed their previous battle had made it clear that he was not meant to be a loser, not even more than he already was. The nurse, trying to calm him down, insisted that he needed to relax so she could change his bandages. Bakugo, still seething with anger, insisted he was fine as he attempted to stand, only to be stopped by a sharp pain in his side. He muttered a curse under his breath. The nurse, with a hint of sarcasm in her voice, remarked on his condition, urging him to stay still. She was already overwhelmed with concern for Midoriya and All Might, and Bakugo's stubbornness was not helping the situation. My attention was caught. Was Deku really in such bad shape? The person beside me expressed surprise at my question but explained that after the battle, as All Might had said, some of Deku's emotions had calmed down. They paused, moving closer to gently remove the bandages to begin disinfecting the wounds. It was explained that before being attacked by that quirk, Deku had suffered some injuries. Apparently, once the quirk hit him, Midoriya froze and then fainted. I asked if his injuries were that serious, noticing the tension in their posture as they sighed deeply and started to reapply the bandages. They mentioned that Midoriya had been here so many times that compared to others, these injuries weren't as severe. However, they couldn't say more at that moment. They finished up, stating that my wounds would heal in about a week and advised me to avoid any sudden movements. There might be some faint scars, but nothing major. I was told I could return to my room. Curious, I inquired why Deku wasn't there. The response was that he had been moved to another area of the institution and that his mother had not been informed yet. There was a request to refrain from discussing Midoriya when I got back to the dorms, as several people had already come to ask about both our conditions, and they weren't allowed to let anyone in. Deku would return once he finished being examined. I nodded slightly while opening the door to leave that place. I had to admit that the infirmary and hospitals had never been to my liking. They always felt so dreary. I wondered how Deku could spend so much time there without learning a lesson. That stupid idiot. Curse it. If that fool comes back to the dorms with a broken bone, I swear by All Might, I will wipe that stupid smile off his face. That stupid smile. It had been stuck to him since childhood, even when I teased him, even when I said terrible things. Still, he chased after me with that smile, one that carried his dreams, representing who he is, a smile that brings back memories of what was. And what I made sure to erase. He better return safely to the dorms. Upon entering the dorms, Bakugo instantly knew that the annoying extras wouldn't leave him alone. First, the idiots who called themselves the Baku Squad bombarded him with questions about his condition, how he felt, and made ridiculous jokes about the fight, Like, it was a heated battle, and he burned you with his wickedness, but you blew his head off with your sadistic smile. How foolish. As if that wasn't enough, once he managed to shake those pests off and get them to quiet down, Deku's friends arrived, pretending to care about his well-being, only to start asking about their useless friend who once again visited the infirmary. Bakugo felt his frustration boil over. He didn't know anything. One of them, a round-faced girl, questioned him, "How can you not know? You were supposed to be together in the infirmary." Once again, she began pacing the room, flailing her arms and babbling. What kind of friends did that idiot have? A shout echoed in the room. She had screamed. If it was so serious that they had to take him to the infirmary. Uraraka expressed her worries about the hospital, wondering if Midoriya was in surgery or if he might enter a coma. One of their classmates, visibly anxious, tried to reassure her, stating that Midoriya had only fainted and that his quirk hadn't harmed him. However, another student, overwhelmed with frustration, shouted for everyone to stop talking. The situation was becoming unbearable. Instead of maintaining their composure, they were speculating about Midoriya's condition. It was hard to believe that someone who constantly pushed himself to the limit with his quirk could be the successor of the former #1 hero. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it always seemed to come back to Deku. No matter where he looked, where he went, or how much he wanted to escape, he would always be there, tangled in the chaos he created. Uraraka launched herself toward her friend, grabbing him by the uniform. She expressed her concern about Deku, fearing he might have broken all his bones and could no longer walk. The boy urged her to calm down and breathe, assuring her that they were likely assessing Deku's condition and the changes from the quirk he had received. Mitad, with his usual lack of sensitivity, added that Midoriya was strong and would be fine. He reassured them that he wouldn't be alone, they would support him in whatever he needed. The best thing to do now was to stay calm. That guy. How did he manage to change the atmosphere with just a few words? Before he could continue pondering his thoughts, the bedroom door opened once more, revealing Aizawa. The moment the door swung open, everyone seemed to share the same burning question about Deku, also known as Midoriya. Aizawa observed the worried expressions on everyone's faces regarding Midoriya's condition. The recent attack had taken them all by surprise, revealing a flaw in their security system. It was a reminder of how unprepared they had been, especially him. He should have anticipated that after the televised opening party, the League of Villains would choose to strike. What was their exact goal? Were they trying to revive the memories of their first-year attack? Or was there something specific they were after? Despite the questions swirling in his mind, the pressing issue was Midoriya's state. How would they inform his mother that her son had once again fallen victim to a quirk? He spoke firmly, urging everyone to calm down. He would deal with Mrs. Midoriya later. For now, it was essential to inform the rest of the students about their classmates' condition. He explained that Midoriya had not only sustained injuries from the battle but had also been affected by a quirk. Bakugo, impatient as ever, urged him to get to the point. Aizawa noted that Bakugo's demeanor had improved since their earlier confrontation. He seemed to be getting along better with his classmates and performing well academically. It appeared that Bakugo's outburst was merely his way of expressing concern for Midoriya. Aizawa reassured them that the quirk was not particularly dangerous to Midoriya's health, and he had not suffered any serious physical harm. This news seemed to ease some tension in the room, but Aizawa emphasized that not everything was all right. The atmosphere shifted as murmurs filled the air, and it wasn't until the class representative called for silence that the room settled into a sea of uncertainty. Aizawa explained that while Midoriya had not been physically harmed, the quirk appeared to have blocked his memories, resulting in a temporary amnesia. He stressed the importance of being patient when speaking with Midoriya, advising them not to force him to remember everything at once. If anyone noticed any improvements, they should inform the nurse, All Might, or him. He acknowledged that this was a challenging request but trusted they would handle it with maturity. As he finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the room. The students wore serious, frightened expressions, their faces reflecting a mix of sadness and confusion. Aizawa was confident they would find a way to cope with the situation, knowing they had each other's support. Uraraka's voice trembled as she asked where Deku was. Aizawa informed her that the nurse was conducting a final check to ensure he was alright before bringing him to the dorms, accompanied by All Might, who would update him on the situation. He then turned to Bakugo, who looked frustrated and slightly annoyed. The nurse had informed Aizawa about Bakugo's injuries, and he explained that Bakugo would need to return to the infirmary for a checkup the following day. If he was fit to participate in activities, he could; otherwise, he had the option to stay and observe or return to class or the library to work on assignments. Bakugo protested, insisting that he was fine, his face contorting in displeasure. Aizawa reiterated the importance of remaining calm and being kind and patient with Midoriya when he arrived. Everything would feel new to him, as if it were a fresh start. It was a complicated situation. Midoriya had entered the academy unsure of how to use his quirk without injuring himself. Now that he had shown improvement in his control, this setback was particularly unfortunate. Aizawa began to suspect that the attack had been planned from the beginning, not merely to damage the new facility but to target the green-haired boy who seemed to attract trouble while trying to help others. A young boy with violet hair expressed his concern, wondering if Midoriya would even remember them. If he had lost all his memories, he might not recognize his family, friends, or even his enemies. The thought sent a wave of unease through the room, as everyone contemplated the possibility of their friend falling into the wrong hands. Ida spoke up, emphasizing that while Midoriya was indeed in a difficult situation, they should remember that he was their friend and would not easily succumb to the villain's words. A girl with brown hair agreed, noting that despite his memory loss, Deku would still know the difference between right and wrong. However, she worried that without his memories, he might struggle to control his quirk, as he had only recently learned to manage it effectively. A boy with red and white hair reassured them that they would be there for Midoriya when he needed them. He reminded everyone that Midoriya was likely still processing everything that had happened and needed their support without added stress. Tokoyami added that they needed to remain calm, as any agitation could confuse and overwhelm Midoriya further. It was best to wait for him to return and introduce themselves properly. Sato suggested preparing something for the welcome, noting that Midoriya would likely be hungry after everything he had been through, and food often comforts those who have experienced intense emotions. Hagakure, a girl whose appearance was a mystery to everyone around her due to her quirk of invisibility, enthusiastically proposed throwing a welcome party. This would lift his spirits and show him how much everyone cared about him. Jiraiya smiled at the idea, agreeing that it would help calm everyone's nerves. She mentioned knowing some songs that Midoriya liked and offered to create a playlist, asking for any music suggestions to be sent to her. She headed to her room to prepare everything. As she left, a brief silence threatened to settle among the group. It was hard to forget what had happened, making it difficult for them to focus on the organization. Mina suddenly chimed in, saying they could count on the Baku squad to get balloons and something from All Might, which she was sure Midoriya would appreciate. They planned to return quickly, hoping Midoriya wouldn't come back before they were ready. Zero doubted that would happen, reasoning that they were likely explaining everything to him gradually. It wasn't as if they would overwhelm someone who had just woken up injured and with amnesia with too much information about his life and surroundings. His words earned him several knowing looks that conveyed agreement. Mina laughed and urged everyone to get moving. Blasty, however, expressed his reluctance to join their plans, preferring to stay out of it as he headed toward the elevator. He warned them not to disturb him with music, or he would take drastic measures. Kaminari, maintaining a calm tone, reminded him that they were talking about Midoriya, who had lost his memory, not just dealing with a simple injury. He couldn't understand how little Blasty seemed to care about their childhood friend. Kaminari sighed when he noticed Blasty walking away without responding, feeling confused by his friend's indifference. Uraraka, slightly annoyed, suggested they let it go, stating that Blasty was more puzzling than a riddle. She then took Sato aside to discuss Midoriya's favorite dishes. Meanwhile, Jiraiya waved goodbye with a smile as she headed to her room to compile a playlist for her troubled friend. Todoroki announced that he, Ida, and Tsuyu would tidy up Midoriya's room, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about it and could just rest. He asked if anyone else wanted to help clean the common room. Tokoyami agreed to take care of that. Mina, excited, rallied Shiro and Kaminari to go buy the remaining supplies, asking Kirishima if he would join. Kirishima, feeling a bit shy, mentioned he would check on Bakugo first but promised to help with the cleaning afterward. He smiled as his friends nodded and rushed out the door. The rest of the group began to separate to tackle their assigned tasks. Kirishima sighed as he walked toward the elevator, feeling uncertain about facing Bakugo but knowing he couldn't leave without checking on his best friend. Once he arrived, he took a deep breath, steeling himself before knocking on the door. Bakugo's voice came from inside, irritated and distracted, asking what he wanted without even looking up from his phone. Kirishima, surprised, asked how he had known it was him. Bakugo replied that no one else would be foolish enough to follow him to his room after he had explicitly said he didn't want anyone in his space. Kirishima expressed concern for Bakugo's well-being, reminding him that he had also been injured. Bakugo brusquely assured him he was fine and told him to leave. Kirishima, feeling a bit embarrassed, decided to enter the room, closing the door behind him. He took a seat in front of Bakugo's desk and commented on how tidy his room was, noting that it was impressive and very masculine. A silence fell after his remark, and for the first time, Bakugo looked up from his phone, tossing a pillow at Kirishima's face while shouting at him to leave if he was just there to mock him. Kirishima calmly replied that if Bakugo broke his legs, he wouldn't be able to leave. He then picked up a book from the desk, surprised to find it was poetry. Bakugo shouted at him to put it down and warned him not to tell anyone about his interest in poetry. Kirishima couldn't help but laugh, realizing that despite Bakugo's anger, he was still alive after his comments. He sensed that something was troubling Bakugo. Bakugo snapped at him to stop laughing, threatening that if he was there to make fun of him, it would be better for him to leave. Kirishima quickly assured him that he wasn't there to mock him, but he thought Bakugo might be affected by Midoriya's situation, given their long friendship. Bakugo interrupted, insisting it was better this way. Kirishima, sensing the tension, reminded Bakugo that they had been working on mending their friendship and that he had been starting to understand Midoriya better. Bakugo snapped, telling him to shut up. "Remind me why on earth I told you that," he asked, clearly frustrated. "Because when I got bored, I shared stories about my friends from middle school, and you talked about your days there too. Before we knew it, we were discussing friends, and you ended up telling me," I recalled with a teasing tone. That moment had undoubtedly been a significant step in our friendship. I observed him for a few seconds. Bakugo looked tired, annoyed, and embarrassed. I sighed. "I suppose you don't want to come down to face that situation. Don't assume foolish things. I'm just tired. That annoying nurse told me to rest, and everyone bombarded me with questions about that stupid nerd when I got to the dorms. Why on earth do they think I know more than they do?" After recalling that, I sighed again. It was true that when he arrived, everyone jumped at him like hungry piranhas, bombarding him with questions about Midoriya. After asking if he was okay, the questions about the boy returned. Suddenly, something clicked in my mind as I watched him. Bakugo was genuinely in bad shape. He had been sleeping poorly for days, something I had noticed a week ago when I saw the dark circles under his eyes becoming more pronounced. Even during training and conversations with the others, he had been distracted, muttering small insults while his restless hands released tiny explosions he didn't seem aware of. Now, the villains had attacked, and in the midst of the battle with Dabi, he lost focus for a moment when he saw Midoriya fall. As a result, the flames engulfed him, causing significant burns. When he managed to break free, he tried to push away the figure that kept staring at Midoriya and stroking his hair, whispering something no one could hear. That was when his other injuries appeared. However, when he arrived, no one really cared as much as Mina, Siro, Kaminari, and I did. We bombarded him with questions about his condition, what the nurse had said, and even tried to lighten the mood with jokes, which seemed to both relieve and irritate Bakugo. But no one else approached him. "What on earth are you thinking, you messy-haired idiot?" he asked in an anxious and angry tone. It was then that I realized I had been staring at him for too long, unsure of what expression I wore or what faces I had made. "I don't want to know. Now get out of my demon room." I could have left. I could have pretended nothing had happened. But how could I do that? When I thought about it, I realized that Bakugo was a very lonely person when he wasn't with us or with Midoriya by his side cheering him on. Perhaps it was that thought that led me to do what I did. Before Bakugo could protest, I found myself hugging him. You know you're my best friend, right? And that Mina, Siro, and Kaminari care about you and consider you a valuable friend, right? But what the heck? He shouted, making me momentarily deaf. Let go of me, you piece of trash, and stop saying stupid, pointless things. I sighed and pulled away. It was clear that Bakugo wasn't going to reciprocate a gesture of friendship. I supposed he wasn't used to it, and with his fiery personality, I doubted many people as daring as I was would approach him. Just keep in mind that if something bothers you or worries you, you can count on us. We really care about knowing you're okay. Whatever. Just get out, I want to sleep, imminent. He shouted one last time, hitting my head with a poetry book before placing it back on the desk and turning his back to me on the bed. Rest well, I said cheerfully. At least this time I was leaving on my own and not because of an explosion in my face. Our friendship was undoubtedly progressing, and that put me in a great mood. When I arrived in the common room, I opened my eyes in surprise. The room had been quickly cleaned and was now decorated with green balloons featuring our teacher and the former #1 hero, All Might. On the table was a large cake and some snacks, while a soft, soothing song played in the background, energetic yet calming. However, my attention quickly shifted to the individual standing in the center of the room, wearing a calm and nervous smile. Midoriya, it's great to see. Are you free from the infirmary now? He turned to look at me, somewhat surprised, his smile wavering for a moment before he nodded and gave me a confused look. Something like that. They told me I need to go for a checkup and to treat my injuries, but compared to Bakugo's, mine are minor. The worst was a wound on my left arm and the loss of my memories, which was caused by a quirk, he said quickly, moving his arm behind his back and glancing away. Sorry to ask, I know it might not sound pleasant, but what is your name? It was then that I realized I had never told him who I was. However, I also noticed something different. Midoriya's response was filled with the nervous tone he often had, yet it reflected a much more confident attitude. I'm sorry. I'm Kirishima, Eijiro Kirishima, I replied, giving him one of my best smiles. That gesture seemed to relax him a bit, and this time his smile was much more at ease. It's truly a pleasure. Thank you all for being so understanding and for organizing this party for me. Honestly, I'm surprised because I didn't expect any of this. I thought I didn't get that much attention, but the man All Might, I think he was called, mentioned that I was someone cherished in class. At first, I didn't believe him, but seeing this makes me very happy to know it's true. When he finished speaking, he gave us a radiant smile, full of honesty and confidence. There wasn't a hint of embarrassment on his face. Instead, he seemed proud of how he had expressed himself. Deku, we are truly happy and relieved that you are okay. You are someone we appreciate, and we want you to know that you can trust us. Whatever you need, we will be here. Uraraka smiled as she spoke. She thanked Uraraka, acknowledging that she was just getting to know everyone again and needed a few days to remember their names properly. She laughed lightly, claiming she had a good memory when she didn't lose it. This comment surprised everyone. It was the first time Midoriya had joked about his situation or anything that had happened to him. Suddenly, he expressed his curiosity about something that had been on his mind. He mentioned that in the infirmary, someone had referred to a person named Bakugo, but he didn't seem to be around. He asked if Bakugo was okay. Uraraka responded, a bit annoyed, saying that Bakugo was just in his room, being grumpy and not wanting to be with them. Ida shook his head slightly in agreement with her. Mina then interjected, frowning, insisting that Bakugo was just tired and had also been injured. Kaminari surprised everyone by speaking up, noting that Bakugo must have felt frustrated after losing to Dabi. He explained how the flames had surrounded Bakugo so quickly that he couldn't do anything, yet he had performed better than anyone else. He acknowledged Bakugo's grumpy nature but highlighted that he had taken risks to help Midoriya, even when Aizawa had ordered him to stay back. Midoriya reflected on Bakugo's attempt to help him, recalling that although Bakugo had been angry, he felt they were friends since Bakugo had saved him. He admitted to feeling embarrassed as he shared that he had told a little lie, claiming that if Bakugo hadn't attacked, he might have died. He recognized that lying wasn't very heroic, but he felt he owed Bakugo something since he had gotten hurt because of him. He concluded that friends help each other. When he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Uraraka wanted to say something, but Todoroki placed a hand on her shoulder and gently shook his head. Meanwhile, Shiro tried to cover Mina's and Kaminari's mouths as they struggled not to laugh at Midoriya's words. Someone pointed out that Bakugo could be difficult to deal with, but he and Midoriya were childhood best friends who had grown up together. Their mothers were friends, and they had even attended the same middle school. It was natural for Bakugo to worry about Midoriya, especially since he had given him the nickname Deku, which was also his hero name, while Midoriya called him Kaken. Midoriya, intrigued, mentioned that he would ask his mother to send him the photo album. He had been instructed not to reveal anything about his situation for now, so he planned to act normally and say it was for a school project. He reassured himself that one more lie wouldn't make him a villain. Everyone looked at him with doubt. Midoriya wasn't known for lying, he practically never did. They wondered who this new version of him was. Todoroki offered to catch Midoriya up on what they had covered in class, even though he knew Midoriya's detailed notes would suffice. He expressed his willingness to help Midoriya understand everything and talk about how things worked at the school and in their class. He encouraged Midoriya to ask him anything, promising to answer honestly. For the first time, Todoroki broke his usual serious demeanor, offering Midoriya a warm smile filled with confidence and reassurance. Midoriya gratefully accepted Todoroki's offer, smiling widely. He then hesitantly asked if he could try some of the food, admitting he was really hungry. Jiru responded with a smile, saying he was the guest and that everyone was a bit hungry. She suggested turning up the music, which Kaminari enthusiastically agreed was a wonderful idea. Midoriya felt a mix of gratitude and disbelief regarding the kindness he received from everyone. He wondered if their behavior was solely due to his condition or if they had always been this friendly. Regardless, he enjoyed spending the night with them and getting to know them better. The next day, he was surprised to learn that his mother was quite quick. After the party, he had sent her a message about a project involving photo albums, asking if she could send him the ones featuring Kaken and himself. It felt strange to use that nickname, which suggested a level of familiarity, to refer to someone whose appearance he did not know. However, that morning, Aizawa entered the dorms with a couple of photo albums. Midoriya noticed that Aizawa did not seem pleased about having to carry out this task. His serious expression conveyed everything. Aizawa seemed to hope that Midoriya hadn't told his mother about what had happened. Midoriya couldn't help but smile, realizing that even heroes struggled to handle such situations. He had learned that they had previously encountered issues with the same individuals who had taken his memory, which made sense as to why they wouldn't want to alarm anyone with news of another attack. He reassured Aizawa that he hadn't mentioned anything to his mother, explaining that he needed the albums for a school project. It felt tough not being able to remember what his mother looked like. Aizawa acknowledged his feelings, admitting that he sometimes forgot they were still children and treated them like future colleagues. He ruffled Midoriya's messy hair and added that they didn't want anything about the incident to be revealed. However, he encouraged Midoriya to reach out if he needed to talk, emphasizing that he was their student and that what had happened was a mistake on their part. Midoriya felt a bit embarrassed as he mentioned that during a conversation with the others, they made it clear that he seemed to attract trouble, almost like he had a magnet for it. Aizawa noted that this often stemmed from his eagerness to help without considering the risks to himself. After handing over the albums, Aizawa sighed and gave Midoriya one last look before turning away, reminding him to keep them updated on his condition. Once Aizawa left, Midoriya hurried to his room, skipping breakfast. He threw himself onto his bed, placing the albums beside him and smiling, hoping that looking through the photos might help him remember something. He picked up the first album of the 4 his mother had sent and began flipping through the pages, observing every detail. He smiled at the early photos of his parents at their wedding, dancing, and what appeared to be dates. There was a picture of his mother with a girl of her age, alongside his father and a man he assumed was the girl's husband, both smiling, seemingly expecting a baby. As he continued, he noticed that the pictures with his father gradually decreased until he reached the last one, which showed the 3 of them at the hospital after his mother had given birth to him. Following that photo were images of the same woman and man from before, now with a baby, and then pictures of him as a baby. He sighed, realizing there were no photos of someone named Quien. He began to flip through the other albums, noticing more pictures of his mother as a young woman, often with the same girl from earlier. Some had handwritten comments, suggesting a conversation between them, which made him chuckle. It seemed his mother had a best friend, but still, he found nothing about Quien. The third album started with pictures of him, including clippings of the same hero featured on balloons and various merchandise in his room. It appeared that he had really liked this hero even as a child, as there were many photos of him imitating the hero's pose or wearing a hero costume. He laughed, realizing he was a bit of a nerd. As he continued looking through the photos, one caught his attention. It featured a boy with ash blonde hair alongside him. He flipped through more pages, noticing that this boy appeared in most of the pictures, along with the woman and man he had seen in previous albums. He read a caption that said they were best friends, which made him smile. So, they had been best friends after all. There were all sorts of photos: first days of school, comments, drawings, pictures of them sleeping, drawing, watching television, and celebrating holidays. It became clear that Bakugo and he had grown up together. When Kirishima had mentioned being friends with that boy, Midoriya had noticed the incredulous reactions from others, leading him to think Kirishima was teasing him. But it seemed he had been telling the truth. Once he finished that album, he quickly grabbed the next one. It appeared to contain photos from middle school, but strangely, there were only pictures of him and his mother. In many of them, he looked nervously smiling. As he continued, he noticed that the only photo where the boy appeared again showed him looking serious, almost disinterested, while Midoriya seemed nervous, as if the boy's presence intimidated him. The last photo of the boy was a group shot from middle school. After that, the photos continued, but he lost interest, feeling overwhelmed with questions. Why were there no more pictures of them together? And why did everyone seem incredulous and scared when Kirishima said they were friends? A knock at his door broke his train of thought, pulling him away from the frustrating questions that filled his mind. He called out, asking who it was. It was Ida, reminding him that class would start in 10 minutes and that he needed to go to the infirmary first. Midoriya sighed, almost forgetting that they needed to check his injuries and ensure that his quirk wasn't causing any strange effects. He quickly replied that he would be out soon. Luckily, he had already prepared, so he just needed to organize the albums and leave the room. Ida asked if he had eaten breakfast. They hadn't seen him around. Before anyone could say anything, he mentioned that he would eat something during his free time. He checked his calendar and realized it was a day for practical classes. He was informed that he and Bakugo should not overexert themselves and should rest. Since he couldn't remember anything, he wouldn't recall how to use his quirk, and it was preferred that he work on that individually with a tutor, in this case, All Might. He understood and asked why he hadn't had breakfast. He explained that he had received some albums and, not wanting to let Kirishima know, he initially thought he was lying about knowing Bakugo. After looking at the albums, he found it was true that they had grown up together. He also wanted to ask if anyone had photos of him to see. He would inform the others and offered any further assistance. He expressed gratitude for the kindness shown but didn't want to be treated differently than usual, sighing as he did so. He was still the same person. His friend acknowledged that it was difficult not to be more attentive, and others felt the same way. The situation was delicate, and if it had happened to him, he wasn't sure how he would have handled it. He probably would have felt overwhelmed, but the other person remained strong, albeit changed. He understood the sentiment, noting that he felt different because he had no memories of the past. All those experiences that shape a person were simply gone. It felt strange to start over, even though the nurse was surprised he remembered how to walk and talk. Those memories were intact, but he had no recollection of people from his past, which caught everyone's attention, including his own. It was interesting to consider that perhaps the quirk had certain limitations, or maybe the person who used it didn't want him to forget those basic things. His friend found that unlikely, pointing out that villains would have benefited from him not knowing basic things for their attacks. The conversation shifted when he calmly asked if they would have killed him. He noticed his friend tense up and placed a reassuring hand on his back, acknowledging his awareness of the situation. They decided not to dwell on it and to hurry, or they would be in trouble. The rest of the journey was quite calm. Talking with Ida was enjoyable and humorous, despite his strict demeanor, which could sometimes push people away due to his impatience with rules. However, it was interesting to get to know someone from his class on a deeper level. The previous day's party had helped him feel more comfortable, even if it was overwhelming when everyone focused on him, treating him as if he were incapable or like a child. He understood that others would likely act the same way if someone else were in his position. He also got to meet some new people, like Mina, who seemed bold and funny, unafraid to speak her mind or joke about things others might hesitate to touch on. Uraraka struck him as very kind and cheerful, enthusiastic and pleasant. It was the first time he had the chance to speak with someone in complete solitude, and even though the conversation was brief, it helped him feel a bit more integrated, which he appreciated. However, he couldn't shake the question of who he was before losing his memory. More importantly, he felt a slight heaviness in his chest when he noticed that Bakugo had seemingly vanished from the album, as if he had also disappeared from his life. After leaving the infirmary, Bakugo had hoped for some peace, but luck was not on his side. The first thing he encountered was a loud group following him around. One of them shouted his nickname, asking how his time in the infirmary had been. Bakugo snapped back, expressing his annoyance and stating that he was fine, not in the mood to deal with their antics. Another friend tried to calm him down, placing a hand on his shoulder and explaining that they were just worried. They had even brought him breakfast, hoping he would like it. He looked at the bag handed to him, finding fruit juice, cookies, and 2 vanilla muffins inside. Confused, he asked why they had gone to such trouble. They explained that they weren't sure if he had eaten, so they decided to buy him something just in case. If he had already eaten, he could enjoy it while doing the homework that Aizawa would assign that day. As they discussed the practical class, Bakugo couldn't help but wonder why they cared so much. Those guys were a real headache most of the time, but as much as I hated to admit it, they were always there looking out for me. It became embarrassing and annoying, especially when they shouted encouragements using extravagant phrases. They even took turns pretending to be my partners if some random person approached me with a strange suggestion. They would give me unsolicited advice about my clothing. It was a complete nuisance. Sometimes I just wanted to explode in frustration. Regardless, I snatched away what they had bought and told them not to do it again. One of them, with a playful demeanor, crossed his arms and said it would be unfair and wrong since I always bought them food, saved dinner for them, and helped them with notes when they were sick. It would be bad friends not to worry about me. I felt a surge of anger. How could that red-haired idiot say that to Deku, who didn't remember anything? It was infuriating. I murmured in frustration, feeling the urge to lash out. Just then, my friends quickly restrained me, laughing as they held the other guy in their arms. One of them, with a relaxed tone, assured me that I could deal with Deku later and that they would help me bury the evidence. They then suggested we head to class. This time, he got lucky, but I swore I would make him pay for it. They encouraged me to stay calm, reminding me that with how Uraraka had been with Deku lately, she probably told him the truth about our rivalry. Another friend chimed in, agreeing that Deku's friends wouldn't forget to mention it to him. They suggested I focus on a plan to deal with Kirishima instead. As they laughed and walked toward the classroom, I couldn't shake the thoughts swirling in my head. Did I really hate Deku? Of course I did. I hated many things about him, things most people appreciated but I saw as real dangers. These thoughts tangled in my mind, making me feel miserable. I despised remembering because it meant reliving past experiences and questioning what could have been with different choices. Remembering was bitter, especially when it involved Deku. And now, the fact that Deku had a misguided idea of our relationship made me want to confront Kirishima even more. It was frustrating how, even on a day when I wanted peace, I couldn't have it. The worst part was facing a Deku who thought I was his best friend. I just hoped his friends would clear up that nonsense. What a terrible start to the day. Meanwhile, Uraraka and Todoroki were waiting for Deku and Ida in silence. It wasn't that being with Todoroki was uncomfortable, but she sensed he had something bothering him that he couldn't express. She finally urged him to speak up. Todoroki, looking confused, admitted he was hesitant to share. She pointed out that he had been sighing for a while, and Deku had mentioned that was a sign something was bothering him. Todoroki sighed again and looked ahead, finally sharing that he thought it was wrong for her to call Bakugo bitter, especially since he had been hurt too and might just want to rest. He noted that she had made several critical comments about Bakugo lately, suggesting that Deku should hit him and that Bakugo should be left alone because of his terrible attitude. Uraraka reflected on whether she had indeed been too intense about it. She explained that before the incident, Deku had seemed down and distracted. When she asked him about it, he didn't seem convinced but eventually revealed it was related to Bakugo. She questioned if that was why she had been making those comments, to which he replied that the relationship between Bakugo and Deku was like a broken puzzle missing pieces. While Bakugo's actions weren't admirable, Deku always found something good in him, as if he was tied to the memory of who Bakugo once was. Uraraka sighed, acknowledging that Bakugo was complicated, strong and talented but a complete headache. The worst part was that the missing pieces in their relationship were the reasons behind Bakugo's feelings toward Deku. Todoroki interjected, suggesting that Bakugo didn't actually hate Deku but simply struggled to express himself. Something had happened between them that neither had managed to fix, and they didn't know how to communicate their feelings. Uraraka attempted to defend Deku, but Todoroki quickly pointed out that Deku could also be a headache. He is a very kind person who always acts selflessly, which often leads him into trouble. However, he is also calm, shy, and insecure, though I must admit he has been gaining more confidence. Honestly, everything about Midoriya can be as complex or as simple as the person perceiving that personality. If we consider the saying, every person is a world, once you understand Midoriya, you become part of his world. The same applies to Bakugo, but the major difference is that it is easier to understand Midoriya's world than Bakugo's, as the former is more open while the latter keeps his emotions locked away. This is why I believe he and I would understand each other well, if it weren't for his explosive personality. I still don't understand, I said, crossing my arms and ignoring the last comment with some doubt. Think of it this way. Bakugo is so complex that Midoriya can't grasp him, and Midoriya is so straightforward that he becomes complex for someone like Bakugo. Is there any other reason you're upset with Bakugo? Yes and no. It frustrates me how he seems to underestimate me, and not just me. He underestimates all of us. I exclaimed in frustration, quickly covering my mouth and glancing around. I noticed Ida and Deku looking at me with doubt. Well, at least Ida was, while Deku seemed to be watching me with a hint of amusement. It seems we arrived at a bad time, Deku said with a laugh. Who is it that underestimates us? The League of Villains, Todoroki concluded. Well, considering that for the third time we fell for the same attack, I think they have reasons to underestimate us, he said, feeling a bit embarrassed by his comment as Ida and I looked at him in surprise, while Todoroki observed quietly as always. Midoriya, don't say those things. Ida exclaimed, somewhat tense, while Midoriya let out a nervous laugh. I'm sorry, I guess I'm not used to saying everything I think, he said, shrugging nonchalantly. I'll head to the infirmary. You all go to class and tell the teacher I'll arrive later. But I started to say something, but Deku interrupted me. Trust me, I won't get lost, he said, giving us a smile. We watched as Midoriya headed toward the infirmary. I'm not used to this, Midoriya, Ida whispered, still a bit nervous. Let's go to class, was all Todoroki said before taking the lead toward the classroom. This Deku was really strange. Midoriya couldn't comprehend why everyone acted so weird when he made a joke about those villains or when he made a realistic comment. Wasn't he like this before? Honestly, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember anything, none of his past behaviors, and even less about the people around him. That's why he simply shook his head at the nurse's question. He admitted he felt a bit scared. What if he never returned to normal? What would happen if he never remembered? He figured those questions would make anyone anxious. He doubted he was the only one. He really wanted to remember. Nothing good would come from thinking about those things, he whispered, letting out a sigh. All right, according to the nurse's explanation, my class is there. He exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the large sign before him. What a big door, he murmured before entering. It's empty. Did I get the wrong room? Today is practical class, idiot. You and I can't attend because of those villains, he suddenly heard. He turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, finding the ash-blonde boy who often appeared in his photo albums. "Bakugo!" he exclaimed, smiling almost instinctively. However, he noticed a grimace of displeasure starting to form on Bakugo's face as he settled into his seat. Midoriya walked over and sat down next to him. "Finally, I can meet you. You were the only one I hadn't seen in class. Thank you for helping me when the League of Villains attacked," he said with a smile. Silence followed. His smile faltered for a moment as he looked ahead. "I heard there's an exercise we need to do. Is it the one with the board?" he asked as he began to read about it. "Great. It's divided into 2 parts, one individual and one group. Since we're the only ones here, I guess we'll be a group, right?" "Shut up," he asked, confused. That tone of voice disoriented him. It was so rough and cold. "Hey, we're friends, right?" he asked with some doubt. The photos in the album had stopped at a certain moment. Perhaps he and Bakugo were no longer friends. Maybe he was confusing things. Silence. Why wasn't he responding? "Can you answer?" Bakugo continued without even looking at him. "Bakugo, the minute that... What the hell do you want?" he shouted, finally locking his crimson gaze on him for the first time since their conversation began. "Just answer, it. Don't yell at me, you BSC. You're yelling at me, idiot." They stared at each other for a moment before Bakugo's hands released small explosions. Midoriya quickly turned his gaze to Bakugo's hands, surprised. "Is that your quirk? That's awesome," he exclaimed excitedly. It was the first time he had seen a quirk other than the nurse's, though she didn't really count. "Of course it's awesome," Bakugo huffed, slightly annoyed. Midoriya laughed. If he remembered correctly, Kirishima said it was difficult. Maybe they were friends after all, but Bakugo had a very unpleasant way of behaving. "Forget it," Bakugo said dryly, catching Midoriya's attention. "Forget everything that idiot hair said. You and I are not friends, never were, and never will be. The photo albums say otherwise. Those don't mean anything. You can capture a smile in a photo, but that doesn't make it real or anything like that," he shouted angrily. "You're a stupid Deku. That's all you need to remember." Midoriya observed him for a moment. If they weren't friends, why did he call him that nickname? "Bakugo, stop calling me that." "Then, Kaken," he whispered, watching as the explosions slowly began to fade while Bakugo fixed his fiery gaze on him. "Are we going to work on this together?" "Go to hell, Deku," he whispered. "If my grade drops because of you, I'll make you pay, you stupid BSRD." As Bakugo entered the classroom and noticed that Deku was absent, he briefly entertained the thought that he might finally have some peace and not have to deal with that idiot. However, it was clear that such luck was not meant to be, as Deku always seemed to be around. Since the moment Deku had stepped into the classroom with the notion that they were friends, he had not stopped bothering Bakugo. Deku called out to him in a hesitant whisper, breaking the silence. Bakugo could only roll his eyes in response, annoyed by the interruption. Deku asked about a homework problem, and Bakugo confirmed that he had also arrived at the same answer. Relief washed over Deku, who expressed his happiness at not being wrong, his face lighting up with a smile. He returned to his notebook, a slight frown forming as he concentrated, occasionally biting the end of his pencil and murmuring to himself. Deku's unruly curls fell slightly over his face, but he seemed undisturbed by it as he worked. Bakugo noticed that his cheeks were a bit flushed, a common sight during the summer months. He remembered how Deku would always be the first to get sunburned, prompting his mother to slather him in sunscreen, while Bakugo's own skin took much longer to burn. Deku then commented that he didn't mind being watched but suggested Bakugo should finish his exercises. He added that once they were done, Bakugo could admire his beauty. This remark pulled Bakugo from his thoughts, realizing he had been staring. He cursed under his breath, frustrated with himself. Deku laughed and flashed a smile at him, confidently asserting his attractiveness. He joked that Bakugo had no reason to feel embarrassed for looking at him, claiming he would do the same in Bakugo's position. Bakugo felt a surge of irritation, thinking that perhaps a punch would knock some sense into Deku. In a fit of anger, Bakugo muttered a threat, but Deku merely rolled his eyes and grabbed Bakugo's notebook. Bakugo reacted defensively, demanding that Deku not touch his things. Deku, unfazed, praised Bakugo's quirk and academic skills, which only fueled Bakugo's annoyance. Bakugo warned Deku to be quiet, but Deku continued to tease him, recalling how Bakugo had threatened him multiple times before. He found Bakugo entertaining, despite his strange attitude. Bakugo couldn't believe how infuriating Deku was being. Deku then mentioned that he had also completed the exercises but found some mistakes while reviewing. He smiled, saying they could now move on to the next part of their assignment, which involved working together. Bakugo rolled his eyes again, exasperated that Deku was still pushing the idea of collaboration. Deku explained the requirements of the project, which involved creating strategies and understanding each other's quirks. Bakugo dismissed the notion, stating that he couldn't participate due to his injuries. Deku insisted that he had spoken with the teachers, who had allowed him to invite someone to help with his practice. Bakugo flatly refused, asserting that he didn't want to work with Deku. Deku argued that it would be foolish to do the project alone, emphasizing their friendship. Bakugo vehemently denied that they were friends, regretting his harsh words as he saw the hurt in Deku's expression. Silence enveloped them, thick with tension. Bakugo observed Deku, who looked lost and pained, and he regretted his outburst. Deku finally called him stupid before standing up and leaving the classroom. Bakugo knew he would return, as he hadn't gathered his belongings, but he felt conflicted about whether he wanted him to come back. If Deku returned, it would mean confronting the wall that had grown between them. Bakugo reflected on how easily things could go wrong with Deku, even when he didn't intend for it to happen. Their relationship was always a push and pull, a race against time that seemed to trample everything in its path. But it's fine, it has always been fine. Deku and I are destined to create misunderstandings that gradually deteriorate our relationship. Or maybe it's just me. Yes, it must be that. Throughout my life, I realized that much of what I experience today I have built myself. I have raised walls with foundations of pride and insecurity. I have sat on the throne of broken promises I made as a child. But it's fine, it has always been fine. A familiar voice called out beside me, always so predictable. They knew I would return. I rolled my eyes and glanced at him, noticing his green eyes were slightly swollen and red, looking back at me with confusion. He had forgotten his things. He insisted that we would finish this work together, ignoring my previous comment. That annoying idiot. I downplayed it, telling him not to bother me. He then mentioned that he didn't know what happened before he lost his memories and apologized if he had done something to hurt me. I hated him. I truly hated him. Why couldn't he just be quiet? I told him I didn't need his empty apologies, that I didn't need him to apologize at all since he didn't even know why he was doing it. He surprised me by saying that the idiot was someone else. Was this really Deku? Who did he think he was? I confronted him, asking if he had gotten too full of himself lately, but when our gazes met, I saw confusion and sadness in his eyes, mixed with anger. He pointed out that if we weren't friends, then it made sense why we had stopped being friends. He didn't know the exact reason or what he could do, but he felt that I was pushing him and others away. He suggested that I should stop trying to distance myself from him and everyone else. He insisted that I needed someone to tell me that I wasn't invincible or a god, that I was just like him. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Why couldn't he just be quiet? Even after losing his memories, he remained such an idiot. I told him to go away, and I watched him sigh before taking a seat. He suggested we continue with the work and asked me about my quirk, mentioning that he didn't know about his own and hadn't spoken to the guy who looked like a mummy, All Might, or something like that. I admitted that his comment surprised me. It was the first time I heard him refer to his idol in that way. I was starting to believe that this idiot was someone else. I told him that he could find out about my quirk in his notebooks. He seemed confused by that. I sighed and explained that when we were in middle school, he had started writing in notebooks about heroes, analyzing their quirks, their advantages and disadvantages, and details about the people who possessed them. He asked if he was really that much of a hero nerd, and I nodded. He then joked about my smile, and I quickly looked away, wondering why I was reacting this way. He asked if I knew where the cafeteria was, and I questioned if no one had shown him anything. He chuckled and smiled at me, saying that someone had offered to show him the school after classes, but he had skipped lunch and was feeling a bit hungry. I thought to myself that I would regret this. I handed him the bag of food that the others had bought for me. He hesitated, saying it was mine, but I gave him a clear look that told him to accept it or else. He seemed to think about it for a moment before laughing and moving his seat closer to mine, placing the food on the table. He suggested we share and eat together, smiling at me. He said I could call him crazy, but for some reason he wanted us to be friends and asked if we could try. I didn't know why, whether it was embarrassment, regret, or perhaps the glimmer of hope in his eyes, but I simply nodded, looking away. Whatever. Kirishima was taken aback by Midoriya's words. He couldn't believe that Midoriya had said something like that. Bakugo, visibly annoyed, shouted for him to stop yelling, expressing his frustration over Midoriya's teasing remarks. After their training session, they expected chaos in the classroom, but instead, they found Midoriya laughing while Bakugo scowled, throwing a piece of vanilla muffin at him. When Aizawa entered, he quickly put an end to the commotion. Once they were seated, he began explaining the next exercise. Everything seemed fine until, at the end of his explanation, Midoriya approached Bakugo again, whispering something before rejoining his friends. This caught everyone's attention, even Aizawa seemed surprised. Kirishima was even more shocked when Bakugo followed him to his room, flopping onto his bed and scolding Kirishima for saying things to Midoriya, accusing him of filling Bakugo's head with nonsense. Kirishima knew Bakugo well enough to expect this reaction, but he was surprised to hear Bakugo articulate the reason for his anger. Kirishima recalled the day Midoriya returned, noting how strange it felt, as if he were a different person. Bakugo agreed, though he insisted that it was indeed Midoriya, as they had been together the entire time. Kirishima sighed, admitting he wasn't used to this new version of Midoriya. He asked if anything else had happened, to which Bakugo retorted that he hadn't exploded Midoriya's face yet. Kirishima joked about it, and Bakugo told him to drop dead, which made Kirishima laugh. Bakugo then revealed that he had told Midoriya to do whatever he wanted, admitting that he had agreed to Midoriya's request to be friends. This unexpected response from Bakugo seemed promising, indicating a significant change in their relationship. Kirishima found it great news, though Bakugo grumbled that it would only make things more complicated for him. Kirishima wondered if they should welcome Bakugo into the group or get used to having Midoriya's friends around. Bakugo insisted that he didn't want those idiots getting too close, especially after their recent experience during their hero license exam. Kirishima reminded Bakugo of his promise to share details about that experience, but Bakugo dismissed it, saying he didn't want to think about it right now. Kirishima realized he had forgotten about his own work and felt foolish for not remembering, especially after just finishing a class with Aizawa. Bakugo teased him for being forgetful, and Kirishima marveled at how Bakugo was being surprisingly friendly, even offering to help with his exercises. Kirishima jokingly asked who Bakugo was and what he had done with the real Bakugo. Bakugo shot back with an explosion, and Kirishima barely managed to dodge it in time. He apologized with a smile, while Bakugo sighed, rolling his eyes. Bakugo then announced he was going to his room, threatening to blow anyone's head off if they bothered him. Kirishima called after him, asking if he was still going to help, but Bakugo dismissed him, saying he was done. Kirishima found it surprisingly easy to convince Bakugo to help him, noting that Bakugo seemed genuinely happy, which was a good sign for their friendship with Midoriya. He wondered if they would be a team for the upcoming tasks, and Bakugo grumbled about being paired with the nerd. Kirishima sighed, wishing it were easier to figure out team dynamics. He speculated that Kaminari would team up with Jairu, as they had been getting along well, and Mina would likely pair with Zero. Bakugo warned Kirishima to hurry up or he might end up with Mineta, which sent a chill down Kirishima's spine. He didn't dislike Mineta, but he found him quite odd. Kirishima decided to ask Momo to be his partner, feeling relieved as he organized his notebook on the table. He felt ready to tackle the exercises and told Bakugo to let him know if he had any questions. Bakugo urged him to hurry up, and Kirishima playfully called him Blasty McSplode, which Bakugo vehemently rejected. Meanwhile, Midoriya was reflecting on the chaos of recent days. His new trainer, a blonde who resembled a mummy, was a challenge, and he had discovered that he possessed a powerful secret inherited through generations. His explosive friend was supposed to be his best friend, and he was just learning about their history together. The vagabond was now his teacher, which added to the intensity of his situation. Despite the craziness, nothing particularly interesting had happened lately. Uraraka interrupted his thoughts, asking if he had formed a team yet. Midoriya smiled as he mentioned that he was paired with Bakugo, though they hadn't had a chance to work together yet. He was confident that once they did, they would be great, especially with Bakugo's impressive quirk. It was obvious they knew him, but it was really cool and… Uraraka laughed and commented that he sounded like the same old Deku. She was surprised that he managed to get Bakugo to agree. He had refused at first, but then he accepted. They were in the process of becoming friends again. Todoroki, with his eyes fixed on Uraraka, asked if it was great, to which she nodded with an embarrassed smile. It would be a bit difficult, but it was good for them, he concluded with a smile, receiving supportive smiles from Ida and Todoroki. Deku needed to put in the effort. Deku smiled back, feeling nostalgic since he had seen those photo albums. It was strange to miss something he couldn't quite identify, to feel that every shared conversation with someone he barely knew was so special. It felt illogical and confusing. Since he had reintegrated, everyone expected a sign that he was still the Midoriya they knew, the same as always. But had he changed? They expected him to have certain attitudes and thoughts, but he didn't understand why. He felt out of place, as if he were living a life that didn't belong to him, and it was frustrating. He felt like he would disappoint everyone by thinking differently, by being different. He was aware that he was rebuilding his thoughts and opinions from scratch, but sometimes it felt like something was wrong with him. Why couldn't he remember? Especially since he was constructing his thoughts and opinions anew, he felt like everyone was disappointed, expecting something he wasn't. Was something wrong with him? Losing his memory felt wrong. Todoroki asked if he was okay, and he replied with a smile, assuring him not to worry. He noticed that he was alone with Todoroki in the room. Uraraka had received a message from Tsu and left in a hurry, apologizing that it was urgent. He had asked Ida if he could talk to Deku alone. Todoroki wanted to talk about him, asking if he was all right. Deku insisted he was fine, but Todoroki felt he had to worry because he was his friend, his first friend, and he had done a lot for him. Deku brushed off the mention of the festival, saying it wasn't a big deal. Todoroki then pointed out that Deku had just remembered something. Deku was surprised and tried to recall what he had said. It wasn't anything significant, just something about the festival. Suddenly he remembered the festival where he sacrificed his arm and fingers to show Todoroki that it was his power, not his father's. Excitedly, he exclaimed that he remembered something, and he hugged Todoroki, who returned the embrace after a moment of surprise. Todoroki gently called his name, saying he was being squeezed too tightly. Deku quickly apologized, explaining how much he wanted to remember something. Todoroki asked if that was why he had been so distracted. Deku hesitated to respond, unsure if he could trust him. He remembered the festival, the declaration of war, and the story of Todoroki's family, but everything else was a blur. However, the Todoroki in front of him was different from those memories. He spoke more, smiled a little, and showed concern. Even his gaze was different, as if he had lifted a heavy burden from his shoulders. Maybe talking about this with someone like him wouldn't be so bad, especially since they were friends. Deku admitted, somewhat embarrassed, that he didn't remember anything beyond the declaration of war, the festival, and Todoroki's family story. Todoroki, serious, asked if Deku distrusted him. Deku quickly denied it, struggling to find the right words without sounding crazy. Todoroki suggested that words were a good option, his tone teasing. Deku found it amusing that he could joke. He smiled, realizing how silly he had been. He explained that sometimes he felt like he wasn't the Midoriya they expected him to be. When he spoke with them, he sensed they expected different reactions, and there had been comments that made him feel like he was disappointing them. It frustrated him, making him feel like he wasn't himself, as if he were living a false life. He apologized, expressing that he couldn't be the Midoriya they wanted. As he spoke, tears began to flow down his cheeks. He had been holding so much in, feeling useless and frustrated. Letting it all out felt like releasing a plug from a pool and watching it drain away. It was a relief to express what kept him awake at night, what made him want to avoid looking in the mirror. He knew he had shown a confident, happy side lately, but it hurt to feel that the people who once cared for him wanted the version of him that he used to be, not the one he was now. Why couldn't they accept him as he was? Why did they indirectly pressure him to be the same as before? Those thoughts were interrupted when he felt Todoroki's arms wrap around him in an awkward embrace. It felt cold and overly calculated, and the gentle pats on his back didn't help. Deku asked what Todoroki was doing, and he murmured that he was trying to hug and comfort him. He apologized for not being good at this and admitted he thought he was making Deku uncomfortable. Deku found it amusing that someone didn't know how to give hugs. At that thought, a laugh escaped me. It was calming and I smiled as I hugged him. Sometimes one shouldn't overthink things, otherwise it just feels too cold. He murmured in understanding while returning the embrace. I smiled inside, relieved to have shared my feelings. Once we separated, I gave him a grateful smile. I sincerely thanked him and apologized, but he quickly shook his head. He smiled and said it didn't bother him. Friends do these kinds of things, supporting each other. I nodded, smiling, feeling like I finally had a true friend. I didn't mean to sound negative, but everything sometimes felt so. He reassured me that I was still myself. I was surprised by his words. He admitted he wasn't good at expressing himself but said it was okay to be who I was. It was hard not to remember the past, and it must not feel good when everyone seemed to expect me to be like before. He continued, saying they missed the Midoriya they knew, but that didn't mean there was anything wrong with me now. Despite my distant behavior, I still reminded them that I was the Midoriya they cared about, and they still wanted me as their friend. He paused for a moment and sighed, apologizing for not explaining himself well. I felt overwhelmed with gratitude and thanked him sincerely, expressing how happy his words made me. All Might observed that the young Midoriya had been acting strangely since he woke up. He understood that the lack of memories had changed him, which was normal, but he felt the need to keep an eye on him. The person who attacked Midoriya had a quirk that was unregistered, which was concerning, especially after some villains, accompanied by Nomus, had raided information banks and hacked records. Following those events, some quirks had disappeared, and it was believed that the quirk of the attacker was capable of blocking memories. Aizawa mentioned that he had found something new while reviewing the few similar cases. They all had one thing in common. The last memory they recalled was of blue eyes. This was the same thing Midoriya had described, seeing before he fainted. However, the question remained, had they recovered their memories? Aizawa explained that it was complicated. There were 3 cases. The first person remembered nothing, the second remembered partially, and the third recalled things that never happened. According to the affected individual's partner, he claimed they never argued and that he had never met his deceased best friend, although he recognized him from a few encounters. In other words, they were dealing with a quirk capable of permanently erasing memories or partially recalling them, and it could also insert false memories or modify existing ones. It seemed to be a very dangerous quirk. All Might agreed and asked if Midoriya had remembered anything. Aizawa informed him that so far, Midoriya had recalled the confrontation against Todoroki during the sports festival. There had only been a change in personality. His grades remained the same, but he appeared more confident, distracted less, no longer murmured, and even seemed capable of joking with Bakugo. All Might noted that he had observed the same thing. During training, Midoriya seemed more confident and used his quirk with greater fluidity. Although he didn't remember exactly how to use it, he could reach the same levels as before. All Might found it hard to interpret this but noted that Midoriya seemed comfortable enough to share about his classmates. At least they knew that the League of Villains hadn't implanted any strange ideas in his head. However, it was best to ensure that the person who attacked him didn't get close again. They didn't know what might happen the next time. It was clear that it had been a planned attack, and they hadn't chosen a student at random. All Might considered separating the 2 students who had caused him the most trouble. Perhaps they intended for both to forget who they were, but seeing that Bakugo was involved in a battle with Dabi, Midoriya had been the more defenseless one. Whatever their plan was, they needed to stay vigilant. There was a student involved, and All Might had a promise to keep the promise he made to Midoriya's mother to protect and guide his successor, just as his mentor had done for him. He sometimes had doubts about whether he was doing the right thing or being a good teacher. However, those doubts faded when he witnessed Midoriya's improvements, his selfless heart, and kindness. In those moments, the shadows dissolved, and he realized he had made the best decision. He promised himself that no matter what, he would find a way for Midoriya to recover his memories and protect him. It had been a few weeks since the nerd and Bakugo had been training together with All Might at the request of the former #1 hero. He concluded it would be better for Deku to train with someone to help him practice his fighting moves since he was quite sluggish and didn't know how to move well. For obvious reasons, it ended up being him who trained with Bakugo, as he was the only one who knew the troublesome secret of those two. Thanks to that, the nerd had been sticking to Bakugo like glue, sometimes accompanying him and the rest of the group during lunch, forcing Bakugo to interact with him and his friends in the common room. They had even been doing homework together. Today was one of those days when they were working again on Aizawa's assignment. Bakugo couldn't quite understand how they ended up in this situation. The nerd suddenly shouted his name, prompting Bakugo to glare at him, wondering how he even ended up in his room. He asked what the nerd wanted, and the nerd pointed to something written in one of his notebooks. Bakugo, feeling a bit tired, replied that if the nerd didn't know, he certainly wouldn't. He commented on the nerd's handwriting, which was less than impressive. The nerd protested, sighing, and expressed confusion over why Bakugo made him read these notebooks filled with information about his quirk instead of just telling him about it. Bakugo explained that he already had enough to write about the nerd's quirk without revealing anything that could compromise him or All Might. The nerd suggested they take a break because he was hungry. Bakugo murmured that it was because the nerd skipped breakfast. He set aside his laptop and walked over to his bag, retrieving a packet of snacks and drinks. He returned to sit on the floor and pulled out some cookies shaped like different heroes, which he had bought for the nerd. The nerd was surprised and asked if they were good. Bakugo admitted he preferred savory snacks but had bought both sweet and savory cookies. As he took a bite of a savory cookie, the nerd exclaimed about the cookies shaped like animals, catching Bakugo's attention. Bakugo snapped back, irritated, that they were the only ones left at the bakery. The nerd picked up a cookie and asked about one of the heroes depicted. Bakugo casually mentioned it was Best Jeanist. The nerd, intrigued, quickly searched through his notebooks and found information about Best Jeanist's quirk, which involved manipulating the fibers of clothing. He remarked that it seemed rather dull. Bakugo defended Best Jeanist, stating he was one of the best heroes, ranking third and running an agency. He admitted that while it was annoying to deal with him and his rules, there was still a lot to learn at his agency. The nerd smiled, expressing surprise that Bakugo was a fan of that hero, which made Bakugo feel a bit embarrassed. He hated how the nerd spoke to him so casually, as if they were actual friends. Yet, what frustrated Bakugo the most was that he didn't mind the nerd's presence as much as he thought he would. Over the days spent together doing homework and exercises, he had grown accustomed to the nerd's confident attitude, to the point where it was no longer bothersome. In some ways, it felt like the old times. But it would never be like the old times because the nerd wasn't Izuku. He wasn't the person Bakugo grew up with, yet he still gave him the same headaches. The nerd suddenly mentioned that he remembered something from a few days ago. He wasn't sure why he wanted to share it, perhaps because he felt comfortable with Bakugo. He paused, and Bakugo couldn't help but observe him closely, noticing the small freckles on his face that he hadn't seen before. The nerd's long eyelashes framed his green eyes, and a smile lit up his face. Bakugo asked what he remembered, not intending to pry but genuinely curious if it was something about their past. The nerd excitedly recalled his battle against Todoroki at the sports festival. Bakugo felt a twinge of disappointment but reminded himself it was selfish to feel that way. The fact that the nerd remembered something was enough. Bakugo teased him about his first memory being a loss, finding it amusing that it involved a hospital visit. The nerd, embarrassed, defended himself, explaining how that experience motivated him to watch All Might's videos and understand why he admired him so much. He even recalled their first meeting when All Might saved him and gave him his quirk. Bakugo responded sarcastically, only to have a piece of cookie thrown at him in retaliation. He grabbed a cookie shaped like a rhinoceros and broke it, tossing a piece back at the nerd, who laughed as it got caught in his hair. Bakugo wondered how they ended up in this playful situation and why it felt so good. He wished they could always be like this, where everything felt like it did when they were kids. The nerd laughed, claiming he would get Bakugo for messing with his hair, and grabbed a cookie shaped like Endeavor, covered in jam, and broke it, sending a piece flying at Bakugo. Bakugo retaliated, throwing a piece back, and they continued their playful exchange. Yet, deep down, Bakugo knew they could never return to how things were. None of this felt real. He caught another piece of cookie the nerd threw, and for a moment he enjoyed the laughter they shared. But then he murmured to himself that this wasn't real. The nerd asked what he said, but Bakugo brushed it off, quickly grabbing his laptop and standing up. The nerd, confused, asked where he was going, his smile fading as he looked at Bakugo with intrigue. Bakugo stated he was heading to his room and told the nerd to finish reading his notes and show him what he wrote about Bakugo's quirk later. The nerd questioned why, and Bakugo could sense him getting up to follow. No matter how much he wanted to distance himself, the nerd always ended up trailing behind. Perhaps that was the only real thing in all of this. I can't believe that for a moment. For a moment I thought this was real, that I was with Deku and everything could be like before. Bakugo slammed the door behind him as he stormed out of the room, frustration bubbling within him. He hurried to the elevator, pressing the button repeatedly, desperate to reach the 4th floor. Why did he feel so sad? The attack had been partially successful. On one hand, they had failed to bring Bakugo Katsuki back as an ally, but on the other, Midoriya Izuku had no memory of the events, and that could work to their advantage. Toga asked Dabi how his injuries were healing, glancing at him as he calmly sipped his coffee. Dabi replied that he was better, noting that the kid hadn't been serious during their fight. He suspected that the boy's intention had been to reach his friend as quickly as possible. Toga, with a playful tone, reminded him of how he had barely escaped when Izuku had fallen and caused a massive explosion, earning her a sharp look from Dabi. Regardless, Dabi calmly stated that he had won and asked Tamura what the plan was. Tamura replied that they needed to bring the kid to them, to tempt and convince him. Toga expressed her discomfort with Izuku being close to her, questioning how they would manage to convince him. Tamura explained that the kid had a responsibility regarding Stain's imprisonment and that as a loyal follower, she would want revenge. When Toga asked if he truly believed it would work, Tamura assured her that it would, and if not, the girl could reunite with her family. Confused, Twice interjected, asking if the family wasn't dead, only to be elbowed by Toga, who understood what Tamura meant. Tamura, feeling weary, inquired about the whereabouts of the girl, not wanting to babysit anyone. Kurogyari informed him that she was with Spinner, who was eager to hear stories about Stain. Tamura rolled his eyes, not surprised that Spinner was acting like a fan. He instructed Mr. Compress to find them, wanting to speak with her. After a while, Mr. Compress returned with both of them. The girl approached him, giving him a serious, cold look. Tamura rolled his eyes, feeling that she had failed to intimidate him. He ordered her to follow him, and she responded with a sarcastic remark, which made him smile slightly. It was clear she didn't trust him, and while that was wise, it would hinder their understanding. They walked up to the roof of their hideout. Once there, Tamura took a seat, gazing out at the city. If he truly wanted to achieve his goals, he needed to heed Kurogyari and Mr. Compress and present himself as friendly, no matter how distasteful that felt. He told her to sit down, trying to keep his tone as gentle as possible. She took a seat at a distance, and he observed her from the corner of his eye. She remarked that pretending to be kind wouldn't help. Tamura reminded her that the plan had changed. Instead of attacking Bakugo, she had used her quirk on Midoriya. He should be angry about her mistake, but he was attempting to be amicable since they were supposed to be allies. She countered that they had separated the two, and it was their fault, not hers, that she didn't remember what they looked like. She asserted that they were not allies and that she hadn't agreed to join the league. Tamura frowned, realizing that the plan had shifted unexpectedly. They had intended to attack the boy, possibly eliminate him, and take the other, but now they were in a situation that could potentially work in their favor if handled correctly. Yet, the mistake lingered, one he couldn't comprehend, and it made him distrustful. He argued that she could accept the situation, pointing out that Stain had done so. She replied that she was not him and didn't understand his reasons. After a brief pause, she added that the reasons Tamura had given were vague and unconvincing. Tamura felt his patience waning. She was becoming tiresome, and the understanding side of him was wearing thin. He insisted that in time, she would see that his motives were sufficient and that agreeing would be the best option for someone in her position. She smiled at him, a false and unpleasant smile, and suggested that he must have more to discuss with her. He asked how long her quirk lasted. She explained that it didn't have a specific duration. While memories could be recovered, it wasn't guaranteed, and it depended on the individual. In many cases, memories never returned. Tamura whispered that it would be quite convenient if she could create false memories for the boy she had attacked. She simply replied that she could, but the real question was whether she wanted to do it. He insisted that it would be in her best interest, warning her that he would ensure her life was as fleeting as the moments they experienced. They exchanged glances for a brief moment as she looked ahead. She stated that moments might be fleeting, but memories are eternal. Even when one is no longer in the world, their memory remains with those who knew them. She then asked him if he didn't remember, correcting herself to ask if his memories didn't haunt him at night. She claimed to know all of his memories, stating that her quirk allowed her to create, steal, see, feel, and even live them if she wished. Tamura frowned, realizing that she had seen his memories. He asked if she was threatening him, feeling irritated by the situation. She sarcastically denied any intention of threatening him, which only fueled his annoyance. At that moment, he decided that the friendly approach was over. She was really getting on his nerves. He stood up and looked at her intently, warning her that if she spoke, he would remove her from his plans without hesitation. He lifted her chin gently with 2 fingers, explaining that to him, she was merely a tool, an incredibly useful one, to be honest, one that Stain had failed to utilize. He spoke softly, adding a 3rd finger to his grip, noting that it would be a shame to lose her, but he wouldn't mourn her absence for long. As he added a 4th finger, she remained unfazed, watching him intently as a slight smile began to form on her lips. Was she mocking him? He acknowledged her response, understanding that it was difficult for her to adapt to the situation. She shouldn't have been so defensive, especially with someone offering her a home and a place within something so significant. He sighed and withdrew his fingers from her face, observing her as she touched her chin, checking for any harm. He explained that his quirk activated when he touched her with all 5 fingers and advised her not to wander too far. She mentioned that no one knew her face, thanks to her costume, and while he couldn't force her to stay, she assured him she would return, especially since she had nowhere else to go now that he was gone. He ignored her last comment, indifferent to her safety, whether she got caught or met a worse fate. His sole focus was on capturing that pesky Midoriya and using him to his advantage. If he could persuade Midoriya to join him, he could free his master from that wretched prison, destroy UA, and eliminate every hero in his path, fulfilling both his master's dream and his own. Midoriya had not spoken to Bakugo since the Cookie War. Since then, he had dedicated himself to reading and rereading his notes, trying to understand the words he had once written. He even attempted to talk to Bakugo's friends for information about his quirk, but all he received were vague responses. Kaminari mentioned something about using his nitro sweat for explosions, while Mina described an impressive technique Bakugo had used during a sports festival. Siro admitted he couldn't explain it well, and Kirishima suggested he ask Bakugo directly, apologizing for not being able to help. In conclusion, it was a failure. To make matters worse, he had been so distracted that he had skipped breakfast and even lunch once. When that happened, Ida and Tsuyu showed up at his door with a long speech, while Todoroki and Uraraka insisted he eat twice as much as usual. He realized he needed to stop skipping meals. He sighed, missing the times he and Bakugo worked together. It was always less boring, and he enjoyed the calmness that came when they could talk without shouting. However, these days, Bakugo had been avoiding him, creating a distance that felt like a wall he thought he had broken down. Despite this, he continued to read the notes about Bakugo and his quirk for the 5th time that day, hoping to fulfill the absurd request from the other day and ask what had happened. A soft voice called his name, and he looked up, smiling when he recognized Momo. She explained that she, Jiraiya, Kaminari, and Mina were going to a new store that had opened across from the park. They had noticed how stressed he was with Aizawa's work and thought he might like to join them to relax a bit. He considered her invitation, realizing that since his recovery, everything had been a roller coaster: the pressure of remembering Aizawa's work, his frustration with his own handwriting, and the situation with Bakugo. He definitely deserved a break, especially since he hadn't left the school since returning. He wondered if it would be alright to go, unsure if Aizawa would permit it. Momo had already anticipated his concerns and asked Aizawa for permission. Although he didn't seem pleased at first, he eventually agreed, as long as they were careful and didn't take too long. She smiled, assuring him that since it was a new location, there would be plenty of police around. He smiled back, thinking Momo was truly amazing, and thanked her enthusiastically. Mina chimed in, teasing that if she had asked Aizawa, he would have likely said no. Kaminari joked about a past incident involving an explosion in the lab, earning a playful elbow from Mina. Jiraiya expressed curiosity about what had happened in the lab, but decided it was better not to know. They agreed it was time to leave before it got late, as Aizawa wanted them back by 5. Mina complained about the restrictions, but Kaminari playfully reminded them to listen to Aizawa, prompting laughter from the group. Those laughs. Why do I feel like I've heard them before? A sudden, strong headache invaded my mind, and once again, those blue eyes came to me. That fire? Momo asked Midoriya in a soft, concerned tone, and he quickly turned to her, offering a smile. He assured her he was fine and suggested they move on. They began walking toward the bus stop. The good thing about UA was that it wasn't too far from the park by bus, giving them plenty of time to go and return within the schedule agreed upon with Aizawa. As they walked, Midoriya couldn't help but marvel at the beautiful houses around him. He felt like a tourist exploring the streets, admiring the trees, gardens, and even the little birds flying by. It struck him as strangely nostalgic. Once they arrived at the bus stop, they didn't have to wait long for the transport to arrive. As they boarded, Midoriya found himself gazing out the window, taking in everything around him. Sometimes he joked with Kaminari and Mina, while other times he took the opportunity to ask Momo and Jiraiya about the city, feeling a bit sad about being a tourist in the city where he was born. But there wasn't much he could do about it. Jiraiya announced that it was the next stop as she stood up and headed toward the door, pressing a button to indicate they would get off. Quickly, everyone stood up and joined her. Once they got off, they began walking toward a large venue, which was clearly packed from the outside. Midoriya had no intention of entering, especially with the heat, and he wondered why he would when there was a beautiful park right in front of them. He asked if they minded if he waited in the park. Momo looked confused and asked if he wasn't going to enter. He suggested he might go in when it was less crowded and expressed his desire to get some fresh air. Jiraiya sighed and reminded him that Aizawa had said they should stick together, and being alone in the park would break their promise. Midoriya interrupted, insisting that no one would know. Kaminari chimed in, agreeing to stay with Midoriya since he wasn't a fan of crowded places. Momo hesitated, glancing at Jiraiya, who merely shrugged in response. Mina, excited, urged them to go inside, noting that Kaminari's quirk could help if needed. Momo reluctantly agreed, asking them to notify her if anything happened. Kaminari playfully saluted her, and the girls exchanged glances as Mina laughed and dragged the other two along. Midoriya sighed, wishing he could join them in the park. He felt a rush of excitement as he started walking toward the park. Upon arrival, he spotted some swings and instinctively ran to one, sitting down. Kaminari's laughter followed him. He expressed his delight in knowing he wasn't the only one who had that childhood habit. Midoriya felt a bit embarrassed, unsure if he had ever had such a habit, but he felt the urge to do it. Kaminari nodded in understanding and took a seat on the swing next to him. They chatted and laughed until hunger inevitably struck. Midoriya suggested they grab something to eat and offered to message Momo, noting there was a store nearby. Kaminari preferred to stay, asking if Midoriya could go instead. Midoriya pointed out that the girls might not like knowing he left him alone. He reassured Kaminari that it would be quick and urged him to agree. After a moment of hesitation, Kaminari sighed and nodded. He instructed Midoriya to avoid confrontation and either run to the store with Momo or come back for him if anything happened, then headed off to the store, leaving Midoriya alone. Midoriya sighed, feeling a bit bored without anyone around, but he also admitted he felt quite relaxed. He remarked to himself that silence was nice. Surprised, he turned his gaze to the swing beside him, now occupied by a girl with long gray hair. What caught his attention were her eyes. They were blue. He murmured to himself, unable to look away. Hawks was asked by Endeavor if he had found any trace of the villain they were assigned to track. Hawks, uninterested, replied that there was no sign of the one who erases memories and questioned whether it was really their job to search for him. Endeavor frowned, frustrated that he had to partner with this young hero. He explained that the police were overwhelmed, Best Jeanist was missing, and there were multiple hero patrols searching for the villain responsible for the memory erasure and theft. During their meeting, they were informed that due to the risk level, it was better for them to work alongside the police to find the criminal. He expressed his anger that the same villain had attacked the school his son attended. While Yue didn't matter much to him, Shoto did. This wasn't the first time the League had attacked, and the affected student was the one who had confronted him at the festival, making him reflect on some things that were undoubtedly wrong. He felt a sense of relief that it was the student and not his son who was the victim. Hawks sighed, acknowledging Endeavor's frustration about his son potentially losing his memories. He pointed out that they had been searching for days with little to go on, only knowing that the villain had blue eyes, which was a common trait in the city. Endeavor insisted that they knew the villain was likely a member of the League. Hawks murmured that it was another useless clue since they had no idea where the League was hiding. Endeavor suggested that Hawks could fly over the area to see if he spotted anyone from the League. Hawks questioned if Endeavor thought he was foolish, to which Endeavor simply looked at him and nodded, admitting that it stung a bit. But just so you know, I already did it and there's no trace left. Every morning, I fly over different areas to see if I spot them, but there's nothing. Great, we're back where we started, he thought irritably as his flames flared higher. NG, I don't want to offend you, but you're exposing me to heat that could melt the poles, came a teasing tone as he raised his hands to shield his face and moved away. Shut up, he murmured angrily, watching his flames begin to die down. And stop calling me by my DMN name. The other simply laughed, shaking his head as he took to the skies. He sighed, feeling exhausted as he followed. When was the last time he took a vacation? He remembered it well. It was when Shoto turned 10. I have the address of one of the most recent victims, a young girl the same age as the boy. Her name is Karen, and it seems she's a foreigner who recently moved here. All right, then let's head there. He hoped to find a clue and finish this frustrating job. Each day was becoming more tedious and draining. Why do you think someone is out there erasing memories? Hawks asked beside him. I don't know, he replied seriously. But we'll find out. Maybe they find some kind of fun or pleasure in attacking people and erasing their memories, Hawks pondered. It must be terrible. Losing all your memories, forgetting who you are, who loves you, and who cares about you. It must feel incredibly lonely. I can't understand why someone would do that. The girl in front of him smiled, a familiar expression that left him surprised. Why did he feel like they knew each other? Are you talking about my eyes? She asked with a smile. Honestly, I don't think they're anything special, but yes, they're blue, and yours are green. Her soft, kind tone accompanied a small laugh, and a part of him felt warm. Suddenly he felt embarrassed. Had he really said that out loud? Are you okay? She asked with concern. He quickly nodded, feeling a bit shy. I'm sorry, I think I'm making you uncomfortable, Midoriya. You're not, he replied quickly, realizing she had just called him by his name. He stood up from the swing, moving away slightly. How did she know him? Who are you? He asked nervously. It was a silly question, but he wanted to ensure she wasn't a villain. Perhaps she was someone he had forgotten. Don't you remember me? She said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice as her smile faded. I'm sorry, I thought you would remember. We studied together before you entered UA. I'm so sorry, he exclaimed, feeling guilty. This inability to remember people was really playing tricks on him. Lately, my memories have been a bit fuzzy. I can't go into much detail, sorry. The smile that had disappeared returned to her face, and instinctively, he smiled back as he took a seat on the swing beside her. Don't worry, Midoriya, she said sweetly as she began to swing. Don't you think silence is beautiful? She asked again, surprising him. He watched her for a few minutes. She gave him a smile before turning her gaze to the blue sky as she swung. I think so, he replied hesitantly, mimicking her swinging motion. I mean, silence can be beautiful for the tranquility it brings, but it can also feel very lonely and sad. I think it depends on the person. I agree, she said cheerfully. Sorry for the strange question. Don't worry, he responded as kindly as possible. That question had indeed been quite odd. Perhaps she was as unusual as her question. What are you doing here? She asked. Before you ask, I like this park, it's very peaceful, so I came for a while. I didn't expect to run into an old friend. Well, some friends wanted to check out the new store and invited me, he replied with a smile. Honestly, I wasn't too interested, but I felt like I needed a break. A break? She asked, surprised. Have you been given a lot of assignments? Something like that. I've had a lot on my plate lately. A lot on your plate? She asked, looking at him again. Do you want to talk about it? I'd like to, but I can't discuss it, he murmured, feeling embarrassed. I understand. But you know we've always been good friends, you can count on me, she said softly, watching him. For a moment he felt as if her eyes sparkled like sapphires. He sighed, feeling strangely calm, as if he had known her forever and that she would never betray him. I'll tell you, but you can't say anything, he said, feeling a bit anxious. She nodded, smiling. Well, Yue was attacked, and I fell victim to a quirk that made me lose my memories, he murmured, feeling embarrassed. I'm so sorry, she whispered. How are you handling that situation? Well, it's complicated. It's like getting to know everyone and everything all over again. It's not pleasant, he said, letting out a sigh. Oh yes. They also attacked Bakugo. Do you remember him? She nodded, but quickly frowned, which caught his attention. Are you okay? He asked curiously. Again, she nodded but quickly turned her gaze away. Do you not like Bakugo? He's a JRK, she grumbled. Maybe you don't remember, but he was always such an arrogant brat, and the things he said to you. He furrowed his brow. What did she mean by that? What do you mean? She looked at him again, this time her eyes showing clear sadness. But he couldn't understand. What could be so wrong that she was feeling this way? It was nothing, she sighed, urging Midoriya not to pay attention to her words. She then asked if he had been treated well lately. He nodded, and her expression brightened with a smile. He mentioned that Bakugo left him alone, acknowledging that he didn't have the best temperament. Midoriya agreed, recalling how Bakugo had initially been reluctant to talk to him, even making him doubt their childhood friendship. He felt a bit embarrassed but realized there was a contradiction in his statement since he had previously claimed not to remember anything. He clarified that a friend from UA had told him they were best friends in childhood, which he confirmed by looking at a photo album. She murmured in surprise, noting that he had good friends. Midoriya expressed his wish to remember them and the contents of his hero notebooks, along with memories of his mother. She looked at him with an expression he couldn't decipher, then sighed as she gazed ahead. She hesitated before suggesting that he would remember eventually and asked why he wanted to recall the contents of his notebooks. He explained that Bakugo had mentioned he spent a significant part of his life writing them and that they had a group project on quirks. However, he struggled to decipher his own handwriting, especially the pros and cons he had noted. She offered to help him, suggesting they meet the next day to go over what he had written. His excitement was palpable as he realized that understanding his notes could help him summarize Bakugo's quirk and communicate with him more effectively. She laughed at his enthusiasm and agreed, smiling back at him. He felt comfortable talking to her, recalling their conversations before he entered UA, how she had encouraged him the day before the entrance exam, and how she had come to support him when he thought he had failed. They agreed to meet in the same place the following day, and he suggested she stay a bit longer since his friend Kaminari had gone to get food. He wanted to share it with her and introduce her, considering her his best friend. She smiled shyly but declined, explaining that she was quite busy with a new job she had gotten alongside a family friend. He nodded, smiling as she stood up. He quickly approached her and gave her a hug, which seemed to surprise her. When he pulled away, her expression was one of confusion and surprise. He apologized, explaining that he often hugged his friends to show his appreciation, especially since she had helped him remember their friendship from middle school. She laughed nervously, telling him there was no need to thank her and apologized for not reacting well, admitting she wasn't used to receiving hugs. She then mentioned that she really had to go or she would be late. He assured her it was fine, and before she left, he asked if they could keep their conversation and meeting a secret. She seemed embarrassed and explained that she wanted to remain anonymous among his classmates, especially Bakugo, since they had never gotten along. She joked that she had always been invisible in their story. He reassured her that it would be their secret, and she thanked him, warning him to be careful when alone, as villains were lurking around and could cause harm. Her concerned tone made him feel a bit embarrassed, almost like a child needing protection. He rolled his eyes playfully and asked her name. She crossed her arms, teasing him about not remembering. He admitted he had forgotten and apologized. She smiled and told him he could call her Yoki, as she wasn't comfortable with her real name. He smiled back, pleased to see her again, and she returned the sentiment before running off. He sighed and sat back down, waiting for Kaminari, wondering why he was taking so long. As he swung back and forth, a sense of happiness washed over him. He had reconnected with an old friend, remembered new things, and she could help him decipher his handwriting. Going to the park had indeed been a good idea. Now, he just needed Kaminari to bring the food. He was really hungry. He lost track of time while waiting, even considering going into the store with the girls. Just as he was about to do so, Kaminari approached, running with a bag and apologizing for the delay. He explained that there had been a long line, and a villain had interrupted the store, causing him to wait until a licensed hero arrived. After giving his testimony, the store owner had allowed everyone to take something for free, and Kaminari had grabbed some food and drinks, paying half the price since the owner insisted on giving him a discount for his kindness. Midoriya wasn't sure how many times Kaminari had apologized or how many times he had reassured him that it was fine. Kaminari asked if everything had been okay in his absence, sounding a bit worried. Midoriya smiled and told him not to worry, explaining that he had just been waiting for him. Another lie slipped from his lips as easily as it had come to mind. Kaminari smiled confidently as he took a seat on the floor, inviting me to sit beside him. I gladly accepted, and he pulled out the food, placing it on the bag. There were a couple of sandwiches, 2 pastries, cookies, and 2 drinks. He expressed surprise at the amount he had brought, mentioning that whenever he went out with others, the food always seemed to run out. He recalled Bakugo's dramatic comments about how they would eventually eat all the food in the world, which made me chuckle. Bakugo certainly had a flair for the theatrical. Kaminari believed the food was sufficient, but suggested that we could return to the store together to buy more drinks and snacks, especially since Mina and Siro had impressive appetites. He shared his relief that nothing had happened to me, admitting he was worried not just because he was in charge, but also because I was his friend. He humorously noted that if something happened to me, the girls would be furious and Bakugo would explode his remains, while Todoroki would burn the ashes, Ida would step on them, Tsuyu would use her frog poison, and Uraraka would float them away. I rolled my eyes, realizing that Bakugo wasn't the only one with a flair for drama. Kaminari insisted he wasn't exaggerating, and with a smile, he suggested it was time to eat. I nodded, feeling a pang of guilt for lying to him. He genuinely seemed like a good person and a true friend. I sighed, reflecting on my friendship with Yoki, who I had known much longer than Kaminari. It felt wrong to think that my classmates at UA didn't mean much to me, that they were just acquaintances I got along with, except for Bakugo. For some reason, even without remembering, he mattered to me. Thinking of my family only brought sadness and frustration over my inability to remember them. I longed to recall those memories, feeling empty and like a stranger, yet strangely comfortable with who I was. Bakugo was grappling with his own feelings of sadness and nostalgia. He had always believed that arrogance and pride were the downfall of the weak, but he realized he had been mistaken. That mindset had led to his own downfall. He hated the frustration and guilt he felt, blaming Deku for his emotions while knowing deep down that he was responsible for many of his actions. He regretted how he treated the one person who saw him as a hero, even when others whispered that he was a villain. Bakugo understood that he had to confront the truth about himself, especially after meeting the Baku squad. He recognized that he had been foolish with someone he considered his best friend, one of the few true friends he had in his childhood. He admitted that he didn't deserve Deku's admiration or the power of All Might, but he couldn't help but admire Deku for having the qualities of a hero, qualities he felt he lacked. It hurt to feel this way, and he questioned how he could act as if the wall he built around himself didn't exist. He found himself standing at a door, seeking answers, his head down and eyes filled with guilt. He felt pathetic for feeling this way. When someone called his name in surprise, he instinctively embraced them, not wanting to be seen in such a vulnerable state. He confessed his feelings of worthlessness, feeling frustrated and ashamed. He clung tightly, fearing he might fall into the demons of his past. Tears streamed down his face as he battled with guilt and sadness, haunted by memories of how he treated Deku. He didn't want to feel like he was becoming like All for One, a villain consumed by power. The voice reassured him, insisting he wasn't worthless or pathetic, that he was amazing. But Bakugo struggled to accept it, his voice trembling as he realized how fragile he sounded. He wondered if Deku felt this way when he hurt him. The thought was painful, and he shouted that he was a horrible person, not caring if anyone heard him in the night. "No, you're not," Kirishima said, hugging Bakugo a little tighter. "You're a good person, Bakugo. Yes, you've made mistakes, and sometimes you don't act in the best way, but you're trying to change. I see that, and others have noticed it too. I know you're not proud of who you are, you've made that clear to me. But nobody is perfect, and you're not alone. We're here to listen to you and to help you recognize when you're making mistakes. Please, don't think that way about yourself." "I don't deserve it," Bakugo whispered, his throat burning, making it hard to stay calm. His hands began to spark with small bursts of energy, nothing dangerous, but enough to indicate that something was wrong. He had never lost his composure like this before. The explosions continued, forcing Kirishima to use his quirk to contain the energy around Bakugo's hands. "I don't deserve it," he repeated, this time barely audible. "You're my best friend," Kirishima said softly, and that was enough to trigger a cry from Bakugo, which he muffled against Kirishima's shoulder. He hated Kirishima and his kindness, hated Deku for always supporting him and being there, for making him feel like a hero instead of a villain. He hated the Baku squad for making him feel so happy. He hated himself for feeling that way because he believed he didn't deserve any of it. He closed his eyes and allowed himself to cry freely for the first time in a long while. When was the last time he felt like this? He remembered it clearly. It was when he was 11 years old, after a fight with his parents, where he saw disappointment in their eyes. In anger and sadness, he ran to the only place he knew he would be welcomed that late at night. He recalled Inko's worried expression, how he ignored her and went straight to Deku's room, where he received a comforting hug without questions. Kirishima never pressured him to share what happened that day, and neither did anyone else. Even after Bakugo's embarrassing and pathetic reaction, Kirishima offered to talk in his room once he calmed down a bit. Bakugo silently agreed, and upon entering, Kirishima sat on the floor, smiling and inviting him to sit beside him. They spent a few minutes in silence. Kirishima never asked about it, just watched him with that ever-present kindness. It made Bakugo want to cry again. "Call the others," he managed to murmur, his voice choked and broken. He felt as if he might break down again, hiding his face between his knees to stifle the sobs escaping his lips. Kirishima didn't need to be told twice. He stood up, grabbed his phone and called each of their friends. Once he finished, he sat back down beside Bakugo, wrapping his arms around him. Bakugo didn't know why, but he wanted them there. He wanted to open up to them just as they had done with him, sharing their fears and insecurities, their failures in love, their worries and frustrations. He felt pathetic. He remembered that the others arrived quickly. He lifted his gaze for a moment, everything appearing blurry, and he must have looked a mess. "Bakugo!" they exclaimed upon entering. He quickly hid his face again, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He heard the door slam shut, and soon he was enveloped in a warm embrace. Kaminari asked what had happened, while Mina reassured him with phrases like, "Don't cry, Bakugo. It's okay. Everything will be fine." What happened? That night, he poured out his feelings, sharing how they affected his sleep. He recalled their kind smiles as they listened, their worried eyes, and their comforting words. Their advice and patience filled him with warmth. He remembered crying so much that he felt drained, but also felt a sense of calm wash over him, as the burning in his throat eased and the fear that had gripped him seemed to fade away. That was the last thing he remembered before falling asleep. Kirishima had never seen Bakugo like this before. It felt as if they had only seen a facade of someone unshakable, hiding the sadness and guilt beneath a person who knew they had made mistakes and didn't know how to fix them. "Kirishima," Mina called, her tone concerned as she stroked Bakugo's hair, who was resting on Kaminari's shoulder. "How long has Bakugo been feeling like this?" "I don't know," Kirishima admitted. "But I have a theory. I think it started after the fight with Midoriya that got them both in trouble. Since then, Bakugo has been calmer. He even agreed to talk about what happened and shared his friendship with Midoriya. That day, he had a look on his face that I couldn't decipher. He told me how Midoriya treated him when his quirk first appeared, their relationship in middle school, and how close they were before his quirk manifested." Kirishima glanced at Bakugo. It seems like since that day, he's been reflecting and hiding how he really feels. "It must have gotten worse when Midoriya lost his memory," Siro chimed in. "Midoriya talks to him with such confidence, as if nothing ever happened, like they've always been friends and everything is fine." Bakugo seemed okay with that. But then one day, he was with Midoriya when Monoma showed up. Apparently, he found out about Midoriya's situation, just like Shinso, and they both looked worried. "Monoma was worried?" Kirishima asked, surprised. Siro nodded. "It seems even someone like him can understand how delicate the situation is. Still, he made a comment about how careless we were, typical Monoma stuff. That seemed to irritate Bakugo, and he made a classic Bakugo remark." Siro paused and sighed. That seemed to upset Monoma, who accused him of pretending to be friends with Midoriya, living a lie. Shinso used his quirk to apologize and took Monoma away. "I didn't think it would affect Bakugo. You know how he is." "Bakugo," Kaminari said softly, careful not to wake him. Siro nodded. "I'm worried," Mina said suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. The first time I saw Midoriya and Bakugo, I didn't think much of their relationship. But over time, I realized they both seemed to carry a lot of emotions they didn't know how to express. It made me wonder what led them to this point. I never wanted to pry because I felt it wasn't my place, but seeing Bakugo like this. Maybe it was a mistake to pretend nothing was wrong. "It's not your fault," Kirishima whispered. "I made the same mistake. I believed that since they were improving, everything was fine, but I never considered that perhaps the only one truly okay was Midoriya. It was my fault, I admitted. How could I have allowed my best friend to drown in his own fears and insecurities?" Siro spoke firmly, asserting that none of them were to blame. They couldn't read Bakugo's mind, all they could do now was support him. He looked serious as he observed the situation, receiving a light jab from Kaminari when he noticed Bakugo adjusting himself and clinging to his arm. A soft apology escaped Bakugo's lips. However, it was clear that those two had been creating knots they didn't know how to untangle. Kaminari suggested that perhaps they should take action, seeing how Bakugo once again settled against his shoulder without letting go of his arm. Siro expressed his disagreement with intervening but admitted he couldn't leave a friend in such a state. The situation between Midoriya and Bakugo was delicate. Midoriya seemed unable to approach Bakugo without complicating matters further, while Bakugo was trapped in his own thoughts of anger, guilt, and frustration, lashing out and hurting himself and Midoriya, the last person he wanted to harm. Maybe intervention was necessary, one of them sighed, receiving nods of agreement from Mina and Siro. Kaminari, however, disagreed, stating that it was evident those two wouldn't resolve things on their own. He acknowledged that they should help their friend but insisted they shouldn't interfere directly. Bakugo was sensitive about this topic, and they had seen that today. Shiro remarked that he had never seen Bakugo so agitated. Kaminari explained that Bakugo was like his quirk explosive. He felt emotions intensely, much more than others did. Since Bakugo rarely expressed how he felt, he bottled things up until he exploded. This also happened when he was angry. He struggled to communicate his thoughts properly, which led to misunderstandings. His personality was quite blunt. This reflection caught their attention. Kaminari, usually a jokester and carefree, seemed to have a deeper understanding of the situation. Kaminari suggested that what Bakugo truly needed was proper guidance. He needed someone to be there for him, to help him understand. He needed to talk to Midoriya when he regained his memory, to clarify things so they could open up to each other. Bakugo had to realize that the time spent with Midoriya was genuine, that what happened now would be something he would cherish in the future, and that despite the changes, he was still the same person. It wasn't easy for Midoriya either, even if he didn't express it. If Bakugo trusted them, it was because he believed they could help him find the answers he couldn't see. Unfortunately, they couldn't provide those answers, but they could be honest and share their perspectives on where both he and Midoriya had gone wrong. Mina quietly acknowledged Kaminari's insight, admitting that he was quite good at these things. The truth was, Kaminari had a talent for listening. He had advised Shiro when he spoke about his physical insecurities. He might seem superficial at first glance, but those who knew him understood that it was merely a facade. Kaminari valued people's hearts over their appearances. Kaminari looked attentive, a bit nervous and embarrassed by the praise. He always reacted this way when someone acknowledged him after he spoke. One of them suggested that he should talk to Bakugo, as he had spent the most time with Midoriya lately and was good at giving advice. Kaminari hesitated, expressing doubt about whether Bakugo trusted him as much as he did others. He suggested they all talk together instead, and everyone nodded in agreement. Mina, however, reminded them that it was already 2 in the morning and that Aizawa would be furious if he found out she had been in a boy's room so late. Shiro reassured her that it was fine and that they would likely be leaving soon too. Mina nodded and hurried out of the room, leaving Shiro to look at the rest of them with a pout. He asked if they were having a sleepover, to which they both smiled and agreed. Kaminari added that tomorrow would be painful for his arm, and Shiro chuckled, saying it was worth it for their friend. Then Shiro brought up a conversation he had with Jiraiya. He jokingly asked if they were finally dating, causing laughter among the group, as it was no secret that those two shared a special connection. Shiro continued, recalling how Jiraiya had mentioned that since Bakugo and Midoriya's fight, she had noticed they were acting differently, getting along better. He shared that weeks before Midoriya's accident, Jiraiya had caught them watching a movie in silence when everyone else was supposed to be asleep. She hadn't thought much of it at the time, but afterward, both seemed more distant, with Midoriya appearing more distracted. Kaminari speculated whether something had happened that they didn't know about, which might have triggered Bakugo's explosive behavior. He nodded, adding that Jiraiya had mentioned that Hagakure believed Midoriya was in love. Surprised, Shiro questioned whether Midoriya had feelings for a girl, knowing he had a special bond with Uraraka. Kaminari clarified that it wasn't about Uraraka or any girl from their class. Instead, he hesitated, revealing that Hagakure thought Midoriya was in love with a boy. Shiro's eyes widened in surprise at this revelation. Kaminari nodded, expressing surprise. He had always thought Bakugo was into girls, especially given how he acted around Uraraka. He wondered if anyone knew who Bakugo liked. Kaminari simply nodded and discreetly glanced at Bakugo. Just then, Shiro covered his mouth with tape right as he was about to let out a surprised shout. He quickly looked sideways, noticing that Shiro had his eyes wide open and his hands over his mouth, trying to stifle his own surprise. Shiro looked at him, and they both nodded before inhaling deeply. Slowly, he peeled the tape away, exhaling all the air he had held in, while Shiro removed his hands from his face, mimicking his gesture. Shiro asked if he was sure about the theory, to which he replied that it was just a wild idea from Hagakure. However, if it were true, some things would start to make sense. He murmured that they wondered if Bakugo might reciprocate those feelings. Kaminari looked at him and then directed his gaze toward Bakugo, admitting he honestly didn't know. Tamura had warned that troublesome girl not to go out, yet she had ignored him. He seethed at the thought of what would happen when he finally confronted her. Spinner sighed, trying to calm him, reminding him that if she didn't come out, it would be difficult for her to fulfill his request. Mr. Compress nervously agreed, suggesting that Tamura should speak to her kindly, as Kurogiri was already convincing her to come down from the roof. Tamura struggled to contain his anger, having spent the last hour on the same topic while that girl remained stubbornly on the roof. Toga, with a sadistic smile, suggested that if they wanted her on their side, being nice would be the best approach. If she didn't cooperate, she would enjoy playing with her, as she had new knives to try out. Kurogiri entered the room, calling for Tamura, who shot him a glare. He demanded to know where the girl was, his tone threatening. Kurogiri informed him that she was still up there, refusing to come down, but had agreed to talk to him. He advised Tamura to be kind, as she could be useful. Without needing to hear more, Tamura rolled his eyes and headed for the stairs leading to the roof. Upon reaching the top, he knocked on the door, feeling it click open as he angrily pushed it aside. The girl stood there, arms crossed, wearing a frown. She greeted him sweetly, but he was too angry to appreciate it, demanding to know where she had been. She calmly explained that she had gone to make the first move in their plan, inserting false memories into Midoriya Izuku. Her tone was smooth, devoid of malice, as if manipulating someone's memories was a simple task. Tamura found it hard to interpret her lack of concern. He asked if she had given Midoriya memories of the League, and she replied that she hadn't found it necessary. When he pressed her for an explanation, she revealed that Midoriya was not foolish. She had seen his memories when she took them, and it was clear to her that leaving him in a hero school while expecting him to believe he was a villain would raise suspicions. Tamura contemplated her words, begrudgingly admitting she had a point. It would have been easier if they had pretended to care for him, but leaving him in a hero school posed a risk of him regaining his memories and realizing the truth. They would need to act convincingly to pull off such a scheme. He sighed in frustration, acknowledging her reasoning, and asked what kind of memories she had implanted. She mentioned false memories of friendship, her gaze drifting to the sky as she commented on the pleasant weather. Tamura dismissed her observation, demanding to know why she had chosen that particular memory. She frowned, clenching her fists in frustration, and snapped that she was trying to fit in with his team while he wouldn't even engage in conversation with her. He sighed again, explaining that he was stressed and tired, which was why he wasn't in the mood to talk. Her expression softened, and she managed a smile, saying she understood. She believed it would be easier to approach Midoriya as a friend. When he asked when she would see him again, she replied it would be that very day, and if luck was on her side, he would come. Otherwise, she would have to visit his mother. Tamura was surprised to hear she knew who his mother was. She smiled mischievously, saying it was a secret, and then began to walk away. He sighed and looked up at the sky, recalling Kurogiri's advice to be kind. He questioned her about her fondness for the gloomy weather, noting that the clouds obscured the sun and it looked like rain. She paused, turning to him with a surprised expression before offering him a genuine smile. She explained that the weather made her feel nostalgic and bid him farewell. He reflected on the events of the previous night, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude for having his friends by his side. As much as I wanted to deny it, having them by my side meant a lot to me. They listened without judgment and comforted me when it felt like I was about to hit rock bottom. Even though I wanted to pretend nothing had happened, I knew that wasn't the best option. The proof was in how I emotionally exploded into tears over everything I had been holding back. I sighed. I had brought this on myself. I blinked a few times, trying to adjust to the light. I really didn't want to get up, I was so incredibly comfortable. The fact that someone was gently stroking my hair didn't help at all. I felt like a cat craving more of that warm affection. A voice murmured a greeting, and I quickly turned to see a goofy smile and yellow eyes blending with messy hair. That's when I realized I was lying on the floor with my head on their lap. How had I ended up there? I softly greeted back as I sat up and adjusted myself beside them. Their smile seemed frozen on their face, and their expression of surprise made me chuckle, which seemed to throw them off even more. I playfully asked what kind of face that was, turning slightly to get a better look at them. They quickly regained composure and laughed, sitting up with their knees bent and leaning toward me. They said they couldn't believe I had returned the greeting and noted how relaxed I looked. I whispered, slightly embarrassed, that I always looked like this in the mornings. Apparently, it was something I inherited from my father, as my mother often lamented my usual mood returning. I rolled my eyes, finding it amusing. My mother could be quite the drama queen. With a smile, they noted that this was new information for their personal encyclopedia. They then asked how I was feeling. I shrugged and sighed, admitting I felt somewhat better but was starving. They laughed and shook their head, leaving me a bit confused. What was going on with them? Why were they so cheerful? They explained that Kirishima must know me well because he had come down with Mina and Siro to bring breakfast and justify why we wouldn't be eating with everyone else. I asked why we were eating here, and they replied that we needed to talk about what had happened yesterday. I really didn't want to discuss that, but I knew it was necessary. I muttered under my breath, and they laughed, asking why I was so cheerful. I replied that, for starters, I hadn't exploded their face, which my beautiful face appreciated. I rolled my eyes again, and they added that it made them happy to know I truly considered them my friends. They mentioned that Mina and Siro looked like they were on cloud 9. I asked in confusion what they meant and told them not to assign titles without my permission. I was baffled as to why that made them so happy. They explained that they always knew I considered them friends but thought I liked Kirishima more. I admitted that wasn't too far from the truth. He was less annoying than the rest of them. They exclaimed that I was in a really good mood, which was preferable to seeing me down again. I brushed it off, teasingly asking if I hadn't fallen asleep on their shoulder. They nodded enthusiastically and explained that they had moved me because they thought my neck would hurt later. I realized I must have been exhausted not to feel that. Unlike many, I had a light sleep, so if I woke up, it took me a while to fall back asleep, and sometimes I couldn't return to sleep at all. They looked like they wanted to say something but were interrupted by the door, as the noisy group had returned. One of them burst in, smiling widely while carrying what appeared to be a cake. I wondered if they had actually bought a cake or if the cook had made it. I hoped it was the latter. He was the best cook among all the extras, and it was the only reason I didn't get pestered all the time to cook. Another one yelled at them to stop shouting, and they commented that the old me was back. They laughed, saying they had missed the moment when I woke up like a kitten craving affection. I was embarrassed and shouted in response. The four of them laughed, and as the cake was set down, I noticed another friend had brought a plate full of noodles, placing it in front of me, while pulling out cups and a soda from their bag. Another friend set down trays of sushi along with chopsticks. I asked why there was so much food, and they explained they wanted sushi, but Kirishima thought I might like the spicy noodles, so they left them cooking while they went for sushi and bought me a tray because they didn't trust Kirishima's cooking. After getting the sushi, they had taken a moment to buy drinks and saw cute cups, which they picked up, and ended up buying the cake I had once mentioned I liked. It was easier for everyone to eat the noodles I cooked than for me to cook for them. I pointed out that one of them didn't even like the noodles, and they just smiled sheepishly. I told them to let me know how much they spent so that I could pay them back. They mentioned that later, Kaminari and Kirishima would invite us to eat. They added that Mina and I had talked on the way here and agreed that we needed tutoring or Aizawa would fail us. In other words, they preferred I tutor them rather than pay them. They nodded and I agreed. Mina suggested we start eating, and everyone agreed. Soon, I found myself surrounded by jokes and cheerful chatter. We even ended up watching one of those cheesy movies that my friend liked, and to my surprise, I found myself laughing along with them. After we finished eating, I took the trays and plates to the kitchen, preparing to get some plates for the cake. How was the dish I cooked? The one with messy hair asked with a bright look. It needed more spice, but it wasn't bad, the response came. To my surprise, he began boasting that I had liked the dish while sticking his tongue out at the raccoon-eyed one and the flat-faced one. I focused on the pair. The first was pouting while trying to hide a smile behind a fake frown, while the second just laughed cheerfully. I was about to complain, but after thinking it over, I preferred to concentrate on eating my slice of cake. Silence filled the room for a moment, prompting me to look away from my cake and observe them. I understood instantly. It was time to talk. Blasty. It was the messy-haired one who spoke. Was everything really okay? Yes, I sighed, taking another bite of cake. You know, your reaction surprised us yesterday, especially since you've always been someone who doesn't show emotions in front of others. There was a pause. That's why, when you showed us that part of yourself, we felt happy to know you trusted us, but also very worried because it meant you were carrying a heavier burden than you should. Since when was the messy-haired one so good with words? I whispered an apology, and once again, silence enveloped the room until the messy-haired one spoke up. You don't have to apologize, Bakugo. We weren't really bothered. He said softly, placing a hand on my shoulder. You're our friend, we care about you, and we'll always be here for you. We're so glad you could open up to us because it's really good, Blasty, that you can talk about how you feel. We also talk, the raccoon-eyed one added. And we think you should spend more time with Midoriya to rebuild that friendship. It won't be an easy task, but maybe it will be since Midoriya really appreciates you. However, it will be difficult for everything to go back to how it was. He paused and smiled at me with a sweetness I didn't expect. Maybe it will never be the same as before, but it can be something better, something new, something healthy for both of you. It's obvious that you're not the same as before, and neither is he. I didn't know you when you were kids, but I met you both when we entered UA, and you're completely different from how you were at the beginning of the year. We all are. We think it's best if you ignore that idiot Monoma, the flat-faced one said, surprising me since he never insulted anyone. Focus on getting along with Midoriya too, because when the old him returns, he will appreciate having you by his side. Besides, you know him best. You might be the one who can help him the most. And when Midoriya regains his memories, we'll figure out the best way for you to apologize if you feel lost and don't know how to do it. If you're scared, we'll be there, supporting you. And taking down all the Monomas in the world who dare to hurt you, the raccoon-eyed one exclaimed, causing me to chuckle softly. Thank you, I whispered. Really, thank you. They shook their heads with smiles. We're friends, Blasty. You don't have to thank us for anything, the messy-haired one whispered. I was about to say something when suddenly the door burst open, revealing the round-faced one with a deeply worried expression. Have you seen Deku? Isn't he with you? I asked, getting up instantly. No one has seen him since this morning. We were talking, and I took Ida to the infirmary because he wasn't feeling well, and Deku stayed with Todoroki. But then Tokoyami called him to help with something, and when he returned, Deku was gone. I asked the others, and no one saw him, so I came to see if he was with you, and the messy-haired one interrupted. Uraraka, calm down, it seems like you're going to faint. Did you inform Aizawa? Todoroki already went to tell him, and the others are looking for him. I called him, but he isn't answering his phone. What if something happened to him? She didn't need to say more. I dodged past her and ran out of the room to find him. Minute, Deku, why do you always get into trouble? Honestly, Midoriya had not thought much about it after receiving a negative response from Aizawa when he asked if he could go out to buy some things. It was a vague excuse, but since he promised Yoki not to say anything, his options for leaving the academy were quite limited. He sighed, realizing that it hadn't been his best plan, but fortunately he had finally arrived. Midoriya spotted Yoki calling him over. He quickly turned and saw her approaching. Unlike the last time, she had her hair tied up in a bun, which highlighted her blue eyes. She wore a pink dress adorned with cherry blossom petals, and at her waist was a black bow. Her feet, she sported black lace-up boots with a small heel, bringing her to his height as he got closer. She looked good, and he smiled at her, noticing her surprise as her eyes widened. She glanced around as if searching for someone, then turned back to him, pointing to herself in embarrassment, silently asking if he was referring to her. This made him chuckle, and he nodded. Yoki exclaimed, feeling embarrassed and pouting, telling him not to tease her. She insisted it wasn't funny, stomping her foot in a small fit, which only made him want to laugh more. He apologized, trying to hold back his laughter, and asked about her reaction. She hesitated, admitting she wasn't used to compliments. He observed her for a moment, contemplating whether to ask why, but noticing her discomfort, he decided against it. She seemed to sense his hesitation and quickly offered him a grateful smile, asking why he had taken so long. Midoriya explained that Aizawa had said no, so he had to return to the dorms. On the way, he devised an escape plan, which was interrupted by his friends until he went to get breakfast for everyone. Curiously, Ida didn't take well to the food, so Uraraka accompanied him to the infirmary. Coincidentally, a classmate called Todoroki, and he had to leave. Once he was alone, Midoriya made his escape. Yoki laughed, teasing him about making his friend feel bad with the food to get away from him and Uraraka. He nodded, feeling embarrassed, and reminded her that they used to pull pranks like this together, so he didn't see anything wrong with playing one on Ida and sneaking out, just like they did in middle school. She laughed again, but there was something subdued about her laughter, a hint of sadness that contrasted with the more boisterous laughter of their friends. It was as if laughter had been a rare visitor for her. He shook his head, wondering why he was thinking about this. Yoki then asked if Todoroki's quirk was fire. He confirmed it, explaining that it was half fire and half ice. He had notes on him but hadn't read everything, and he had brought several notebooks for her to help him. She expressed excitement, noting that it would be complicated to go to a restaurant since they were being searched for. She mentioned knowing a great place where they could eat in peace. Midoriya countered that it would be bad publicity for the academy if it got out that a student had escaped, so it was likely they would only send students to look for him. He crossed his arms with a smile, confident in his reasoning. Yoki teased him, calling him a villain, and he laughed, agreeing that he could pull off a classy villain look. She playfully hit him for his bad joke, and he smiled, enjoying their banter. She mentioned knowing a restaurant he would love, referring to him as a hero geek. He responded with a playful whisper, encouraging her to take him to this wonderful place. She joked that it could be a cell, and he quipped about being allergic to dust, asking if he needed a tuxedo as well. She humorously suggested a red tie, and he added that it would be great if they could mess up his hair and put on eyeliner. He imagined how it would look, claiming he would appear as a cute rebel. Rolling her eyes, she urged him to start walking, and he nodded as they began their journey. The path was quiet, but he felt a sense of unease. He knew he had escaped and that they would be searching for him, uncertain of when they might find him. He could already feel Aizawa's disapproving gaze and the disappointed looks from his friends. Suddenly, Yoki interrupted his thoughts, calling out to him. He snapped back to reality, confirming he was there. I smiled nervously and apologized. She reassured me, saying it was fine and that we had arrived. As we entered through the back of the restaurant, I felt a mix of surprise and fear. If we were discovered, we could get into trouble. She seemed to sense my anxiety and smiled to calm me down. "Don't worry, I work here," she said, and her smile was indeed comforting. As we walked further inside, a couple of girls and boys greeted her cheerfully. Noticing their uniforms, I realized they were cooks and waitstaff. She returned their greetings with a warm smile and introduced me, making me feel a bit embarrassed. When we reached the stairs, I spotted Endeavor, the hero I had seen on one of the cookies Bakugo bought. He was sitting at a table on the ground floor. Seeing him made my heart race. He commanded a lot of respect, but what truly frightened me was the thought of him noticing and questioning me. Yoki seemed to pick up on my unease and gestured for me to go up the stairs. I did, but when I noticed she wasn't following, I paused on the steps, peeking around the corner. She was walking toward the great hero, who was accompanied by a young man with large wings. I recalled Tokoyami mentioning him. He was the youngest hero, Hawks. I watched as Yoki greeted them with a smile, and their response was immediate. They chatted, and it seemed like they were joking around, as the sound of Hawk's laughter filled the restaurant, accompanied by Yoki's shy giggles. To my surprise, she even managed to make Endeavor smile and engaged him in conversation before saying her goodbyes. Quickly, I climbed a couple more steps to avoid being seen, and soon Yoki returned, smiling and signaling for me to come up. Once at the top, we walked toward a somewhat hidden table in the back and took our seats. "What was that all about?" I asked, astonished. "What do you mean?" she replied, looking confused. "The greeting with Hawks and Endeavor," I exclaimed, quickly covering my mouth and glancing back to ensure no one had overheard. "They're regular customers," she said with a laugh. "It's a hero cafe, so many professional heroes come here." "So you have contact with different heroes?" I asked, and she nodded with a smile. "Yes," she said enthusiastically. I also hear about missions and things like that. Some of them don't take care of themselves at all. I guess that's because it's a cafe for heroes, I remarked, and she nodded, her excitement evident. What did they say? You're quite curious, she noted suddenly. I'm sorry, I said, feeling a bit embarrassed, but she just shook her head and smiled sincerely. It's fine really. They didn't say much. I was just checking if my coworkers had taken good care of them and recommending a new dish we have. I always serve them well, and Hawks gets along with me, so I took that little liberty. Hawks even joked about my eyes and how that could be suspicious, to which Endeavor rolled his eyes and explained that there's a person with blue eyes committing crimes. You know, like what happened to you. He told me to be careful and to report anything suspicious. Wow. It seems like you get along well with them, I said, and she nodded. You could say that. I've talked more with Hawks, but I've also spoken with Endeavor. He's known me for about 2 years now. I can't even remember when I started working here, but one thing I know for sure is that man is addicted to bitter coffee. I chuckled. For some reason, that coffee seemed to suit him well. Do you want something to eat? She asked, smiling. I think after your escape, you haven't even had breakfast. Maybe later, honestly, I'm not very hungry, I replied, smiling while pulling out my notebooks from my backpack. I'd say you're more anxious, she said, rolling her eyes. All right, hand me the notebook with information about Bakugu's quirk. I nodded and handed her the notebook, then took out my class notebook to write a clear introduction about the quirk. Wow, this is interesting, she commented, laughing. It seems to be weaker in the cold. Still, it doesn't seem like a weak quirk, I replied. According to what you have written, it's a very strong quirk, and of course, its user is very skilled. She paused. Do you have a blank sheet? I nodded and tore out the last page. She took it and began jotting down notes quickly while occasionally glancing at my notebook. I watched her attentively. When she finished, she handed me the sheet, and I was surprised to see her beautiful, clear handwriting. Not only that, but she had noted the pros and cons of Bakugu's quirk, along with some extra observations. Thank you, I exclaimed, smiling. You're welcome, but it's nothing special. I just rewrote what you had and drew some conclusions, she said with a laugh. Besides, I thought it would be better if you had to make a report. I'll keep reading your notebooks. I've always enjoyed learning more about quirks. Apparently, so do I sighed. Speaking of quirks, what's yours? I don't have one, she said, looking embarrassed. I'm quirkless, so I was bullied, just like you were before All Might gave you one for all. You know about one for all? Best, surprised. You confided in me. He told you not to say anything, but since you accidentally told Bakugu, you told me too, and I promised never to say a word. In fact, we promised that no one would know I knew, not even All Might. Remember? I think so, I said, thinking back. Suddenly, a sharp headache hit me and memories flooded back. All Might's voice calling my name, telling me I could be a hero, my mother apologizing to me, the doctor saying I couldn't be a hero, the laughter of everyone mocking me, Yoki comforting me, and finally, the training sessions with All Might. I recalled telling Yoki about One for All. Yes, I remember, I replied at last, and she smiled. I'm so glad to see your memories coming back, she said, smiling at me. Me too, I whispered, returning her smile. Hey, do you mind if we order something to eat? Not at all. I'll go get something. Do you want anything special? Surprise me. Understood. Midoriya continued writing about Bakugu's quirk while Yoki went to get something to eat. He thought he could make some progress, but the report was becoming more complicated with all the information, pros, cons, weaknesses, and extra details. It was the third time he thought he had finished, only to find interesting conclusions Yoki had drawn about Bakugu's quirk that he wanted to add. He looked at his notebook for a moment. The handwriting was clear, but the report was a jumble of crossed-out words, arrows, and notes, even doodles of Bakugu exploding things and fighting, with various expressions in a vague attempt to capture how he might look in those moments. While he knew his drawings didn't do Bakugu justice, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had known him forever. They were childhood friends, yet he didn't remember anything about him, and still, he felt comfortable by his side. Of course, he wouldn't shout about it or announce how attractive he found Bakugo. It was undeniable that Bakugo had a certain appeal. But he was more than just attractive. The time they shared before the Cookie War revealed that Bakugo was as intelligent as he was temperamental. He was quick and always solved exercises before Midoriya could. Talking with Kaminari, he learned that Bakugo had promised to excel in everything he did, and it seemed he had succeeded. Although this was Kaminari's opinion, Midoriya chose to believe him, considering he knew Bakugo better than he did. Todoroki also highlighted Bakugo's brilliance and strength in battle, expressing his surprise that someone like Bakugo was not just all talk. This made Midoriya trust Kaminari's words even more. Todoroki didn't seem particularly close to Bakugo, despite claiming they were good friends. On the other hand, the Cookie War allowed him to see a more relaxed Bakugo, one who took the time to joke and be silly, someone who enjoyed talking about his interests. This was a different Bakugo from the one who intimidated everyone and built walls around himself, and Midoriya appreciated that. Suddenly, he heard a voice asking if he had finished, startling him. When he turned to see who it was, he relaxed. Yoki had returned. In truth, he preferred to leave the report for later, admitting he wasn't feeling inspired at the moment. Yoki responded that she hadn't realized inspiration was necessary for writing a report, placing a tray with 2 teas, a plate of daifuku, another with taiyaki, 2 small plates of dangos, and another plate with dorayaki on the table. Surprised, he asked if it was too much, as he hadn't seen that much food since Kaminari had gone shopping. Yoki took a seat, resting her chin on her hand and pouting slightly. She asked if he thought it was too much, and he shyly admitted it was too much for him, realizing how expensive it must have been. He quickly asked how much it cost and how he could pay her back, but her laughter stopped him. She smiled and told him he didn't have to pay her anything. Embarrassed, he insisted she must have spent a lot and wanted to pay her back. Yoki whispered that she would think of something for him to repay her for the snack and mentioned having a small discount, which eased his worry slightly. Still, he felt uneasy about not paying her back for what she had spent on him. He hated feeling like a burden. He realized he disliked when people paid for him or lent him money, as it made him feel embarrassed. Yoki told him not to overthink it and to enjoy the food. She picked up one of the teas and a dango, claiming the restaurant had the best food he would ever try, taking a sip of her tea afterward. Feeling a bit more relaxed, Midoriya took a sip of his tea, which was smooth and fruity, delighting his palate. After setting the tea down, he looked at the food, unsure of what to try first. The taiyaki caught his attention, and intrigued, he picked one up. Taking a bite, he savored its familiar taste, which triggered memories of an elderly man and his training sessions. It was Gran Torino, All Might's mentor. How could he have forgotten him? Yoki noticed he had been staring off into space and asked if he was okay, sounding concerned. He replied that he had just remembered something, feeling excited. Yoki expressed her happiness for him, and he confided that he had been losing hope of recalling anything, making each memory significant. Yoki seemed confused but acknowledged that memories were important and shaped who they were, even if some were painful. Midoriya agreed, stating that while some memories hurt, they also taught valuable lessons and reminded him of who he wanted to be. Without both good and bad memories, everything would feel false, leaving one to question their identity and purpose. He pondered how someone could be happy after losing everything. A silence fell between them as Yoki looked into his eyes for a moment before standing up. He watched her with curiosity as she announced she was going to get sugar and would be back. The tone she used felt cold and emotionless, sending a chill through him. He realized he had said something wrong. She left him alone for a moment, staring at the half-eaten taiyaki in front of him. How could he fix this? What had he said to upset her so much? He placed the taiyaki on a napkin and decided to sip his tea while he waited. The taste felt bitter, almost burning. That feeling lingered until she returned with some sugar packets and took a seat across from him in complete silence. He murmured an apology while observing her. She didn't respond, which made him uncomfortable. He lowered his head, feeling unable to meet her gaze. Those blue eyes pierced through him like daggers, analyzing him. He was surprised when she murmured that she couldn't understand. Her tone had regained the warmth from before, but now it carried a hint of sadness that he couldn't grasp. He struggled to explain. He asked if she had a memory that hurt to recall but that she didn't want to forget. Not a sad one, but one that was difficult to describe. For example, a moment when she felt like the happiest person in the world. A moment she wished to relive even when she was feeling down. But she knew it wouldn't return, and while that made her feel sad or nostalgic, it was something she didn't want to forget. Even people and moments with those she no longer spoke to, but had once adored, were unique. And although she might sometimes say she wished to forget everything related to them, she knew that wasn't true. Everything she learned, how she felt, was contained in that simple memory. Even the hope of recovering it stemmed from it. Remembering where they came from and who they were helped them understand who they wanted to be and kept them moving forward. No matter how much she thought memories tied her down, sometimes they helped her see how far she had come and reminded her of who she used to be, preventing her from making the same mistakes. Silence enveloped them again, but this time it felt different. It wasn't uncomfortable, rather, it was a silence in which he wouldn't mind lingering for a while. For some reason, he felt secure enough to lift his head and meet her gaze. She looked back at him, and in her eyes, he noticed a glimmer of sadness and confusion, as if something inside her mind was tormenting her. For a few seconds, he held her gaze, analyzing her face. She appeared truly fragile, as if questioning something within her. Suddenly, she diverted her gaze, focusing on her right hand, which was playing with a sugar packet, twisting it, holding it, and gently squeezing it between her fingers. He asked if she was okay, feeling worried as he had never seen her like this. She replied that she was just confused. He murmured that it was all right while carefully considering his next words. He didn't want to see her like this, which led him to place his hand over hers. She stopped fiddling with the sugar and lifted her gaze. He spoke softly, reassuring her with a warm smile. That gesture seemed to comfort her, as she squeezed his hand and smiled back. She called out to him in a hesitant whisper, asking what he thought of heroes. He replied that he thought they were pretty amazing, saving people and having incredible quirks. She pointed out that villains also had surprising quirks, which caught him off guard. He acknowledged that might be true, admitting he had some notes on villains in his notebook, but he couldn't admire someone who hurt others. Heroes, on the other hand, saved lives without asking for anything in return. She countered that not all heroes were like that. He asked what she meant, surprised. She clarified that while she didn't agree with what villains did, many heroes saved lives for money. He was taken aback, questioning what kind of hero would do such a thing. She explained that there was a system where heroes charged for their heroic acts, where they boasted and lied, becoming true villains pretending to be heroes. A real hero would save people without letting them die, wouldn't brag about their earnings, and wouldn't use their title for personal gain. He was left speechless, pondering her words. No one had ever told him that about heroes, and he began to wonder if he was the same. What if everyone he studied with was in it for the money? What if no one truly cared about saving people and only sought power, importance, and wealth that came with the title? The title of hero had just lost its meaning for him. What did it really mean to be a hero in the society they lived in? He murmured that he hadn't known, feeling genuinely disappointed as he released her hand and covered his face. She remarked that she had assumed they would keep that from him. She mentioned that Stain had said the only hero worth anything was All Might. He hadn't heard anything positive about All Might, having been told he was a villain who hurt a friend and his family. Understood but urged him not to judge by actions alone, suggesting he watch videos of All Might online. He nodded in response. She said she had to leave, and he agreed, noting that everyone must be worried. It was normal for her to leave without telling anyone. She asked if they could meet another day, though she doubted she would be allowed out after this. She then offered her new number, which she hadn't been able to give him earlier. He felt a rush of excitement as she wrote it down on the last page of his notebook. She told him to save it and that she had to go. He smiled, ruffling his hair in response, and she mentioned she would take the food down and ask for it to be wrapped. She added that when she went down for the sugar, Endeavor and Hawks wouldn't be there, but he could leave through the back door if he wanted. As she walked away with the food tray, he sighed and began gathering his things. Today had been too eventful, and he sensed it would become even more so. After all, he had run away from UA, which meant a significant punishment and many questions. He cursed under his breath, realizing it hadn't been his best plan. On top of that, he didn't know how to face the heroes present well, everyone except All Might, who seemed to be the only true hero, not in it for the money but to help others. He also felt uncertain about how to face his classmates. He didn't even know how to feel about himself. What if everyone was there for the power and fame of being a hero? What if he was the one there for the money and not to help others? No, that couldn't be true, could it? Deciding it was best not to dwell on the matter, the character set off for UA. After gathering everything, they went downstairs and approached the counter, where a boy greeted them with a smile and handed over the food, neatly wrapped for the journey. The boy mentioned that they had added a few extra items at Yoki's request. The characters simply expressed gratitude and took the bag of food. Once they did, the boy thanked them for coming. Upon exiting, the character began walking toward UA. Unfortunately, they realized they didn't remember the way very well, so they opted to pull out their phone and open the Maps app. After entering their destination and struggling a bit to read the map, they managed to orient themselves and head toward their goal. When they arrived, they observed the grand door of UA, wondering if they should enter and how they would face everyone. Suddenly, they heard Bakugo call out. The character cursed their luck at that moment. Turning around, they saw a sweaty Bakugo with a furrowed brow but a worried expression. For the first time in their life, Bakugo appreciated the unexpected encounters with Deku. It was an inexplicable kind of luck that always seemed to bring them together, a gift or perhaps a curse that united them when they took different paths. Bakugo used to hate it, believing the world was mocking him, whispering that he would never be free of Deku. But today, he felt as if the world was shouting, offering him a chance to make things right, urging him not to let go, to hold Deku's hand as he did on the way home in his parents' car, under Deku's mother's umbrella. That thought made Bakugo feel foolish and embarrassed. For some time now, such thoughts had slipped away without permission, and he couldn't understand why. Perhaps he didn't want to understand, knowing that once he did, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Maybe he was just afraid of ruining everything again. Bakugo murmured Deku's name, fixing his gaze on him. He saw Deku standing there, his hair slightly tousled by the wind, his restless feet tapping the ground as he swayed and bit his lip, contemplating his next words. Deku's eyes sought to escape his gaze, and his hands clutched the package he held, which Bakugo recognized as food from the wrapping. Finally, Deku managed to respond with an embarrassed smile, his eyes dropping to the ground as he admired his feet, halting any movement and simply holding onto the package. Bakugo understood that in front of him stood a complete fool. One who had escaped even in a delicate condition, and his only response was a simple hello. And perhaps Bakugo was also a fool because he wanted to shout at Deku, to tell him that everyone was worried, that round-faced Midoriya couldn't stop blaming himself and crying. Half of Class B had lost their composure, and the troublesome extra had nearly frozen while searching for the robot with flailing arms, who, despite being locked in the bathroom, kept coming out and running back to that bathroom which would later need to be fumigated. To make matters worse, Aizawa was so furious that he argued with Present Mike about being useless in the search, oblivious to the fact that everyone in the class could hear them, while Present Mike cried, further increasing Aizawa's irritation. Bakugo truly wanted to confront Deku about everything he had caused. But his voice wouldn't come out, and his hands released explosions that startled Deku, making him look up. Realizing this, Bakugo tried to control the explosions and make them stop, which he successfully did. The mere fact that the explosions ceased seemed to calm Deku, as he relaxed his grip and let out a small sigh. Bakugo hated him. Why didn't he think about his actions? Just as Bakugo was impulsive and contradictory, Deku was a complete idiot who didn't consider his own well-being. It was infuriating. Bakugo felt the urge to respond to Deku's question about whether something was wrong. Of course, something was wrong. He clenched his teeth tightly, thinking he could really hurt him for being so foolish. But right then he just wanted to be close. He didn't know when his arms wrapped around Deku in an embrace, nor when he closed his eyes, feeling that Deku reciprocated. He also didn't know when he began to speak. He murmured that Deku was an idiot and asked where he had been, questioning whether he even knew how worried everyone was. Everyone went crazy looking for him, It was a headache. It felt as if he had vanished, and no one had seen him since the morning. There was no trace of him. Everyone was so worried, and he was worried too. He admitted this in the end, pulling Izuku even closer into his arms, feeling a surge of protectiveness. He couldn't bear the thought of Izuku putting himself in danger again. He noticed Izuku's body trembling slightly, soft sobs escaping his lips. He hated himself for it, of course, because he never wanted to see Izuku cry. He always despised. That simple action burned in his throat, filling him with frustration and confusion. But this time he felt only worry, disorientation, and a knot in his throat that prevented him from speaking. Izuku clung to him, apologizing profusely, expressing that he never intended to cause such concern. He had thought that his actions would only lead to a brief search before everyone would tire of looking for him. Bakugo, confused, questioned the idea of anyone tiring of searching for Izuku. He doubted that his friends would ever stop looking for him. He paused, contemplating whether to voice his thoughts, knowing it could bury his pride. For the first time, he thought about his clumsy friends. Kirishima, with his annoying displays of affection regardless of what others thought. Mina, with her sincere yet ridiculous comments and exaggerated gestures. And Shiro, who was so obsessed with romance movies that he had watched Romeo and Juliet 3 times and could recite all the songs from Mamma Mia. Just seeing Kaminari, with his silly humor, made him smile. Kaminari always tried hard even when his quirk made him look foolish, and he could make ridiculous jokes with the perverted little guy without caring about the criticism. He was the type to sing off-key in English, even knowing that everyone laughed at him, and he still found joy in the moment, even if the girl he liked was watching and he might look silly. He laughed and made fun of himself, regardless of the teasing or humiliation. Despite all the comments and criticisms, none of them were ashamed of who they were. Meanwhile, Bakugo felt embarrassed about enjoying poetry or knowing lines from movies that he thought were cheesy. He was ashamed that people might find out he sang sweet songs in his room, many of which he had written himself. He didn't want anyone to know he liked hugs, even though he always complained about them, or that he enjoyed being pampered by his mother and surprising his parents by cooking their favorite breakfasts. He loved watching movies with his mother and joking about the princes or discussing books with his father, quoting lines from texts, or simply listening to old ballads that no one else cared for. He hated that there were days like that. He was also embarrassed to admit something he never did, that he missed Deku's hugs or the times they played together and joked around. Those moments allowed him to forget about who was better or stronger and just enjoy the company of a friend who had always been by his side, feeling like a winner just for making that boy smile. He knew he couldn't be like his friends yet. He wasn't foolish. He understood that acceptance took time and that embracing oneself was complicated. But he wanted to take those steps. He realized that when he thought of his friends, it was okay to be who he was, to show the Bakugo Katsuki he had buried under layers of excessive pride that had taken away more than he had ever gained. In that moment, he was willing to set aside his pride. He murmured that even if everyone stopped looking for Izuku, he would still search for him. He regretted it instantly, realizing that for Izuku, they were just acquaintances. There was no special bond, just camaraderie. He awkwardly asked if they were friends, trying not to sound too strange. He couldn't handle the thought of someone he had known since birth losing their memory. He waited anxiously for a response, one that never came, as Izuku clung to him tightly, only continuing to apologize. Bakugo sighed, frustrated that Izuku kept saying sorry. He pulled away slightly, observing Izuku. His nose was red, and his lips looked moist and shiny. His eyes sparkled like delicate green crystals, and his cheeks were dotted with freckles, now marked by recent tears. He looked like a beautiful mess, as Deku always did. A beautiful mess that broke his heart when he was sad. Bakugo sighed, reaching out to wipe the remnants of tears from Izuku's cheeks as gently as he could manage. He hesitated, feeling strange as he touched his warm skin, even though it was cold from the chill in the air. Izuku closed his eyes, allowing himself to be comforted, and Bakugo leaned in to place a soft kiss on his forehead. As he pulled away, Izuku looked at him with curiosity and surprise, a blush coloring his cheeks that made Bakugo think of an apple. That thought felt so ridiculous that it only made him feel more embarrassed, wanting to escape the green gaze that followed him. He turned away, questioning what had just happened and what was wrong with him. He withdrew his hand, feeling flustered, and took a step back. He suggested they go inside, noting how cold it had become. Izuku murmured that he would be in trouble when they returned. Bakugo confirmed that he would indeed face consequences, earning a playful jab on the shoulder from Izuku, who pouted in a way that was so childlike it made Bakugo smirk. He reassured Izuku that he would be there when he had to face everyone, that nothing would happen. Izuku asked if he promised, and Bakugo nodded silently. He acknowledged that he might not be able to be there when the teachers asked for an explanation, but he would be waiting to lift Izuku's spirits, just as Izuku had done for him when they were kids after his parents had lectured him for misbehavior. Bakugo bit his lip, realizing what he had just said. He let out a laugh and approached. He mentioned that someday I should tell him about our childhood, expressing a desire to hear more about our friendship and early years. He smiled shyly and thanked Bakugo. Confused, I asked why he was thanking him, but he simply shook his head and smiled, leaving me bewildered and unable to ask more questions. He suggested we head inside, noting that it was quite cold. I watched his back for a few seconds before running to walk beside him. He looked at me with a smile, and it was clear that I wanted to walk alongside him always. I no longer wanted to be ahead, I just wanted to share this moment as we used to when we were simply Izuku and Kaken. We joked as he recounted his day, the warmth of our arms brushing against each other, one cold, the other warm, while I listened to his laughter and watched his playful expressions. He gave me gentle nudges that barely moved me, leading to more playful banter. It was clear that I longed for more moments like these in my life. All Might addressed Midoriya, explaining that his actions were inappropriate and that, as his teacher and mentor, he felt obligated to reprimand him. All Might was genuinely surprised by Midoriya's behavior, as he had always been responsible. While it was true that he sometimes found himself in trouble, it was usually to help someone in need. However, this time was different. He had left the school despite being advised to stay due to his condition. Aizawa had understood that they couldn't keep him confined and allowed him to leave with his classmates, only for Midoriya to disregard that and leave anyway. Aizawa was understandably upset, and though he wouldn't admit it, he was quite worried. His frustration had even led to a confrontation with Present Mike, who had been distressed by the situation, and with Vlad when he reported that Todoroki had partially frozen Monoma, refusing to melt the ice. This had forced other students to try to break the ice to rescue Monoma. Unfortunately, these were just two minor disasters caused by Midoriya's escape. As I watched Midoriya in the teacher's lounge, I sighed, waiting for him to respond. I needed to be firm. He had to understand that what he did was wrong. When he didn't reply, I spoke again. I explained that his classmates were very worried about him. Uraraka felt guilty for leaving him alone to help Ida, who had been feeling unwell after mistakenly taking a laxative that Yaoyorozu had created at Midoriya's request. I paused, massaging my forehead, feeling both annoyed and concerned about the situation. This led me to suspect that everything had been planned by him, from Ida's stomach issues to Todoroki speaking with Tokoyami. Midoriya looked up, a hint of regret in his eyes. I continued, emphasizing that Aizawa was still upset with him for causing stress and disappointment by disobeying his clear instructions. I reminded him that I had promised his mother to protect him, and despite that responsibility, he had risked his safety by leaving UA. Not only had he disobeyed a teacher, but he had also hurt his friends. I pointed out that his actions were not those of a hero. Midoriya suddenly interrupted, expressing his frustration. He argued that a hero wouldn't accept money for saving lives, and that Endeavor had hurt his own son. His anger surprised me. I couldn't believe this was the usually mild-mannered Izuku Midoriya. I tried to call him back, but he stood up, still visibly upset. He expressed that a hero wouldn't isolate someone from the world. He felt trapped and lost, as if everything about him was a lie. He lamented not being allowed to speak with his mother and feeling like a burden simply because of his quirk. It was unfair, he insisted, and he felt completely powerless. It wasn't fair for his mother to be unaware of her son, he thought, clenching his fists in frustration. The young Midoriya was asked to take a seat and discuss things calmly. The speaker understood his feelings but insisted he needed to comprehend the situation. Midoriya interrupted, expressing his disbelief. He felt that the concern was not for his well-being but for the institution's reputation. It was to prevent others from knowing that the heroes had failed, that Bakugo had been kidnapped not once but twice, and that a student had lost their memories in the process. This was all to protect the school's image, and that angered him deeply. As he finished his outburst, he relaxed his fists, but his eyes were glistening with unshed tears. He was making a great effort to hold back his emotions, and the observer felt compelled to approach him, hoping to offer comfort. However, Midoriya stepped back, expressing his disillusionment with heroism. He murmured that if this was what being a hero meant, he didn't want to be one. This revelation shocked and frightened the observer, as the Midoriya they knew would never have said such a thing. Feeling utterly helpless, they struggled to find the right words for this version of the boy they had once known. Midoriya declared that if the observer agreed with the current situation, they had lost his respect. The observer, concerned by Midoriya's agitation, urged him to calm down. But Midoriya shouted back, accusing the observer of pretending to care. He felt like nothing more than a successor to their legacy, and in a fit of anger he stormed towards the door, declaring his disdain for the quirk, the school, and everyone involved. With that he left, slamming the door behind him. The observer remained, overwhelmed by a sense of powerlessness, replaying the conversation in their mind. Perhaps they hadn't chosen their words carefully, perhaps they had pressured him too much. They realized they might have made poor decisions without considering how he felt. Yet, none of that justified Midoriya's behavior, and for the first time in a long while, the observer felt completely lost, unsure of how to act or what to do. With a heavy heart, they took a seat and sent a message to Aizawa, asking him to come. They could only wait for Midoriya to finish his conversation with Present Mike, while Principal Nizu acted as a mediator. As they waited, their fingers moved instinctively to a specific contact on their phone. It was the contact of the mother who had entrusted her son to them, asking to be informed if anything happened. She wanted to be kept in the loop, understanding that she wouldn't pressure them, but, as a mother, she wanted to know if something was wrong. Remembering her words filled the observer with guilt. While Midoriya's actions might have been misguided, it was clear that they had no right to hide from his mother the fact that her son had lost his memories. They couldn't prevent the boy from seeing his mother, especially when everything he knew had vanished in an instant. They had merely pretended that nothing had happened, that everything was normal, while becoming more protective of him, keeping him at UA until they found a way for him to remember. They believed that if he stayed there, he would recall his past more quickly. They thought he would be safe within UA's walls. However, it was also true that if no one found out, they would be safe too, covering up their negligence in protecting their students from the villain league, all to avoid tarnishing UA's reputation and that of its teachers. Upon reflection, this seemed selfish. They had forgotten something more important, how their student felt. For him, everything was new. It was like starting over in a world he didn't recognize, accepting that others knew more about him than he did himself. This thought struck the observer as lonely and cruel. They recalled the accusation that they didn't genuinely care for him and realized how wrong that boy had been. The observer had truly grown fond of his students, especially Midoriya, who reminded him of his own youth. He often felt like a father guiding and teaching him. It was well known that Midoriya's father had been absent during much of his childhood. The observer remembered a conversation with Midoriya's mother, who had lamented that her son wished for his father to be present at his birthday parties, but had to settle for a phone call and gifts instead. In a way, the observer identified with Midoriya, as his own parents had also been busy with work, leaving him to watch heroes on television. He cherished the small moments spent with his parents and sighed deeply. Suddenly, Aizawa entered, asking why he had been called. The observer turned to see Aizawa's surprised expression upon noticing the tears on his cheeks. Midoriya was overwhelmed by confusion. He felt that the longer he stayed away, the more he ruined everything. His intention had never been to cause trouble when he left. He had assumed it wouldn't matter. He expected anger and punishment, but he never anticipated the consequences of his departure. He hadn't thought about how he felt, believing he could bear it all until a solution was found. Yet it became too much. fragments of memories would flood his mind, leaving him feeling burdened and lost. At times, he feared waking up and forgetting everything again, clinging to photo albums in a vague attempt to remember. But looking at pictures of his mother only deepened his sadness, especially when he noticed his father disappearing from them. He questioned whether his father was alive or had simply abandoned them, wondering about his childhood and longing to see his mother. When he was told not to contact her or visit her, he thought he could manage. However, hearing her sweet and kind voice over the phone made him yearn to see her and talk to her. The next day, after visiting the infirmary, he approached the principal's office to ask if he could see her, but was told to avoid any contact for now. Foolishly, he complied. He understood the importance of keeping information confidential, but what was he supposed to do with his feelings? Perhaps that was why, when he reunited with Yoki, someone who knew him and felt more approachable than Bakugo, he believed he could remember more and feel like his old self again. He felt a sense of freedom as he stepped outside, no longer bound by the secrecy of his condition. Yoki treated him as Midoriya Izuku, not as the unfortunate boy burdened by a quirk or the one who had lost his memories. This made him feel comfortable. He was aware that running away wasn't the best choice. All Might was right. He had undermined a teacher and hurt his friends, those who accepted him even if he was different from who he used to be. They were the ones who trusted him. He hadn't acted as a hero should have, at least not like the kind of hero he had imagined. But did that kind of hero even exist? Now that he had seen a different perspective on the world of heroes, one that felt deliberately hidden from him, he didn't know what to believe. He had just argued with the person he admired most, shouting that he hated him, even knowing that what All Might said was true. He had behaved poorly. In that moment, he felt incredibly frustrated and exhausted from pretending to be okay when he wasn't. Now, he was running toward the dorms, wishing Bakugo had kept his promise to wait outside to face everything together. And he did. Upon arriving, he saw Bakugo sitting there, distractedly looking at his phone. When he sensed Midoriya's approach, he lifted his gaze and quickly stood up, confusion and concern evident on his face. Midoriya was reminded of his own deplorable state, the tears he had failed to hold back along the way. Bakugo asked what had happened, his tone revealing genuine concern. Midoriya tried to speak, but only sobs escaped him. Without hesitation, Bakugo stepped forward and embraced him. Midoriya buried his face in Bakugo's chest, feeling that he hadn't disappointed him, and that Bakugo was the only one at UA who treated him as he always had, without pity. This was evident in Bakugo's brusque responses, which sometimes surfaced when he was displeased. This comforted Midoriya, making him feel less pathetic for allowing a quirk to affect him and for causing so many problems. Once again, he allowed himself to consider someone a friend, not out of obligation due to their past, but because Bakugo had listened to him, consoled him, and made an effort to help him feel comfortable being himself, even if he was different from the Midoriya Bakugo once knew. He valued that immensely. He admitted to Bakugo that he had a disagreement with All Might, explaining that it was complicated and he didn't feel comfortable discussing it in the hallway. Bakugo looked at him for a few seconds, trying to process what he had said. It didn't surprise Midoriya. After all, even he was astonished by his own attitude towards someone he had idolized. Bakugo instructed him to move, opening the door and signaling for him to enter. Midoriya nodded nervously, aware that everyone else was likely inside. However, upon entering, he was surprised to find the room empty. Bakugo explained that when All Might called for a meeting, Aizawa and Present Mic were taken to the principal, and the rest of their class and Class B were in the common room for a talk with Midnight. He mentioned that he should have been there but had told the teacher he wasn't feeling well. Since the other student was causing trouble in the bathroom, the teacher allowed him to stay behind to watch over him, but he had no intention of entering that bathroom, especially not with someone he didn't talk to. Midoriya nodded in understanding. He wouldn't have entered that bathroom either. Bakugo continued, proudly stating that he had promised to stay, emphasizing that he never breaks a promise. This was his way of revealing that the main reason he had left was to fulfill his promise to Midoriya, and for some strange reason, that lifted Midoriya's spirits a little. The rest of the way was silent, with Bakugo slowing his pace to walk beside Midoriya. For some reason, this brought him comfort. He didn't feel like a burden or a pet trailing behind its owner. Instead, he felt at ease walking alongside someone who regarded him as an equal, someone he could trust. Before he knew it, they were standing in front of Bakugu's room. Bakugu opened the door and nodded for Midoriya to enter, and he obediently stepped inside. Once inside, the narrator felt comfortable enough to sit on the bed, truly exhausted. Almost without realizing it, they had collapsed onto it. Bakugu took a seat on the floor beside them, surprising the narrator by not complaining. It seemed he understood that the day had been too much for them. Bakugu calmly asked what had happened during the argument with All Might. The narrator explained that All Might had been complaining about their attitude, clearly angry, which had frustrated them even more. When All Might mentioned the consequences of their escape and said they weren't acting like a hero, the narrator had lost their temper. Bakugu observed for a moment, seemingly unsure of what to say. The narrator reflected on their words, realizing that, when told like this, it sounded like a childish tantrum. They bit their lip, unsure of how to continue. Bakugu, in a surprisingly calm tone, asked what had frustrated the narrator so much. This reassurance gave the narrator the confidence to explain. They exclaimed that they were treated with pity for being affected by a troublesome quirk, prohibited from seeing or contacting their mother, and treated unfairly. Bakugu's reaction was intense as he shouted in disbelief at the unfair treatment. The narrator nodded in response, feeling validated. They expressed their frustration about being kept from their mother and how the authorities were trying to hide the truth from her. Bakugu acknowledged the seriousness of the situation, pointing out that the villain was still at large and that the academy was likely hiding things for their own protection. The narrator agreed, realizing that if they were a villain, they would not settle for just erasing memories but would ensure their enemy was completely defeated. Bakugu continued, emphasizing that keeping the truth from the narrator's mother was unjustifiable. The narrator felt the weight of this truth and admitted that they had told All Might this very thing, expressing their anger about being told it was for their own good. Bakugu whispered that the situation was being handled poorly. He understood the pressure from reporters but insisted that it did not justify their actions. The narrator felt relieved to have someone who understood, expressing gratitude for Bakugu's support. Bakugu reminded the narrator that he was not like the others at the academy. The narrator reflected on this, recognizing that Bakugu was different, but they hesitated to ask him about his views on heroism. Bakugu urged the narrator to speak up, noting their hesitation. The narrator thanked him, feeling genuinely grateful for his support. Bakugu seemed a bit embarrassed, averting his gaze and mumbling something the narrator couldn't catch. When asked to repeat himself, Bakugu finally admitted that the narrator had done the same for him in the past. The narrator struggled to respond, not recalling those moments but simply nodded in acknowledgement. Bakugu continued, stating that he wouldn't let the narrator disappear and not fulfill their promise of friendship. This made the narrator smile, feeling uplifted. Bakugu denied calling the narrator a friend, which only made the narrator laugh. Bakugu's frustration led to small explosions escaping from his hands, harmless sparks that wouldn't cause any real damage. Once the laughter subsided, the narrator considered the nickname Quien, which seemed to please Bakugu despite its childishness. The narrator teased that he liked being called that, prompting Bakugu to pause before explaining that Deku meant, "You can do it." He acknowledged that even when the narrator faced challenges, they always managed to overcome them. The narrator was taken aback by this response, feeling a rush of embarrassment. Bakugu then asked where the narrator had gone and why they had left. This was the question the narrator had been dreading. They faced a dilemma, to tell the truth or not. Taking a deep breath, they decided to stay true to their promise of secrecy. They explained that they had heard about a hero restaurant and had gone there to eat, getting so excited that they had ordered too much food. "I seriously doubt any of the extras here would say anything. If they did, we would all know, as they are too loud. When I went to the store with the guys, I heard someone mention it. A friend said that when he returned from getting food, everything was empty, and you were the only one there. Yes, but when he left, people passed by and..." Deku felt the intense gaze of those crimson eyes on him, as if they were analyzing him, piercing through him, capable of reading his thoughts at any moment. He suddenly blurted out that someone from their old school had told him. What? Someone walked by, recognized him, and he pretended to recognize them too. They talked about how curious it was to run into each other, and the person asked if he was still a hero nerd. He said yes, and the topic of the restaurant came up. He whispered this in a vague attempt to convince Bakugo. "You mean someone from our old school who also knew me?" Bakugo asked, his serious expression unwavering. "What did they look like?" "I don't remember well. I was too nervous that they might suspect something about my state, so I kept glancing in the direction Kaminari had gone, hoping he would return and save me from the situation." "Did they have black hair or long fingers?" "I think they had long fingers, but I'm really not sure," he whispered, feeling embarrassed. He knew he was lying and hated it. He didn't want to lie to Bakugo. He also mentioned that he had read what he wrote about Bakugo's quirk. He wanted to write more, but it was difficult. There was too much information, and there were many things Bakugo could do with his quirk, but he didn't know if there were consequences beyond the pain in his arms. "Stop mumbling!" Bakugo shouted, rolling over and covering Deku's lips with his hands. "It really frustrates me when you whisper. I can never understand what you're saying." He paused, opening his eyes and pulling away, taking his hands off Deku's lips. "Gross, you're such a pig." Deku simply laughed. He teased Bakugo, asking if he didn't like his slobber, and even liked his hand. "Does this amuse you?" Bakugo asked. "Too much," Deku replied with a grin. Bakugo then lunged at him, starting to tickle him. Deku squirmed desperately, trying to push him away. When he finally managed to stop Bakugo's hands, their eyes met for a moment before Bakugo stood up. "Was the food you brought good?" Bakugo asked without looking at him. "Pretty good, why?" Deku replied. "Do you want me to bring it so we can eat something?" Bakugo asked. "Are you hungry?" Deku inquired. "I skipped lunch to look for you." "I'm sorry," Deku murmured, feeling guilty. He didn't want Bakugo to neglect himself because of him. "Don't say that. I did it because I wanted to." "I could have eaten and then kept looking for you," Bakugo murmured. "Stop feeling sorry for yourself." "All right," Deku murmured, not entirely convinced. "Honestly, I'm not very hungry, but if you want to bring it for yourself, we can go together to the restaurant." He said this without thinking too much. "Besides, maybe I'll eat a little and avoid going out. I really don't know if I want to meet with the others." "Don't be a coward," Bakugo said, walking toward the door. "Have the courage to face them. If you had the courage to do what you did, you should also have it to apologize." "Will you be with me?" Deku asked, unsure if he could do it alone. "I promised you, remember? I won't break my promise." "Thank you," Deku murmured before yawning. "Get some sleep. I'll wake you when they arrive," Bakugo said, opening the door. "Thanks, Kaken," Deku murmured, closing his eyes as he heard the door close. Bakugo couldn't believe that those idiots had forbidden Deku from something like that. What did they think would happen? That everything would turn out fine? Please. Even he wanted to know about his family, even if he had lost his memory. He wanted to know something about them at least. Knowing Mrs. Midoriya, she would surely have a fit if she found out they had been hiding all this from her. Well, she would have a fit if she had known in time, but the impact wouldn't be the same. "Hey bro, why didn't you take care of Ida like you were supposed to?" He suddenly heard. He had been so distracted thinking and serving food that he hadn't realized those idiots had returned. "I didn't feel like dying from suffocation," he replied, and immediately the laughter and jokes from the others filled the room. Of course, the round-faced one jumped to defend his friend. He simply rolled his eyes and continued with his work. "Who is the other plate for?" the round-faced one asked. "None of your business." "Is it for Midoriya? Deku? He's here? They found him? Is he okay?" Those were just some of the questions that spilled out of the round-faced one upon hearing his friend's name. The rest listened intently for the answer. "He came back a while ago," Bakugo said with a sigh. This time, he wouldn't tell them to get lost. They could annoy him, but they had the right to know how their friend was doing, especially after everything that had happened in his absence. He added that Deku would come down to talk to them, but he was extremely tired, so they shouldn't overwhelm him. "Are you worried?" the half-and-half BSTRD asked. Bakugo simply glared at him. Ever since the license exam and since he agreed to train with that stupid father of his, the guy had the nerve to talk to him like they were friends, and that irritated him. "I understand, we'll wait for him. Uraraka, please stop bothering Bakugo and give him some space." Sometimes the BSTRD was useful, and as always, he was one of the few who knew how to keep calm. He took the 2 plates to his room, checking that no one was following him, but as things never go smoothly, the half-and-half BSTRD was right behind him. When he realized he had been caught, he simply greeted him with a nervous smile. "What do you want?" Bakugo asked in a tired tone. "How are you?" They were worried when he ran out of the room. He sighed and reassured them that he was fine. The other person fell silent, realizing they had interrupted him. Knowing how persistent he could be, it was clear he wouldn't leave, and he really didn't want to start a discussion, especially not with this idiot. He urged him to walk faster if he was going to accompany him. As soon as he said that, the other person hurried to his side, matching his pace. He paused for a moment before asking if Midoriya was okay, glancing to the side with a hint of discomfort. He responded seriously, saying it was somewhat true. Then he called out to his friend, asking if he had seen anything unusual when he returned with Deku. He referred to the day he had gone out with Deku and the girls, and after a brief nod, he explained that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Deku was in the same spot and assured him that nothing had happened. He asked if Deku had spoken to anyone, to which he replied that Deku had said he was alone the whole time, leading him to assume no one had passed through the area. The other person seemed to be hiding something, teasing him lightly but assuring him he could count on him or the others if he needed support. He wanted to confirm something first before sharing with everyone. The other person smiled and said they had arrived at his room, preparing to say goodbye. Confused, he asked if he wasn't going to come in, noting that usually, his friends barged in without permission. The other person shook his head and grabbed a daifukamachi, explaining he was hungry after listening to Midnight talk about her school life and how they misbehaved. They had seen Aizawa chasing after present Mike, who had left dramatically, while Mike told him not to be so dramatic. He felt justified in taking something to eat, especially since it looked good. He mentioned that Deku had brought the daifukamachi from a hero restaurant. The other person laughed, saying they had been searching for him while he was off eating. He jokingly wished Deku would invite him next time, as the treat was delicious. He then whispered that they would wait downstairs with Midoriya. Rolling his eyes, he opened the door. Suddenly, he heard his name called. He turned to see the other person wanting something but ended up just smiling and shaking his head, saying it was nothing and wishing him luck before leaving. He sighed, finding him strange, and entered his room, placing the dishes on the table. He decided to grab a dorayaki, pleasantly surprised by its appearance and taste. He thought that maybe, just maybe, he and the nerd could go out to eat someday. He immediately dismissed the idea of being in a restaurant surrounded by heroes. He sighed, admitting that he didn't mind the thought as much as he thought he would. After finishing the dorayaki, he glanced over at Deku, who was sleeping face down. He preferred not to wake him, but he knew it was best to talk to everyone to ease their worries. Some had expressed that Deku might hate them, which was ridiculous. The truth was that Deku didn't know them well enough, and he often overthought his actions, believing they wouldn't have significant consequences. He didn't realize that his friends cared about him a lot, just as he cared about them. He approached Deku and gently shook his shoulder, urging him to wake up. After a moment, Deku stirred and sat up, yawning and asking if everyone had arrived. He confirmed they were there, and Deku asked if he really had to go. He nodded, and Deku pouted before sighing. He got off the bed, and once ready, he headed for the door. He stopped him for a moment, grabbing his wrist, and turned him around in surprise. He pointed out that Deku's hair was a mess and began to comb it with his fingers, being careful not to pull too hard. Once satisfied, he stepped back. Deku thanked him quietly with a smile, causing him to quickly look away, feeling flustered. When they went downstairs, everyone turned their attention to Deku, who looked down, embarrassed, and began to apologize. Momo tried to reassure him, saying it was okay but asked him not to do it again. Deku expressed his regret, explaining that he thought it wouldn't matter to anyone and that no one would notice. Uraraka, frowning, exclaimed that of course they noticed, as he was their friend. Half and Half placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. Uraraka insisted that Deku needed to listen to her. The frog girl was about to intervene when he noticed Deku staring at Uraraka, who had red eyes from crying, her fists clenched as she struggled not to cry again. She passionately told Deku that it didn't matter if he had lost his memory or wasn't the same as before, they still cared about him. She made it clear that they were worried when he wasn't around, fearing they had pushed him too hard or that he hated them. Deku tried to protest, but she interrupted him, emphasizing that they were friends, regardless of whether he remembered them or not. If something was bothering him, he should have told them, and if there was anything troubling him now, he needed to share it, but he shouldn't leave like that again. Silence filled the room as Deku watched Uraraka, who had lowered her head, while the frog girl tried to comfort her, and half remained serious, observing Deku for a reaction. He looked around at the others, some with their heads down, others avoiding eye contact. Finally, Deku murmured an apology and rushed toward Uraraka, embracing her. She responded by crying, and soon they were both in tears, exchanging apologies. Half sighed before being pulled into the embrace by Deku, who also dragged the frog girl into the hug. As they parted ways, he bowed, apologizing to everyone, who reassured him that it was nothing to worry about. More than anything, they were concerned for him. In truth, Deku was quite the headache, a headache that perhaps was worth enduring. Todoroki observed that things were turning shades of gray. He was aware that Midoriya hadn't run away without reason. He was certain that many thoughts were swirling in Midoriya's mind and around him, things they were unaware of. Unlike Ida and Uraraka, he felt confident that Midoriya had no relationship with Bakugo. However, he suspected that Monoma might have said something inappropriate, as that boy didn't seem to have any filters. He had witnessed this when they were all desperately searching for their friend, and Monoma had made a few biting comments that had annoyed him. Generally, he didn't give such remarks much importance, as he believed that doing so would grant them power over his emotions. This realization frustrated him, especially since he had allowed Monoma's comments to affect him while searching for Midoriya. But dwelling on that wouldn't change what had happened. Now, his duty as a friend was to be there for Midoriya, and for that, he needed Midoriya to be honest with him, just as he had been the last time they spoke. He also wanted to support Bakugo, with whom he had recently formed a friendship. Although their bond was unusual, he knew Bakugo would support him if he wanted to mend a friendship that had deteriorated over time. Some time ago, he had talked to Midoriya about Bakugo. Midoriya had confided in him details about their friendship and the concerns he had. He had expressed his desire to repair their friendship but also his doubts about whether to end it or not. At that moment, he could only listen, unsure of how to respond, needing time to come to a conclusion. A conclusion he still wasn't certain about. He had never experienced anything like what had happened between those two. Until now, he had never had a friend to whom he could share his secrets or feelings, someone who listened without judgment, supported him, but also knew when to tell him when he was wrong. When he met Midoriya, he learned what true friendship was, beyond the definitions found in dictionaries. He experienced a warmth he had never felt before, and when they argued, which rarely happened, he didn't feel resentment. Instead, he felt compelled to resolve the issue, and so did Midoriya. They were both capable of being honest, talking things through, and resolving everything. Today, he wished he could return to the day when Midoriya awaited his response to his question. If it were that day, he would undoubtedly observe him and say that whatever decision he made would be fine. But he could also suggest letting time take its course, as they both needed to think. He wondered if that response would be appropriate. He approached Bakugo, whispering that they needed to talk while keeping an eye on Midoriya, who was laughing shyly among the others. The tears had ceased, transforming into a warm and timid smile. The tension in the air had dissipated, replaced by a familiar sense of warmth and comfort. After Midoriya released him from the embrace, he decided to get a glass of water and found Bakugo standing outside the scene. He called out to Bakugo, who was watching the scene with a small smile creeping onto his face. His eyes reflected a nostalgia Todoroki had never seen before, as if he were recalling something. This made Todoroki wonder how many times Bakugo had felt this way. In that moment, he realized that Midoriya was mistaken when he said he was the only one carrying the pieces of their friendship, the only one bleeding from the memories of the past, while Bakugo moved forward without looking back. How many times had Bakugo missed something related to their friendship? How many times had he hidden it? Beneath that complex personality? Todoroki had always been aware of Midoriya's admiration for Bakugo, He didn't need Midoriya to tell him. He understood how Midoriya felt about Bakugo, which was why he never knew what to say to quell the insecurities that arose in him. Whenever one of them took a step forward in their relationship, the other would simply take a step back. They acted so contradictorily, fighting yet silently caring for one another, stealing glances when the other wasn't looking, sharing knowing looks, exchanging words in the hallways, holding back their thoughts, and arguing over misunderstandings. It was quite frustrating how they managed to complicate things. Uraraka often told Midoriya that Bakugo wasn't worth it, that he was better off. Ida advised Midoriya to ignore Bakugo when he was angry, while Tsuyu always encouraged him to be direct about his feelings, to confront his fears and look them in the eye to overcome them. He wondered what he could have said to either of them. What could he say to help? He called Bakugo again, placing a hand on his shoulder. Bakugo turned to him, looking slightly confused before frowning and stepping back. He asked if they could talk. What could he do to help Midoriya? How could he lighten the burden of what he felt and what was now hidden? He knew that intervening had never brought anything good, but Bakugo muttered in annoyance, asking what he wanted. Todoroki suggested they find a more private place, gesturing toward the group that was now laughing, with Uraraka protesting against comments made about Ida. Bakugo simply nodded, and they walked toward the rooms. At his insistence, they headed to the 4th floor, where Todoroki assumed Bakugo wanted to talk in his room. To my surprise, upon arriving, he simply sat in front of his room and watched. He asked in a dry tone what I wanted, and I observed him taking a seat across from me. I mentioned my gratitude for finding Midoriya, noting that no one had thanked him yet. He interrupted, saying he had only found Midoriya at the entrance. I insisted that he was his best friend, and when Midoriya regained his memories, he would surely be happy that he cared. He whispered that Midoriya shouldn't feel that way about something that should be normal among friends. I pointed out that nothing was normal between them. Their relationship was complicated because they struggled to understand each other. I believed that once they did, everything would improve. He questioned if I was going to continue with my nonsense, and I simply shook my head, urging him to get to the point. He asked why Midoriya ran away, and I suggested he ask him. I sighed, having anticipated his response. He wanted to know if I was done with my nonsense because he really didn't want to keep seeing my face. I pressed on, asking what he thought of Midoriya. He shouted that it didn't matter what he thought of Deku and stood up. I reminded him that Midoriya liked him and wanted to restore their friendship, questioning why he remained stubbornly distant if he felt the same. I interrupted him, pointing out that he always ran from his feelings when it came to Midoriya. I stood up and whispered that if he kept running, he would never know what the other person thought of him. I believed Midoriya had always been open about his appreciation for him, and he shouldn't fear ruining things by speaking sincerely. He challenged me, asking who I thought I was to lecture him, sparks flying from his hands as I smiled. I described myself as a concerned observer of two stubborn friends and paused briefly. He frowned, claiming I didn't know anything about him as the sparks from his hands began to fade, and I felt the urge to smile again. I admitted he was right. I didn't know much about him, only what he showed and what Midoriya had told me. I wondered why I wanted to help them, even if I knew it was wrong. Perhaps it was something that came with friendship, an inexplicable impulse to see our friends happy. I invited him to join us for lunch, suggesting it didn't have to be tomorrow or in 3 days, just whenever he felt ready. He expressed disbelief, saying that Ida and Uraraka hated him. I was surprised. Did he really consider the possibility of having lunch with us? I assured him that Ida didn't hate him. He just tolerated him well and was annoyed when he was rude. Uraraka was simply protective of Midoriya. I encouraged him to join us, stating he was always welcome. He whispered a reluctant agreement. I told him he didn't have to believe me, but he would realize many things when he looked into Midoriya's eyes during lunch. I wished him to rest before leaving. Sometimes we do things we can't explain, unsure if they are right or wrong. Our minds can be filled with doubts and questions without clear answers. I had always thought I was immune to such things, but I realized I was mistaken. I wondered what kind of answers Bakugo was seeking. In another scene, Kaminari reflected on how many believed he didn't pay attention to things happening around him, but they were mistaken sometimes. He often pretended to joke around and blend in, acknowledging he wasn't the smartest but considered himself observant. Recently, he had been trying to pay more attention to the interactions between Midoriya and Bakugo, feeling a strong curiosity about their relationship. While talking to Midoriya, he noticed Bakugo was absent. Discreetly searching for him, he found Bakugo with Todoroki, both watching Midoriya laugh at Mina's comments. Todoroki exchanged glances between Midoriya and Bakugo, occasionally looking down. Meanwhile, Bakugo was focused solely on Midoriya, occasionally glancing at others with a hint of amusement. This reminded Kaminari of a previous conversation with Jiraiya and another with Shiro and Kirishima, reigniting the question of whether Midoriya was truly in love with Bakugo and if the feelings were mutual. Kaminari acknowledged that it shouldn't interest him, but he cared about his friend, who had shown him that Bakugo was much more than just a grump. Being one of the few who could see that made him feel happy and a bit proud. However, he faced a dilemma. He often meddled in matters that didn't concern him, and he felt the urge to do so again. When he saw Todoroki whisper something to Bakugo before they both left the room, he quietly followed them, realizing they were heading to Bakugo's room. It was hard not to imagine a love triangle with such a scene, but then I remembered I was talking about Bakugo would never get involved in something as ridiculous as that. Admittedly, I was starting to doubt that notion. I decided to hide on the stairs, a place no one really knew the purpose of since we had an elevator. If there were a power outage, my classmates would probably use me as a power source. I waited until their conversation ended. Part of me wanted to eavesdrop, but I knew it wasn't right, especially since I had already followed them. When I saw Todoroki pass by the stairs, he greeted me and asked if the others were still downstairs. I walked toward my friend's room, opened the door, and was taken aback to find him in his boxers. Bakugo, with a playful tone, commented on his boxers that said, "Boom, boom." I couldn't help but think they were cute, but I had expected him to prefer something more subdued. I admitted that I wasn't good at predicting what would happen next. Sometimes I forgot that Bakugo wasn't like Kirishima or Shiro, who would play along with the joke and even model their underwear. Bakugo could easily blow me up if he wanted to. And that's exactly what he did well, one of the things he did. First, he threw his shirt at me, then a shoe, and unleashed a barrage of insults that I didn't know existed, provoking an explosion that surely echoed throughout the building. In that moment, I found myself hiding under Bakugo's bed, which was surprisingly spacious. He grabbed my leg with one hand while creating small explosions with the other, and I could swear he had a menacing aura around him. I tried to calm him down, explaining that I had come to talk about Midoriya. It was true, that was one of the reasons for my visit, the other being my curiosity. Fortunately, he seemed to take a deep breath and calm down a bit. Once he released my leg and the explosions ceased, I cautiously emerged, careful not to provoke his anger. He was sitting at his desk, staring at me. He quickly asked what had happened with Deku and if he was okay. I was surprised by his concern, which only fueled the doubts I had been feeling. Playing it safe, I shook my head and sat down on his bed, feeling a bit anxious. I sighed and admitted that I didn't know how to respond. Bakugo inquired about what I wanted to discuss. To my surprise, his tone wasn't harsh. He mentioned that Midoriya had come to bother him for a while, along with his group of friends. Bakugo then revealed that he had enjoyed the time spent with them, even mentioning that he had been invited to lunch. He suggested that maybe we could all go out to eat together one day. He mentioned how Raccoon Eyes always talked about inviting us, and how the one with messy hair liked the stories about robots. I was frozen for a moment, processing that he actually wanted to eat with Midoriya's group. Not only that, but he was willing to go if we wanted to. I was scared. But for some reason, I understood him. I dared to ask if he really wanted to go, and he fell silent. He murmured that he didn't particularly like them, but he admitted that he liked Midoriya. I smiled at that. It was surprising to hear Bakugo say such a thing. The proud feeling I had when he shared what happened with us resurfaced. Perhaps it wasn't just because he was telling me, maybe it was because he was trying to improve himself. He snapped me out of my thoughts, asking why I was staring at him with such a silly expression. In that moment, I forgot who I was talking to and allowed myself to laugh, getting up to hug him. He shook me off and protested. "You're doing well," I murmured. Bakugo returned the hug, albeit reluctantly. When I pulled away, I noticed he was completely embarrassed, and I had to suppress my laughter. Mina was right. Bakugo was adorable in his own way. He suddenly called my name, and I realized I must have traveled to a parallel dimension where Bakugo Katsuki was kind and addressed me by my name. If that was the case, it was indeed a different dimension. I teased him about being Bakugo from another dimension, and he looked at me in disbelief before smacking his forehead. He yelled at me to stop being stupid, then corrected himself, saying to stop being a little more stupid than usual. Okay, so the Bakugo from this dimension was just as abrasive as the original. I asked if all Bakugas from different dimensions were like the original, and he shouted that he was the original Bakugo, throwing a pencil case at me, which I barely dodged. He warned me not to repeat that nonsense again, or he would take action. Maybe we weren't in another dimension after all. I sighed and asked what he needed. He said he needed me to do him a favor. I was surprised. It was the first time Bakugo had asked me for a favor. He wanted me to cover for him the next day. I was confused and asked if he was skipping class. He confirmed that he needed to do something important. I couldn't believe it. The first favor he asked of me was something reckless. I expressed my concern, reminding him that after what happened with Midoriya, it wouldn't be wise to skip class. If he got caught, he could face suspension or even expulsion. He snapped back that he knew that already but insisted that he needed to do it. I wondered what could be so important. Then it hit me, was it related to what he had mentioned before? He nodded, confirming my suspicion. So it had something to do with Midoriya. Was he really willing to anger Aizawa? The BSTRD was hiding something. He had mentioned that someone from their old school had told him about the restaurant, but he had told Aizawa that he was completely alone. Did he lie to me? The thought lingered, and frustration bubbled within. He never usually cursed, but he hated being lied to, especially now that he felt responsible for exposing Midoriya to another potential attack. He felt foolish. He needed to talk to the fools from his old school to see if it was true. When asked how he would know who it was, he explained that the person had claimed to be a friend. He had only 2 companions who had been with him since childhood, the closest he had to friends. So, was he going to look for them? He nodded, acknowledging the concern. He had thought he wouldn't speak to them again. He didn't, but before his friend had entered, he had sent a message to meet tomorrow, and they had accepted. Did he realize he was asking for something that could affect them both? Aizawa had been very clear after the kidnapping, and now he was furious about what had happened. Bakugo seemed to ponder this for a moment before sighing. Perhaps it would be better if he didn't get involved, he whispered. This confused and annoyed him. First, Bakugo asked for his help, and now he was telling him not to get involved? That was unacceptable. He had already asked for his assistance, and now he had to deal with it. He insisted he would get involved, speaking in a serious tone. If they were going to take action, it was better not to get involved. He didn't want to ruin anyone's peace of mind. When he had asked for help, he hadn't considered the mess that had been created. It didn't matter to him. Bakugo had asked for his help. He trusted Bakugo's instincts. If he said Midoriya was hiding something, he believed him. They shared a look. Bakugo's conveyed that there was no turning back, while his assured Bakugo that even though Aizawa intimidated him, he wouldn't betray him. Bakugo finally relented, crossing his arms while he smiled. Would he tell the others? Bakugo lowered his gaze, rubbing the back of his neck. He could count on them. For now, he only wanted Bakugo to know. If they asked, he would tell them everything, and then Bakugo could share what he discovered. Bakugo lifted his gaze, and he saw something he had never seen before in his eyes: trust and affection. He needed them, he corrected himself. Aizawa was in the teacher's lounge with All Might, preparing for class. He took the opportunity to discuss what had happened with Midoriya. Listening to All Might recount the argument with his student made him question certain decisions. What did he think about all this? All Might asked, not taking his eyes off the coffee in his trembling hands. It was clear that the situation was distressing him. Aizawa thought Midoriya was acting like a child, but he supposed he had a point. He was considering talking to the principal about informing Inko. When Aizawa asked who Inko was, he crossed his arms, a slight smile forming. Did the man who claimed to have no favoritism for the problem child just use her name? This was becoming amusing. All Might seemed to realize his mistake and looked up, nervous and terrified, while clearing his throat. He corrected himself, referring to her as Mrs. Midoriya and asking Aizawa not to mention his slip. Aizawa clarified that he wasn't interested in All Might's personal life. All Might sighed, taking a more relaxed sip of his coffee, and asked if Aizawa had resolved things with Mike. If resolving things meant inviting him for drinks, paying, and apologizing in front of the class for embarrassing him, then yes, they had resolved it. All Might thought it was appropriate, considering Aizawa had diminished Mike in front of his students. No one would have liked that. Aizawa admitted he hadn't measured his behavior. These days had been stressful, with the principal asking him to keep an eye on Midoriya since the incident had occurred in his class. He was also in charge of the Safe and Happy Students plan to prevent attacks from the league. As always, All Might offered his help, and Aizawa nodded, feeling tired. Resolving the issue with Midoriya and discussing what he had said would be a great help. Recovery had mentioned that Midoriya had come to her a couple of times, recalling events and discussing nightmares that weren't very clear. She thought Aizawa might understand them. Aizawa agreed to check in on Midoriya. All Might mentioned he had classes and hoped none of his students had escaped, particularly that Midoriya hadn't run away again. Aizawa was confident that Midoriya understood his mistake, just as he believed Midoriya trusted that he had understood his concerns. Sometimes he forgot they were still children who made mistakes. That was why they needed guidance. They were young, and it was easy for them to stray from the right path while trying to do what they thought was right. All Might nodded with a smile. He would keep Aizawa informed about the principal's decision. He would first speak with Recovery about Midoriya and then present everything to the principal. Aizawa sighed, wondering how everything had become so complicated. It was clear that Midoriya was indeed a problem child. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Class would start in a few minutes. It was best to head there now. I lazily decided to head to the classroom, but as I walked, an uneasy feeling began to rise within me. It felt like a sixth sense warning me that something had happened. I quickened my pace until I reached the classroom. Upon entering, everyone took their seats and fell silent. Ida, as the class representative, was the first to stand and signal his classmates to perform the customary morning greeting that had been a tradition since the year began. I returned the greeting while observing each student closely, noticing two things. First, Midoriya was at his desk, staring intently at it as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world. His expression was one of deep regret and embarrassment, which I considered normal given his past actions. The second thing I noticed was that Bakugo was absent, and that gave me a bad feeling. Bakugo was undoubtedly the second most troublesome student in the class, someone explosive who needed guidance. However, I wasn't overly concerned. He was incredibly stubborn, determined to become a hero, and I had to admit he had a promising future ahead of him. Of course, he needed to work on his temperament first. What worried me was that he never missed class, and it was rare for him to skip even when he was sick, often receiving lectures from Recovery Girl or All Might about the importance of taking care of himself. The mere fact that he was absent was extremely unusual and concerning. I crossed my arms and asked if anyone had seen Bakugo. Silence filled the room, followed by more silence. I turned to Kirishima, asking if he knew anything. He shook his head, looking embarrassed and worried. Suddenly, I heard Kaminari say that Bakugo was sick. My gaze shifted to him as he fiddled with some pencils, looking bored. I raised my voice, asking him to stop playing. He quickly straightened up, nodding. I then inquired about Bakugo's condition, feeling skeptical. How could I not be? The student who was missing had a perfect attendance record and a prideful nature that prevented him from skipping class, no matter how unwell he felt. Kaminari explained that after Midoriya returned yesterday, he had gone to check on Bakugo and found him unwell. It seemed he had woken up that morning with a headache and stomach pain. Kaminari had suggested that if he continued to feel that way, it would be best for him to stay home, especially since he would receive the lecture he always complained about. This morning, he had checked on Bakugo again, who had confirmed he was feeling quite ill, though he had used different terms to express it. I asked why Bakugo hadn't gone to the nurse. Kaminari responded that Bakugo was the type to avoid the nurse even when he was sick. He admitted he was surprised Bakugo had listened to him this time, but he had been sleeping poorly lately. Kirishima, Mina, and Siro could confirm this, and if they weren't valid witnesses, Todoroki could back him up. I frowned, asking if that was true. Kirishima confirmed that Bakugo had been having nightmares and had told him to go ahead and eat breakfast because he wasn't feeling well, though he didn't think it was that serious. Mina chimed in, saying she could only confirm that Bakugo had dark circles under his eyes, which made him look less attractive. In another setting, being at a teammate's house might feel awkward for many, but for me, it was quite normal. When work piled up, I often ended up working with Endeavor at his home. If it weren't for the tension that sometimes filled the air when his eldest son, Natsuo, helped prepare meals and assist his sister with chores, I would say everything was quite peaceful. However, I noticed that Endeavor was as quiet at home as he was at work. If it weren't for the occasional questions or comments, I could swear I was completely alone. It wasn't that I disliked it, on the contrary, it was a good balance for someone as loud and lively as I was. Having someone quiet, organized, and hardworking by my side helped me focus, though it didn't always work. But given how dull this mission was, I truly wished Endeavor were more sociable. I heard Endeavor say something strange, which caught my attention. I turned to him, surprised he was showing signs of life. I asked what was going on, stifling a yawn. How many weeks had it been since we had been reading the interviews from the victims or their families affected by the quirk? He mentioned that he had just reviewed the documents from interview number 5 and discovered that the interviewee had a criminal record for theft. Curiously, the attack had occurred shortly after his release from prison, and he seemed to have forgotten everything related to it. I asked what it meant that he erased a criminal's memory. Endeavor explained that the person remembered everything about his life except for the memories related to prison and his past as a thief. He also had memories of things that family members could confirm never happened. I pressed for more information, asking why a villain would attack someone, especially by implanting false memories. I advised not to look for too much logic in this villain's actions, letting out a sigh. I had forgotten to mention something I found interesting. The look Endeavor gave me in that moment was priceless, and I couldn't help but chuckle. He told me to stop laughing and just speak. I complied, sharing that while reading the police information about the attack on a girl named Karen, it seemed she had managed to have a conversation with the villain, though she couldn't recall what they discussed, only that they had spoken. Endeavor asked if that was all. I explained that it wasn't the first time he had spoken to a victim, he had spoken to another young person. I couldn't remember the interview number, but the victim described the villain's voice as distorted, which Endeavor understood. I added that our list of suspects had only included men, meaning we needed to consider women as well. Endeavor sighed, expressing frustration that we still didn't have a confirmed age range or any details about the villain's appearance, and it seemed we were more lost than before. He whispered in frustration, burying his head in his hands, and I could understand his feelings. The situation was indeed frustrating. Every time we thought we were getting closer to the criminal, everything would turn around, and we would be back at square one. I refused to believe that this villain was executing his crimes flawlessly. Additionally, if he is so careful, why not cover his eyes? At that moment, something clicked in my mind, and apparently in Endeavor's as well, as we both straightened in our seats and exchanged glances. Their quirks activated with their eyes, they realized simultaneously. It was frustrating. Until now, they had believed it activated through touch. The revelation was infuriating. Well, the UA students confirmed that this person touched that boy, so it was only natural to draw that conclusion. What do we have so far? Endeavor suddenly asked. It's a quirk that doesn't appear in any of our records. It's unknown if it was part of the stolen data. But with the information we have, we've concluded that this person can manipulate and erase memories. In other words, they can alter, block, or erase them. It's unclear if they can see the memories or anything related to that, but we know it activates with their gaze. I sighed. Apparently, they choose random victims, but they all share something in common. They have unpleasant memories. Physically, all we know is that they have blue eyes and are quite clever, as they have modified their voice. That's really not much, Endeavor whispered, stifling a yawn. It's more information than we had at the beginning, I replied with a sigh. You should rest and cut back on the coffee. I've lost count of how many cups you've had, and honestly, I don't want you to suffer from a caffeine overdose. Whatever. Go ahead, I'll stay. If I find anything, you'll be the first to know. Endeavor nodded, and after a sigh, he stood up and headed toward his room. I suppose you'll stay another day, he said with a sigh. The room next to mine is empty if you want to rest. Don't deprive yourself of that, and there's food in the refrigerator. Escaping from UA turned out to be a bit more complicated than I had thought, all because of Deku, though that was nothing new in my life. Everything seemed more closely monitored, and in the end, I had to jump out of one of the windows using my quirk and pray that no one saw me. Fortunately, everything went according to plan, and no one noticed my departure from UA. The rest was quite simple. I headed to the meeting point, which wasn't too far from UA, where those idiots were waiting for me. The closer I got to the location, the more I could see them, one with his phone and the other holding a cigarette. What a couple of fools. Bakugo arriving late, that's not something you see every day, said the one with the cigarette. His straight black hair was styled in a modern cut, carefully arranged, revealing piercings in his left ear and eyebrow. A lopsided smile appeared on his pale, square face as smoke escaped his lips. I shook my head, keeping my gaze fixed on him. At my gesture, he looked confused for a moment, and I noticed his smile falter before he switched the cigarette to his other hand and reached out in a friendly gesture. Man, we missed you a lot. Whatever, I replied, rolling my eyes. Though I wouldn't admit it, the company of those idiots had been quite enjoyable during my high school years. Despite the fear I sometimes instilled in them, there were times they showed they genuinely cared for me as a friend, as someone to look up to in terms of strength. How have you been? The sound of a phone hitting the ground caught my attention. I glanced sideways at the boy who had been part of my childhood, now seemingly focused on his phone. He looked perplexed and a bit confused, his brown hair longer than I remembered, with white streaks at the edges. I turned my gaze back to the cigarette guy, who was staring at me with his mouth slightly open, blinking rapidly. I huffed in annoyance and shoved my hands into my pockets. That gesture didn't go unnoticed by either of the fools. The first quickly picked up his phone and smiled nervously at me, while the second closed his mouth and looked around before glancing back at me, taking a drag from his cigarette. We're doing well, struggling with our studies. We miss your tutoring, said the one with the white streaks, leaning against his friend's shoulder. By the way, you were amazing at the sports festival, but we heard what happened at the camp. How are you holding up? Don't get me wrong, when we heard the news, we knew you'd be fine. You're strong, but it's not something anyone would want to experience. I'm fine, I replied, rolling my eyes. It really wasn't a big deal. Those villains were completely useless. As expected from you, the boy whispered with a hint of admiration. How's you? Is it as amazing as the rumors say? I nodded. It's pretty good, but sometimes it gets overwhelming dealing with all the extras in the class. I see. Speaking of which, how's Midoriya? The other young man asked cautiously, taking a drag from his cigarette. I saw him at the sports festival. He did quite well, really fought fiercely against Endeavor's son. He put up quite a fight. That's true. Not only that, he has a pretty cool quirk, and to think we used to tease him because we thought he was just a quirkless dreamer, the long-haired boy commented sheepishly. Deku is doing well. He had grown a lot since the beginning of the year. Bakugo downplayed it, and once again, both of them looked at him in surprise, exchanging glances. The young man with the piercing furrowed his brow in confusion and asked if Bakugo was okay. Bakugo stared at him for a moment, then scowled in annoyance. Of course, he was fine. He replied sharply, feeling irritation rise within him. The long-haired boy stepped forward, apologizing for his friend's comment. He mentioned that Bakugo had changed during this time, whispering with a smile that he believed Midoriya wasn't the only one who had experienced growth. Bakugo rolled his eyes, relaxing slightly. A part of him wanted to tell them off, but another part whispered that it would be rude. He sighed in frustration, recalling Kirishima's annoying advice about relationships. Anyway, he said, rolling his eyes again, since they mentioned Deku, he wanted to know something. They responded with surprise, asking if he wanted to know something about Midoriya. It was strange that they knew something about him that Bakugo did not. That was true, his companion added, flicking his cigarette to the ground and stepping on it. Bakugo had spent the most time with Midoriya during their childhood. They were best friends. In a way, Midoriya and Bakugo had shared a close bond. More like an NTMT relationship, Bakugo thought, as he recalled how they seemed to understand each other with just a glance, knowing each other's likes, fears, and insecurities. He had almost forgotten that they had been so close. Well, he had convinced himself that it never happened, trying to erase it from his memory as if their friendship were a legend told around campfires. What a complete foolishness, he regretted. He just needed to know if they had talked to Midoriya. He tried to keep calm and not lash out. Had they talked to Midoriya? They exchanged confused glances, silently asking each other. They hadn't seen Midoriya since leaving Urudara Junior High, the long-haired boy replied confidently. It had been about the same amount of time since they had seen or spoken to Bakugo. So that idiot had lied. What was wrong with him? Bakugo could understand feeling insecure since Midoriya didn't remember him, but after all this time, did he really need to lie? What troubled Bakugo even more was the thought that Midoriya could have been in danger, or worse, that the League might have spoken to him. Deku was going to regret it when Bakugo saw him. What was that idiot thinking by lying? However, if he was referring to seeing Midoriya, the boy with white hair said thoughtfully. Had he seen him? Bakugo asked, frowning. Yes, he was pretty sure it was him. There weren't many boys with curly green hair wearing the UA uniform. He was with a girl, who was very pretty, or so he thought. The girl? Bakugo questioned, feeling annoyed. Had that idiot run away from UA to meet a girl? Who was she? Well, if he had known, he would have gotten her number. All he could say was that she was very beautiful. Could she be Midoriya's girlfriend? The other young man asked in surprise. If that was the case, he was incredibly lucky. They should have seen her. Didn't you approach her? Not at all. Midoriya was there, and he really didn't feel brave enough to face him after what happened in junior high. Bakugo understood. He felt the same fear about approaching Midoriya. He snapped at them to be quiet, his tone furious. Both of them jumped and fell silent immediately. Deku wasn't dating anyone. Okay, they understood, the long-haired boy whispered, still looking surprised and nervous. Hey Bakugo, how's your relationship with Midoriya? The other boy asked, crossing his arms. What are you doing? The long-haired boy whispered. I just want to know if you two are still in that turbulent relationship or if you've resolved it. We're friends, Bakugo asserted, looking away. Did they see where Midoriya was headed with that girl? Well, they were going toward the restaurant. The one you mentioned? The other boy asked, smiling. The long-haired boy nodded, embarrassed. Man, you owe me a visit there one day. Yes, I know. I promised to take you. You always say that, but you spend your time on the phone or dodging my invitations. You know we haven't had contact with him for a long time, the boy whispered. Besides, I'm not dodging your invitations. I've just been busy. Yeah, but you hardly talk to me. I feel a bit abandoned. I told you I'm here for you, but you don't even want to tell me what you're busy with, the other boy said, pouting. I'm starting to think you're involved in something illegal. You caught me. I'm part of the Russian mafia. Just kidding. I'm working with my mom, trying to earn some money to pay for the career I want. I get that, the other boy replied, still pouting. But what will I do without you? He joked, dramatically placing a hand on his forehead with a distressed expression, which made his companion chuckle lightly. You can be so silly, the long-haired boy said playfully. I promise I'll take you this weekend. In fact, I'll treat you. Not a chance. I'm inviting you. You focus on saving money, you know what you want to do, and I really want you to pursue that career. I know how much it means to you. Bakugo observed their exchange in silence, wondering when those two had become so close. He just wanted answers and to return to UA before he got caught and landed himself in trouble. Focus, damn it. He shouted in frustration, interrupting them. Couldn't they concentrate for a few minutes? Bakugo, why are you so interested? The brown-haired boy asked with a sigh. Wait, don't tell me you're jealous. The black-haired boy exclaimed, surprised, while his friend looked at him in disbelief before hitting his forehead again. At least you can't mess it up more, he whispered, looking at his embarrassed friend. Man, I didn't know you had that kind of interest. I'll be honest, it's strange since I never imagined you, but hey, it's fine. We support you, You're still the same fierce beast we knew. Although it surprised him that someone felt that way about Midoriya, it made sense. When they were children, that person always seemed to enjoy Midoriya's company. Even in middle school, they appeared to keep an eye on him, exchanging polite words, though those moments were rare. Forget it, he thought, realizing he had already messed up. The other person looked at him with a hint of fear as he stepped aside, distancing himself from his friend. What did that idiot just say? Jealous? That was a risky thing to say, and he really wanted to explode with anger. However, it wasn't the time for that. He needed to focus on what he had come to do. There would be time for payback later. You're really red, Bakugo. There's no need to be embarrassed, another voice chimed in. Forget it, I'm going to take care of him right now, he thought, giving a fierce glare as explosions crackled from his hands. The fool took a step back. Bakugo turned to the long-haired idiot who looked somewhat embarrassed. He was told to excuse his friend, who was an idiot. But returning to the topic, he asked who the girl talking to Midoriya was. He assumed that if he was asking, it was because he didn't know her, or at least she didn't attend UA since she wasn't in uniform. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. That was what he was trying to find out. Is Midoriya in danger or something? The long-haired one whispered, glancing away with a small grimace. That surprised him. Something like that? I understand, he replied thoughtfully. I couldn't see much detail from where I was, but her hair was gray and tied up, and she had delicate features. I don't remember her outfit, sorry I can't say much more, but I hope it helps. Bakugo nodded, feeling satisfied with the response, at least it gave him an idea. Thanks, he said, and the other person scratched the back of his neck, looking somewhat confused. I'm having a hard time getting used to your new attitude. You know, we were worried you wouldn't get along with your classmates at UA, and when we found out Midoriya had entered, we were also concerned that your relationship would worsen. Honestly, they were so close in childhood, and then something happened, and everything fell apart, the young man with black hair sighed. The more we think about it, the more we feel we contributed to that. We never tried to talk to fix it, we just teased Midoriya because it was fun. That embarrasses us a lot. I feel the same way, he admitted. That's why I want to find the right moment to apologize. We do too, but it's hard to face him, the one with white hair whispered. Sometimes I think Midoriya hates us, and I really wouldn't blame him. I feel so cowardly for not being able to just approach him and apologize. I'll tell you the same thing I told Deku. If you had the courage to do what you did, then have the courage to apologize, he said with a sigh. Yeah, they said, smiling. Hey Bakugo, let's talk from time to time. It would be nice, to hang out and chat more, the long-haired one murmured. Besides, we'd like to get to know this new Bakugo. We always knew you were a good person, despite everything others said and what you showed. After all, we knew you in childhood, and sometimes without realizing it, you always tried to help us. Whatever, he replied, downplaying their words, though deep down he felt embarrassed. The same goes for you guys. It's not so bad talking to you. Besides, my stupid friends at UA want to meet you too. We're glad to hear you've made friends. We were really worried we scared everyone away, the black-haired one exclaimed in a playful tone, receiving a light hit on the back of the head from his friend. I'm really going to blow your face off. That's so typical of you, Bakugo, they both chuckled. I have to go. Take care, you bunch of animals. They both nodded, and he ended up saying goodbye to them. It had been a while since he had exchanged words with them. They had grown up together, and even with his bad temper, they stayed by his side. Honestly, he never paid much attention to them. They had never been close despite the years they had known each other. However, it wouldn't be bad to reconnect a little. You should watch where you're going, a robotic voice said beside him. He turned instantly, narrowly dodging a blow from the person who had attacked you, the one who had erased Izuku's memories. He whispered in anger. Explosions crackling from his hands as he watched cautiously. Calm down, tough guy. I'm not looking for a fight, but tell me, how are you? You must be enjoying that the annoyance doesn't remember you, right? Don't ever call Deku that again, he replied roughly, charging at the person and launching an explosion. The reaction was quick. He dodged it and landed a blow to Bakugo's face, sending him flying. But you considered him that way, didn't you, Bakugo? What the hell? Do I know you? The person asked with a laugh. I know everything about you, more than you think. Do you really think I didn't pay attention while you fought Dobby? So you really are with those BSs, he replied, getting back on his feet and resuming an attack stance. I don't care what you know about me, I'm going to take you down. Does it matter who I'm with? He asked in a mocking tone. You know, that didn't sound very heroic, he added with a hint of reproach. I suppose you can't expect much from a false hero. What did you just call me? He said, launching another explosion, which was again dodged as a knife grazed his cheek. False hero, the person replied acidly, locking his blue eyes onto Bakugu's. How would you call someone who harms another but calls themselves a hero? I'd call them a hypocrite, idiot. Shut up. Don't like the truth? Admit it, I did Midoriya a favor. By taking his life? He asked sarcastically. I didn't do that, he replied in a reproachful tone. And what do you call what you did? I was his hero. I saved him from the pain that memories bring, he said uncertainly. I even made sure not to erase his basic memories so he could walk, talk, eat, and do other things like anyone else. That doesn't matter, he replied dryly. Do you think you're a hero? What do you know about being a hero when you take away everything people cherish? Memories can sometimes be terrible, something that eats you inside or makes you incredibly happy. But you are nobody to decide whether that person should have them or not. You're taking something important from them, leaving them empty. The person fell silent, his words seeming to hit him like a cold bucket of water. His hands moved restlessly on his belt, pulling out a knife. His blue eyes looked at Bakugu with embarrassment, frustration, and surprisingly, sadness, as if something bothered him and hurt. We're talking, that's what I wanted, he replied, changing the subject. What makes you think I'll keep talking to a piece of trash like you? Because I'm the one who can answer your questions. Am I wrong? Drop dead. So charming, he said in a cynical tone. Give me your phone. What the hell? What was going through that idiot's mind? Why hadn't he broken that guy's face yet? He was told to meet at a specific place to discuss his quirk and how to reverse it. The response was immediate, with a better plan proposed, but the other party insisted on speaking in person. A warning was given, suggesting that something bad could happen to those he cared about. He observed the other person for a moment, surprised by their audacity. That guy. Mitsuki was described as a very kind woman with a firm character. It was suggested that perhaps she could take care of Masaru, as he had never liked how he showed affection in public, claiming it tarnished his image. Eliminating him would be a favor, wouldn't it? A cold response followed, with a threat made if anyone was harmed. The other person smiled, insisting that no one needed to get hurt and that they only wanted to talk at some point. That guy. He was instructed to write down a phone number, and as he did, the other person smiled. It would be their secret. They mentioned something a friend had said recently that made them question their actions. He didn't care about their philosophy. Stealing memories from people was ruining their lives. The other person claimed to have made many people happy, but that was hard to believe. What they had done was take away a part of someone's life. Silence followed as they exchanged glances. The other person recalled being called a false hero, which reminded them of Stain, the infamous hero killer. They had followed him until he was taken away. It was surprising to hear that a follower of such a figure was associated with the League of Villains. They were still pursuing their ideals, seeking a world of equality, which he wouldn't understand. So, they were after the same thing. The other person explained that their goal was more complicated yet simpler. They sought a world without false heroes and those who harmed others. The response was sharp, questioning if their solution was to hurt others. They were told that they were no different, seeking to be a hero through harm. Acknowledgement of past mistakes came with a frown. The other person remained silent for a moment, their blue eyes scanning him, making him feel uncomfortable. It was as if they were examining every part of him. They asked if he had been holding back a lot, their tone kind and sincere, which sent a chill down his spine. There was a hint of sadness and guilt in their gaze. They admitted to having judged him too quickly. He urged them to stop talking nonsense, feeling like prey under their gaze. Without realizing it, their hand brushed through his hair timidly. When had they moved so close? He cursed himself for being unable to look away from their eyes. The other person pointed out that he had said erasing memories was akin to taking away someone's life. They mentioned that someone had told them something different but wondered if he would like to forget how much he had hurt Izuku. Would he want to erase Izuku and everything that caused him pain? He stared at them, confused by their words. Forgetting Izuku? They urged him to think about it, suggesting that he could stop ruining everything with Izuku and start anew. Starting over? He was taken aback as they nodded. They could be best friends again, laughing together and watching movies, just like before. He remembered how Izuku would fall when they ran, and how he would carry band-aids in his pocket for him. Those afternoons spent pretending to be heroes felt like a distant memory. They reminisced about how they were told they would be a team, how their mothers would get upset when they came home covered in mud. There was a sense of nostalgia and sadness in their voice, a longing for those simpler times. He recalled how Izuku's mother seemed on the verge of a breakdown whenever her son returned injured. Why was he remembering all of this? Why did it feel so nostalgic? He wanted those moments back. Desperately. Remembering everything he had left behind hurt. The other person asked what he thought, pulling away and breaking the connection. He took a deep breath, feeling a familiar ache in his chest, a knot in his throat, and his eyes burning. What had that person done to him? It hurt like hell. Remembering Izuku's smiles during their silly games, the excitement they shared over movies, and the admiration in Izuku's eyes when he helped him up and placed a band-aid on his scrapes. He missed those times so much. The other person offered to help him forget the pain so he could make things right. Everything felt so strange. Bakugo never missed school, not even when he was truly sick. Being completely honest, the narrator hated to distrust his friends and wished he could believe Kaminari when he said that Bakugo had listened to him. However, he couldn't do that because, on more than one occasion, he had told Bakugo to skip class, go to the nurse, and rest, and Bakugo always refused, insisting that he was stronger than a pathetic cold. Bakugo was stubborn and proud, and while he admitted that he hadn't been resting well lately and was somewhat emotionally fragile, the narrator didn't believe that he would change such a habit. He didn't think Bakugo was actually sick because when he saw him in the morning he seemed just like always, and after seeing Bakugo in that state so many times, he could easily recognize when he wasn't feeling well. So, discreetly, he wrote a note and handed it to Shiro. Shiro looked at him confused for a moment but then directed his gaze to the note and nodded seriously. Once that was done, he handed a note to Tsuyu, indicating for her to give it to Mina. As soon as Mina had the note in her hand, she hurried to read it, then turned and nodded with a smile. The narrator felt a bit embarrassed when Aizawa, their teacher, asked if they had something to share with the class. They all shook their heads, and Aizawa warned them not to let it happen again, or they would have to come up front and explain what was so interesting that it couldn't wait until recess. The class continued without further interruptions. When the bell rang, the narrator called out to Kaminari, who stopped his conversation with Momo and Jiru to look at him before saying goodbye to them. Soon, the classroom emptied, leaving only the Baku squad, all except their leader, who would be the topic of their conversation. The narrator guessed they wanted to talk about Bakugo, and Kaminari sighed before giving them a sincere smile, which they all returned. Kaminari admitted that Bakugo was not really sick, it was a lie to cover for him. Mina, confused, asked what he meant by covering. When she realized that Bakugo had escaped, Shiro quickly covered her mouth with his hands, urging her to keep it down so they wouldn't be overheard. Mina tried to disguise her concern by exclaiming about Koda and his missing rabbit, but the narrator found it amusing. Shiro, trying to lighten the mood, reminded them that their blonde friend had a lot to explain. Mina and the narrator nodded, becoming serious as they focused on Kaminari, who raised his hands in a playful gesture. He joked that if they looked at him like that, he would think they were the bad cops and that his tape was the good cop. Their seriousness faded, and smiles spread across their faces as they laughed together. Mina playfully crossed her arms and insisted that Kaminari continue, wanting to know why their grumpy Pomeranian had escaped. Kaminari revealed that the reason had a name: Midoriya. The three of them chuckled, and Kaminari sighed, admitting that he was starting to believe what Jiru had said. The narrator, curious, asked what Jiru had mentioned. Kaminari began to recount how, when he had gone out with the girls before Midoriya had escaped, he had left him alone for just a moment. Mina interrupted, shocked that he had left Midoriya alone, and Kaminari fell silent, stepping back as she expressed her feelings of betrayal. Shiro chimed in, teasingly questioning why Kaminari hadn't told Mina. The narrator explained that Kaminari hadn't shared the information out of fear of what might happen if he left Midoriya alone. Kaminari nervously insisted that it had been a moment of foolishness, and he had only left him for a brief time. As Kaminari continued, he explained that when he returned with what he had bought, he asked Midoriya if he was okay and if anything had happened. Midoriya had said he was alone the whole time, but it turned out he had run into an old friend from Bakuga's previous school, who had mentioned a restaurant, prompting Midoriya to leave. The narrator sighed, realizing that if Midoriya had indeed met someone from his past, it was strange that he would lie about it. Kaminari expressed his frustration at being deceived, and the laughter from Mina and Shiro filled the room. The narrator had to bite his lip to suppress his own laughter, finding Kaminari's expression worthy of a photograph. Yet, despite the humor of the situation, a nagging doubt lingered in the narrator's mind about why Midoriya had lied. The possibility of the League of Villains being involved, or someone else wanting to harm him, weighed heavily on him. Shiro, trying to lighten the mood again, offered to treat Kaminari to help heal his broken heart. The conversation shifted back to Bakugo, and Kaminari confirmed that he had gone to speak with his old classmate. He sighed, noting that Bakugo should be returning soon, as he had assured him that their meeting point would be nearby. The narrator expressed his concern, hoping everything would be all right. Mina shared her own worries, admitting that while she didn't want to be distrustful, she couldn't shake the feeling that Midoriya might have lied to them in the past, especially since he didn't have his memories. Kaminari agreed, believing that Midoriya had his reasons for doing so. The narrator concluded that Bakugo had asked Kaminari to keep things quiet for now, wanting to handle the situation discreetly, as was typical for him. Not only that, but I was sure he didn't want us to get into any trouble. I looked at him for a moment, hoping he would be open about it. Honestly, I was afraid Bakugo would shut down on this topic. After all, these days he was as unpredictable as Midoriya. I would admit, with some embarrassment, that a part of me felt hurt because Bakugo hadn't trusted me enough to share it. However, I didn't feel I had the right to confront him. Kaminari was his friend too and had just as much right to know. Besides, Bakugo wasn't obligated to tell me everything, and the fact that he dared to confide in someone else about something so important made me feel happy and proud like the day he opened up to all of us. I was proud of how hard he was working to improve and become a better person. Without a doubt, seeing my friend's growth made me happy. Shiro murmured that he hoped Blasty wouldn't get into too much trouble, noting that Aizawa didn't seem very convinced. Mina exclaimed how surprised she was by Kaminari's attitude, saying he looked so relaxed and confident. Kaminari chuckled nervously, admitting he was terrified but knew how to keep up appearances. He felt that Aizawa had gotten back at him by pairing him with Monoma, pouting a little. I placed my hand on his shoulder and smiled, reassuring him that Aizawa had a special reason for his choices. Kaminari pouted again, claiming I only said that because I had a cool partner. I couldn't help but laugh. Kaminari suggested that perhaps I could talk to Kendo about working with him and Monoma to help keep things in check while each team worked. Shiro whispered that he was a bit scared of his partner. Mina asked who he had been paired with, and he replied it was Tokage, the girl with green hair who could separate her body into many parts. Mina nodded, saying she hadn't talked much with Tokage but doubted Tetsu would mind if we joined them for the work. She took Shiro's hand excitedly, suggesting that Kiri's idea could help him feel more comfortable. Shiro blinked for a moment before smiling and hugging her. He thanked her sincerely and, after separating, looked at her for a moment before letting out a small laugh, mentioning he still needed to talk to Tokage. Mina smiled back, saying he didn't need to thank her. She then asked if anyone remembered any other teams. Kaminari jokingly said one team that stuck in his mind was Fukudashi and Hagakure, and I nodded, amused. I remarked that pairing someone invisible with someone whose head was a speech bubble was something I never knew I needed to see until today. Kaminari added that he needed to see Pony and Shoji, noting that she hated him so much that she yelled "octopus" at him every time they met. He recalled a time when Shoji tried to help her reach a book, and she threw it at him, saying she wouldn't let him eat her. Ciro pointed out that we were getting off topic, and everyone looked at him, slightly embarrassed. Mina questioned what kind of teams they had created, mentioning Kaibara, Ojiro, and Shota. She observed that one enjoyed violent battles, another was shy and calm, and the last was humble and sweet. I asked who Shota was, feeling a bit embarrassed. Mina explained he was the short boy with gray hair who had given her chocolates for Valentine's Day and flowers on her birthday. I smiled, recalling him as quite masculine. Ciro sighed, concluding that it was indeed a strange team, but at this point, he wouldn't question anything. He then suggested we wait for Bakugo to come to us rather than going to him. Kaminari agreed, saying it would be best to wait, but if Bakugo didn't show signs of wanting to talk, we could ask him. I scratched my neck, fully trusting Bakugo and believing he would eventually share. The others nodded in agreement, and Mina asked if they thought Bakugo was okay. Ciro reassured her in a soft, kind tone that we were talking about Bakugo, and he was surely fine. After classes ended, I felt nervous. I hurried to the dorms, tossing my backpack aside and rushing to the kitchen with one purpose: to cook something for Bakugo. Upon hearing he wasn't feeling well, I felt a wave of concern wash over me. He had seemed fine when I saw him the day before, but I couldn't shake the thought that maybe catching a chill when he came to find me was what had made him unwell. I had to admit I felt guilty for running away and putting someone who, despite his explosive personality, had been patient with me in a difficult position. His actions the day before only made me want to do something nice for him, not out of guilt, but because I genuinely wanted to. I cared for him, despite how little time we had known each other, and that embarrassed me, but it was not the only thing I felt. I felt embarrassed for having deceived him when he asked me why I had run away. I truly wanted to tell him, but a part of me resisted, as I had to stay true to the promise I made, no matter how ridiculous it seemed. Still, I desperately wanted to talk to Yoki and share with her how much I wanted to tell Bakugo about our conversations, to introduce them properly, so she could see that he was different from how she perceived him in school. I was determined to do it, but for now, my priority was to make that soup. I won't lie, this was my second attempt. The vegetables were running low, and I was still watching a tutorial on how to make the perfect soup. I might have continued like that if Uraraka hadn't come to check on me, a bit worried about my behavior. I suppose rushing out of class and nearly bumping into my Netta wasn't the smartest move. Deku was busy with vegetables scattered across the table, alongside a pot of soup that seemed to have a life of its own. Uraraka asked him what he was doing, her tone doubtful. He explained that Bakugo was sick, and he wanted to do something nice for him since Bakugo had been kind to him. Curious, Uraraka asked if he remembered Bakugo. Feeling embarrassed, Deku admitted that he didn't really remember, but he felt comfortable with Bakugo and was starting to see him as a friend. Uraraka laughed, telling him to relax because he was starting to mumble again. Deku apologized, and Uraraka reassured him that it was sweet of him to want to do something for Bakugo. However, she noticed he seemed too nervous and asked if he was okay. He admitted that he had never made soup before and wanted it to turn out well. Uraraka excitedly offered to help, mentioning that her mother had taught her how to make soup. She playfully boasted that she had made it a couple of times, and she had seen Bakugo go back for seconds when he thought no one was watching. Deku was surprised and felt a surge of excitement, asking if she would really help him. She confirmed that, of course, they were friends, and he hugged her tightly, expressing how great she was. Soon, they were both cooking the soup together. Deku watched Uraraka closely as she suggested which ingredients to add and which to avoid. He hoped Bakugo would like it because he never thought making soup would be so challenging. Uraraka announced that they were ready and told him to add the final ingredient. When he asked what it was, she explained that Bakugo loved spicy food, and adding some spice would surely win him over. Deku laughed, recalling how Bakugo used to put spice on everything when they were kids. He remembered a time Bakugo had given him a sandwich without warning him about the chili, which made him realize how much he wanted to remember their friendship. Uraraka smiled at him, encouraging him to take the soup to Bakugo before it got cold. She was sure that remembering something about Bakugo would lift his spirits. Excited, Deku added a generous amount of spice to the soup and stirred it. He served a bowl alongside a glass of water. Uraraka reminded him not to forget the spoon, playfully shaking it in front of him before placing it on the soup plate. Feeling embarrassed, Deku thanked her, and she assured him there was no need to thank her. Afterward, he headed to the elevator with Uraraka, who helped him by opening the gate and pressing the button for his floor. When they arrived, she opened the gate again and wished him luck before disappearing back into the elevator. Nervously, Deku approached Bakugo's door. He adjusted the glass, holding it between his arm and chest, and knocked. When there was no response, he knocked again, feeling a bit anxious. Bakugo's voice shouted from inside, asking who it was. Deku identified himself and asked if he could come in, but there was no reply, which worried him. Was Bakugo angry with him? Just as he was about to knock again, the door swung open, revealing Bakugo, who looked disheveled, pale, and a bit hurt. Bakugo teased him, asking if he missed him that much. Deku exclaimed that Bakugo looked terrible, and Bakugo, still coughing, gave him the finger. He told Deku to go away, but then he noticed the plate of soup in Deku's hands and asked what it was. Instinctively, Deku looked down at the soup before smiling and explaining that he had made it for him. He mentioned that Kaminari said Bakugo was sick, which made him worry. Bakugo suddenly told him to come in, moving aside. Deku quickly obeyed, hearing the door close behind him. Bakugo asked if he wasn't going to eat, and Deku replied that he had already had lunch. He realized that he might have brought too much food, and Bakugo might feel obligated to eat it. Bakugo interrupted him, taking the plate and glass of water from him and placing them on the table before sitting down. He admitted that he hadn't eaten anything, thanking Deku. This relaxed Deku, who smiled and took a seat on Bakugo's bed. He asked Bakugo how his day had gone, feeling happy when Bakugo responded that it had gone well. Bakugo then expressed frustration about another group project, glaring at Deku. Deku laughed and admitted that it was his fault, explaining that it was meant to improve relations between their class and Class 1B. Bakugo grumbled about it being a waste of time while trying the soup. Deku asked if he liked it, and after a moment of consideration, Bakugo nodded. When Bakugo asked if Deku had made it himself, he eagerly confirmed that Uraraka had helped him. But I made it myself. I was worried because I had tried to make it before, and it didn't turn out well. There was a soft whisper as he continued eating, assuring that anything I prepared would be fine. Surprised, I opened my eyes wide. He rolled his eyes, saying that I cooked well but just needed more practice. He genuinely liked how the soup turned out and thanked me. Feeling embarrassed, I could barely respond to him calling me by my name. He quickly corrected himself, asking who I was working with. I mentioned I was paired with someone named Shinso, as Aizawa thought it was better to be with someone familiar. He agreed, asking if I knew what Shinso was like. I hesitated, describing him as the kind of person I would consider odd, but one I thought he would like. I couldn't help but laugh at his response, asking how he felt since he didn't look well. He interrupted me, saying he felt better now and appreciated my company. I smiled back, feeling a bit shy, and returned his sentiment. For a brief moment, I thought I saw him smile. We both fell silent, a bit embarrassed for speaking at the same time. He urged me to go ahead, and I shared that I had talked to Aizawa and apologized, which went well. But there was something that made me happier. I remembered something from our childhood. He tensed for a moment, turning his gaze back to his plate, asking what I remembered. I recalled a time when I tried a sandwich and ended up burning my mouth from the peppers. A smile formed on his lips as he remembered how funny my face had been. I teased him about his love for spicy food, and he shot back that I had terrible taste. I watched him finish his soup quickly, surprised by how fast he was eating, as if he were in a hurry. When he finished, he looked at me seriously, which made me uneasy. I asked if everything was okay, and he said we needed to talk. Nervous, I asked what about. He nodded, sitting next to me, and I quickly turned to face him, feeling a bad premonition. He mentioned he had spoken with our classmates, who confirmed they hadn't talked to me. My heart sank. I felt like I was in trouble. He needed me to be honest with him, insisting that if we were friends, I shouldn't lie. I hesitated, struggling to find the words. He interrupted me, raising his voice, saying everyone was worried. I admitted I knew that and felt truly sorry. He insisted that if I was sorry, I should be completely honest. I looked at him, feeling the weight of the moment. I told him I needed to think about it, and he pressed me, asking what I needed to think about. I pleaded with him, saying it wasn't easy and that I had promised someone. He challenged me, asking whom I had promised not to say anything. I was taken aback, realizing he wasn't as naive as I thought. He pointed out how strange it was that our classmates had spoken to me, and I felt cornered. I snapped back, asking who he thought he was to interrogate me. He firmly replied that he was my childhood friend and asked who the girl with me was. I said she was a friend, but he pressed further, recalling the girl I met in the park. He didn't believe I was alone there, suggesting it was unlikely a stranger would approach me in that situation. Frustrated, I shouted that she wasn't a stranger, she attended our school. He reacted strongly, raising his voice and coughing, which momentarily calmed me. I suggested we talk about it later, but he insisted we address it now. I tried to argue, but he wouldn't back down, saying it might not have been the best idea to talk to those classmates without telling me. He was frustrated that I kept lying, saying he genuinely cared about me. He demanded to know what I remembered, and I felt the weight of his seriousness. I asked why he wanted to know, and he explained that it might sound horrible, but in middle school, I didn't have friends. I was stunned, sitting back down as he confessed that people bullied me for being quirkless. I was shocked, realizing he was referring to the time before All Might gave me one for all, after I had tried to save him from a villain. I thought only Yoki knew about it, but I realized I had inadvertently revealed her name. He asked if Yoki was the girl I mentioned, and I looked down, feeling guilty. He pressed me, asking if she knew about One for All. I nodded, explaining that she had helped me analyze his quirk. He reacted strongly, telling me not to get close to her again. Confused, I asked why, and he explained that only he knew about it. He insisted she wasn't even in our class and suggested we confirm her identity through school records. He warned me that she might be connected to the person who attacked me. For a moment I felt dizzy. Could it be that Yoki wasn't my friend? Had she deceived me? No, that couldn't be true. She had been so kind to me, and those memories felt so real. I trembled, my breath quickening as fear washed over me. This situation was overwhelming. And then I felt Bakugu's arms wrap around me, and soon I found myself clinging to him. He reassured me, saying it wasn't my fault and that everything would be okay. I whispered my apologies, feeling the weight of the situation. He asked what was bothering me, and I revealed that a girl I knew was friends with Todoroki's father and many other heroes. She knew about my quirk and the heroes I had written about in my notebooks. Bakugu cursed softly, insisting that heroes always win and urging me to tell him everything I knew about her, what she had said, and especially the memories I had of her. We exchanged glances for a moment, and I could see the concern, anger, and frustration reflected in his striking crimson eyes. Despite the darkness of the situation, I felt strangely safe at that moment. Almost instinctively, I pressed my forehead against his, seeking more of the comfort and security he provided. I did it without thinking, and when I realized what I had done, I tried to pull away, but a warmth in my hands stopped me. He was holding my hands tightly. Bakugu then said he needed to tell me something more about middle school. I asked what it was, but suddenly he pulled his forehead away from mine and lowered his head. The next thing I knew, he was getting sick right in front of me. I sighed, feeling a mix of disgust and concern, and helped Bakugu to the bathroom, where he began to be sick again. Something was definitely wrong. Bakugu shouldn't have been sick. He had seemed fine when I saw him earlier. Now, he had vomited and had a fever, looking pale and battered. What had happened? Mina announced that his fever had gone down a bit, and Kirishima stopped in his tracks, relieved to hear the news. He had been worried since Midoriya had come out of Bakugu's room without a shirt, looking concerned. Shiro asked if Bakugu had really been sick, and Kirishima frowned, insisting that it didn't seem like a lie to him. He explained that Bakugu had been fine until suddenly his temperature spiked, and they hadn't been allowed to take him to the infirmary. Mina defended Kaminari, saying it wasn't his fault that Bakugu's condition had worsened. She insisted they needed an explanation, and Kaminari swore he had no idea what had happened. Just then, Bakugu interrupted, complaining about the noise and confirming that he had been woken up. He looked terrible, and Kirishima expressed his concern, asking what had happened. Bakugo simply asked for water, diverting the topic. As Shiro left to get him some, Kirishima pressed for answers. I observed the tense silence between Bakugo and Kirishima, both staring at each other seriously. It was getting uncomfortable, and I noticed Mina moving closer to me, realizing I wasn't the only one feeling the tension. Mina tried to calm everyone down, stating they were interested in Bakugo's plan but needed to know what had happened to him. Bakugo sighed, and just as Kirishima seemed ready to speak, there was a knock at the door. Mina answered, and Bakugo shot her a glare. Aizawa entered, confirming that Kaminari hadn't lied. He had seen Midoriya in the infirmary, talking to the nurse about checking on Bakugo. He paused, acknowledging that Bakugo had a good friend in Midoriya. Bakugo corrected him, stating that Deku was his friend. Aizawa noted it was surprising to hear that from him. He informed Bakugo that the nurse would come later to check on him and that his friends would keep an eye on him in the meantime. I assured Aizawa that I would explain everything to Bakugo. Aizawa expressed his hope that we would be ready to talk once Bakugo was feeling better. Bakugo rolled his eyes, coughing slightly, while Aizawa ruffled his hair and instructed us to watch over him until the nurse arrived before leaving the room. Everyone fell silent for a moment, and I approached the door to check if he had left. Once I confirmed it, I closed the door and signaled to everyone. Shiro sighed and asked what had happened. Bakugo replied that he had run into some classmates who confirmed they were not the ones who told Deku about the cafeteria. He paused before adding that they had seen him with a girl. Mina gasped in surprise, questioning if that meant Midoriya was simply on a date. Bakugo frowned and insisted that Deku was not on a date. Mina crossed her arms and challenged him, asking how he would describe Deku sneaking out with a girl. She believed it indicated he was interested in her. We all looked at her, unsure of what to say. I found myself torn between agreeing with her or denying the possibility. My instincts suggested there was some truth to it, but my sense of foolishness, something Mineta had dubbed my instinct due to its frequent inaccuracy, told me that Midoriya had feelings for my grumpy friend, and if he could, he would kiss him. I couldn't shake off the many times Bakugo had been mentioned in a single day, the looks filled with emotion, and all the other signs I had foolishly ignored. Before the incident, I refused to believe they were merely figments of my imagination. Kirishima cautiously asked Bakugo what else had happened. Bakugo shared his theory that the girl was behind what had happened with Deku. We all froze in place, taken aback by the unexpected twist. Kirishima asked if he had any proof, but Bakugo interrupted, saying that the nerd remembered false things that never happened concerning that girl. He had intended to talk to All Might but realized that if Aizawa found out he had sneaked out, he would be in serious trouble. He paused, expressing his disdain for owing anyone anything, so when he returned, he ended up going to a useless student from the general studies class. Kirishima asked why he did that. Bakugo explained it was because of the student's quirk. He had overheard a girl from Class B saying that a boy used his quirk on Monoma for being annoying. I couldn't help but laugh. That guy had it coming. Don't get me wrong, I was still upset about him bothering Bakugo. Nobody messes with my friends. I expressed my regret at not being able to see it happen, and Shiro nodded with a teasing smile. Bakugo confirmed that he was annoyed about the quirk and asked what kind it was. Bakugo explained that the quirk was similar to a flu. Once it affected someone, it weakened them, caused nausea, and made them sick for a certain period. In his case, it would only last for today. He paused to cough and continued, saying it acted as a relaxant in stressful situations, slightly altering the victim's personality. He noted that it depended on the individual and their physical state, and the guy hadn't gone into much detail. He had asked the student to use his quirk on him and told him to say they had fought, with him starting the fight if necessary. Mina exclaimed in disbelief, asking if the student agreed. Bakugo replied that he had asked what he wanted in return, and the student had requested a date. Kirishima was surprised and asked with whom. Bakugo revealed it was with Shiro, who opened his eyes wide in shock. Everyone except Bakugo and the affected one burst into laughter. I teased Shiro, calling him a Casanova, while Mina laughed and Kirishima whistled mockingly. Shiro, embarrassed and frowning, simply crossed his arms and gave us the finger. Bakugo rolled his eyes and said he supported us as much as he wanted, But he wasn't interested in that sort of thing. Bakugo added that the student had also asked for a date with two of his friends, making it a double date. Apparently, one of that guy's friends had a crush on Mineta, and the girl was in love with Todoroki. I had to admit I understood why the girl liked Todoroki. He was undeniably attractive. I could also see why the guy wanted to date Shiro. He was a good catch. But Mineta? I loved him as my second best friend, but he was not a great match. Kirishima asked how Bakugo planned to get Mineta to agree. He understood Todoroki might help since they thought they were friends, but he doubted Mineta would go out with a guy. Bakugo explained that he had sent a picture of the boy, and let me tell you, he looked like a girl, including his voice. The fool had fallen for it and agreed. I joked about how that was like Bakugo, but then realized my mistake and covered my mouth. Kirishima looked at me in alarm, and Shiro took a step back, turning away. Mina blinked in confusion, asking what was going on. Shiro shrugged it off, trying to hide his nervousness. I focused on Bakugo, who was looking at me with an unreadable expression, and I felt as if he were piercing me with his crimson gaze. I cautiously asked if he was okay. He told me to leave in a threatening tone, and I noticed smoke beginning to rise from his hands. I tried to explain, but he cut me off, yelling for me to go. Without hesitation, we all rushed toward the door, pushing each other aside. None of us wanted to be in his line of fire. He added that everyone should leave except for me. I realized I had pushed my luck, and now I was in trouble. Did I have the right to write my will? Mina whispered good luck to me as she dragged Kirishima and Shiro out the door. They shot me a look that seemed to say, "I'll buy you roses for your funeral." Once everyone had left, I swallowed hard, slowly turning around. I closed my eyes tightly, covering my face, and dared to speak. I started to say it was just a small misunderstanding when Bakugo whispered, asking how long I had known. His anger seemed to have faded, replaced by concern. That was enough for him to lower his hands and look at Bakugo Katsuki in surprise. To his astonishment, a troubling image struck him. There was Bakugo, his defenses shattered, gripping the sheets tightly while biting his lip, tears glistening in his eyes. He noticed immediately that Bakugo seemed restless, avoiding eye contact as if he feared that looking up would reveal something he didn't want to show, something that could hurt him. Taking a deep breath, he knew it was time to be honest and serious. He didn't need to be Ida or Momo to understand that this was something that troubled Bakugo, something that made him feel vulnerable and anxious. It was important to talk about it. He expressed that he had a theory but hadn't confirmed it, apologizing for his earlier joke, admitting he hadn't realized it was true or what it meant for Bakugo. He felt insensitive. Bakugo asked if their friends knew, and he gently shook his head while moving closer to him on the bed. He confessed that he had no idea if they suspected anything, pausing to consider if it was appropriate to ask. It felt necessary, though, so he continued, suggesting that perhaps Kirishima and Shiro might have their suspicions. Bakugo muttered in frustration, lowering his gaze. He finally asked if Bakugo was afraid of them finding out, a question that felt daunting but necessary. Bakugo nodded without looking up, expressing his desire not to appear more pathetic than he already felt, nor to be seen differently. He couldn't help but smile as he reassured Bakugo that they saw him in many ways, and they would never view him differently just because he was attracted to boys. He reminded Bakugo that he had shown strength by opening up to them before, emphasizing that only the strong admit their mistakes and strive for improvement. Summoning courage he didn't know he had, he took Bakugo's hands firmly. He felt Bakugo tense at the contact but then look up at him, surprised and curious. He assured Bakugo that he didn't need to confirm anything to their friends if he wasn't ready, nor did he need to shout his sexuality from the rooftops. It would be foolish to do so, but he urged Bakugo never to feel ashamed of who he was. Bakugo simply observed him, and he felt Bakugo's grip tighten around his hand. In response, he squeezed back in support, smiling sincerely because every word he spoke came from the heart. He wanted to see the explosive boy he knew, the one who was trying to become a better person, rather than the insecure and embarrassed version that had taken his place. He wanted Bakugo to know that they wouldn't judge him. They were friends who cared for him through thick and thin, even with all his mistakes. They would always support him, and his attraction to boys changed nothing. When he felt ready, he should share who he was with the world, and if anyone didn't like it, they could simply go away. They exchanged glances for a moment, and unable to contain himself any longer, he hugged Bakugo tightly. When he pulled away, he noticed tears tracing down Bakugo's cheeks. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his courage and wiped them away, offering a smile. Part of him wanted to ask two questions that had been nagging at him. When did Bakugo realize he liked boys, and when did he come to terms with it? Yet he decided against asking, feeling it wasn't necessary. He trusted that one day, when Bakugo was ready, he would open up about it. For now, he just needed support, as these matters were deeply personal and NTMT, much like the love one feels for others. Related to love was his second question, but it wouldn't come out. Just when he thought he might ask, Bakugo spoke up, thanking him softly. He felt a warmth in his chest, happy that he could help his friend. That was enough for him. He would have to live with his curiosity for a little longer. He teased Bakugo about how much he had dreamed of saying those words, eliciting a small laugh from him. Bakugo playfully threatened to blow his face up, and he raised his hands in surrender. Before Bakugo could continue, the sound of the door startled them. Bakugo shouted in annoyance, demanding to know who it was. The nurse responded from the other side, irritated about his language. Bakugo rolled his eyes. He called out for the nurse to wait a moment, then turned to his friend. He instructed him to tell their classmates that he had encountered a villain who attacked him, warning him not to go into details and to keep it quiet. He didn't want Deku to feel like a criminal or fugitive. After giving his instructions, he insisted that the nurse leave. Once she was gone, he promised Bakugo he would speak to their friend with the quirk, as he was quite interested in the matter. Bakugo rolled his eyes again, warning him not to use it as an excuse to skip class. He laughed, agreeing, and opened the door for the nurse to leave, bidding her farewell as he exited the room. In the end, he hadn't been able to ask the question that had been eating away at him. He hadn't asked if Bakugo had feelings for Midoriya, but he knew it wasn't his place. Bakugo would tell him when he was ready, just as he would share his feelings with the rest of their friends. Uraraka reflected on the situation, trying to suppress her laughter. She had found Deku in a panic, running toward his room without a shirt, holding a soiled garment with a grimace. Her first thought was that Bakugo had thrown soup at him in a fit of anger, and her second was that Deku had tripped and spilled it on himself. Deciding to wait a moment, she prepared some chocolate and grabbed a few cookies that she and Deku used to share during important conversations or movie nights with Todoroki. When she knocked on his door, he opened it wearing a new shirt, his hair damp, and a slightly embarrassed expression. After entering and taking a seat, they began to chat, and the topic soon turned to Bakugo, leading them to the present moment. Deku, still flustered, recounted how Quien had given him an unpleasant surprise. He expressed concern for Bakugo, noting that he had informed the nurse as soon as Bakugo had stopped being sick. It seemed Bakugo had not mentioned his condition at all, leaving the nurse unaware of his illness. Uraraka couldn't help but laugh at Deku's comment about Bakugo potentially giving them both heart attacks. She teased that they might scare each other to death, Bakugo with his stubbornness and Deku with his carelessness. Deku playfully tossed a piece of cookie at her in response, reminding her not to waste food. With a smile, he admitted that he got along well with Bakugo. Uraraka took a bite of her cookie, noticing the familiar tone in Deku's voice when he spoke about something that excited him. He described Bakugo as kind and cool, and she found it heartwarming. Uraraka acknowledged that it was good to hear Deku speak positively about Bakugo, but she hesitated when asked if she liked him. She admitted that her feelings were complicated, and while she had her reasons, she hoped that with time, her perspective might change. Despite Bakugo's rough exterior, she recognized his strength and talent, and she had a certain respect for him. She planned to check on Bakugo later to ensure he was okay. Deku expressed his hope that they could improve their relationship, and Uraraka agreed, recalling how Deku had always encouraged her to be patient with Bakugo. She promised to make an effort to understand him better, trusting Deku's judgment. As their conversation continued, Deku mentioned something that had been on his mind. He wanted to know why she called him Deku, which was his hero name. He had heard from Bakugo that it meant, "You can do it," and he wanted to know if it held a special significance for her. Uraraka was taken aback, realizing that Bakugo had taken her phrase. Yet, as she listened to Deku talk about what it meant to him, a wave of concern washed over her. Bakugo was a walking disaster, often causing trouble for himself and others. It became clear to her that he needed to be honest with Deku about his feelings, something crucial that he seemed to be missing. From what I've been hearing, and I admit I'm a bit lost, Bakugo is really trying to be better with him. I won't lie, seeing Deku so happy talking about Bakugo is something I rarely witnessed. Usually, when he shared memories of Bakugo, the happiness or admiration in his voice was tinged with nervousness, nostalgia, and sometimes a hint of sadness. Now, seeing him so joyful terrified me, but not because it was Bakugo. It was because when Deku recalled something painful, he would feel deceived, as if a lie had been fabricated for him, and that is more painful than the truth. Bakugo was making a mistake by not telling him, and I wouldn't take responsibility for that. Neither Ida, Todoroki, nor I would reveal the truth to Midoriya. That was Bakugo's responsibility. He needed to gather the courage to look Deku in the eyes and say, with his typical attitude, that he had been terrible in the past and that he regretted it. I suppose one thing I could do was take the opportunity to talk to him sometime. I was also very curious about why he was acting this way now. Deku suddenly exclaimed that he was sorry, covering his mouth. I was a bit confused and asked what he meant. He thought he had bored me by talking too much. I quickly reassured him that it was fine and that I enjoyed listening to him. It was nice to see friends excited and happy about what they loved. Deku smiled and nodded enthusiastically, and we continued discussing other topics. He shared what had happened with Aizawa and his small argument with All Might, as well as his concern for Ida and how he didn't dare to approach him. I assured him that Ida wasn't angry, just a bit hurt, but not truly upset. I advised him that it would be best to talk to Ida, and as we exchanged advice, we finished the cookies and chocolate. We chatted for a while longer until Deku decided to go speak with Ida, believing it was better not to postpone it. I took that chance to visit my explosive classmate. Standing in front of Bakugo's door, I wondered if it was a good idea. I sighed and knocked. A shout from the other side allowed me to enter. Upon entering, Bakugo looked at me strangely, his brow furrowed and a puzzled expression on his face. Deku hadn't lied. He really looked terrible. He asked what I was doing there, sitting on his bed and coughing slightly. I explained that Deku mentioned he was feeling unwell, so I came to check on him. I downplayed it while closing the door and asked if I could take a seat. He sarcastically told me I wasn't going to stand there, which surprised me. Was he in a good mood? I decided it was best not to say anything further. I walked over to his desk and took a seat in the chair, discreetly observing a poetry book that was there. Did Bakugo like poetry? I pointed to the book and asked if it was his. He looked at me for a moment before nodding uncertainly. I expressed my surprise that he liked it. He admitted he didn't share that information widely, sounding a bit embarrassed. Deku was right. Bakugo seemed less intimidating when he was embarrassed. I mentioned that my grandmother owned a bookstore with several poetry books, and I thought I remembered some by that author. Bakugo seemed excited, saying that the author was elusive and hard to find. He had searched desperately for one of his books and couldn't even find the others. I told him that Deku knew the place, and I had taken him there before. I thought that when Deku recovered his memory, we could all go together to Ida, Todoroki, and of course, Deku. I nervously asked if he wanted to join us. I had fallen into something I said I would never do again, giving Bakugo Katsuki another chance. I had tried before, but I was always ignored or belittled, which made me promise not to attempt it again after apologizing to Deku. Yet, I suppose the conversations with Todoroki and seeing Deku so excited convinced me to make this last small effort. Bakugo quietly expressed that he would like to join us, thanking me softly. I responded with a simple, "You're welcome," and then asked if he was really okay. He fell silent, his crimson eyes fixed on me, and his frown warned me that I might have chosen my words poorly. I clarified that he seemed different, less explosive and more relaxed. He sighed and explained that he had been talking with his friends and reflecting. He acknowledged that he hadn't treated Deku well and had made mistakes with many of us who had shown him kindness. He wanted to improve and change that, aspiring to become someone worthy of being the #1 hero. I asked if he was on the path to redemption. He confirmed that he was. I admitted that Deku had recommended some hero books to me, and I hadn't been able to say no. Bakugo sighed, saying he should have guessed, as Deku was quite persistent. In an attempt to break the awkward silence, I asked how he was feeling. He replied that he was feeling much better. I agreed, and we both acknowledged that this was a strange and uncomfortable situation. Bakugo then asked if Deku was angry. I teased him about the incident where he had vomited on Deku, which made him embarrassed. I laughed and mentioned that Deku had shared other things with me, including how Bakugo preferred to be called Kaken. Bakugo insisted that I shouldn't call him that. I playfully pointed out that he allowed Kaminari and Deku to call him that, so why not me? He explained that Kaminari had worn him down, and Deku was his childhood friend. I understood and asked why he had stolen my phrase. He looked confused when I mentioned that Deku had told me why he called him Deku, which was something about being able to do it. Bakugo insisted that I couldn't be upset about that. I clarified that I wasn't angry, but I found it rather bold. He questioned my use of the word bold. I sighed, realizing that the conversation hadn't started in the best way, but at least it was a way to begin talking about things. I found it hypocritical for him to say that when the main reason he called Deku that was because it meant useless. Bakugo whispered that it wasn't like that anymore. He explained that he had begun to accept the change in meaning of the nickname he had given Deku. He didn't know when it had happened, but that useless had transformed into, you can do it, you nerd, you better work hard if you want to surpass me. I watched him closely. Despite his embarrassment and flushed cheeks, he didn't look away from me. His serious expression and calm tone showed that he was neither frustrated nor angry. On the contrary, he seemed to welcome the change. I tried to find any trace of deceit in him, but I found nothing. He truly seemed sincere, and I couldn't help but smile at that. He understood my concern but suggested that he should tell the truth about their relationship before he lost his memory. He admitted that he had planned to tell her but ended up embarrassing himself instead, which made me laugh. He expressed his frustration about the situation, and I acknowledged that it was indeed embarrassing. I asked how his friend was doing, and he mentioned that Ida was feeling better, though still in some pain. Ida was currently talking to the nerd, and Bakugo's smile at that moment was unusual. It was clear that he had some fondness for Deku, and he confirmed that they were friends, which was normal. I hesitated, recalling Toga, and asked if he was sure he wasn't like her. He firmly denied the comparison, stating he was just sick and trying to get along with me. I realized he was making an effort, and I admitted I was too. We both acknowledged our past remarks about each other, and I apologized for what I had said. He shrugged it off, saying he was offended but also offered an apology for his own words. As we continued to talk, an uncomfortable silence enveloped us. I glanced around his room for the first time, noticing how tidy it was, with vinyl records on the wall and shelves filled with books and music. He asked me to stop snooping, and I apologized, explaining it was my first time seeing his space. He downplayed the significance of his belongings, and I suggested I should leave so he could rest. He thanked me for coming, and as I headed for the door, he suddenly asked if Deku had told me why he had run away. I admitted I hadn't had any luck, but I knew Deku held him in high regard, perhaps even more than before, and advised him not to mess things up. He promised to try and told me to leave, as he was about to fall asleep when I arrived. I said goodbye and left. It was time to talk to young Midoriya, and honestly, I was terrified. How could I not be after our last discussion? I remembered the disappointment, confusion, and pain reflected in his eyes. The bitter memory replayed in my mind like a catchy tune that wouldn't fade away. Midoriya had been honest that day, or perhaps he was just overwhelmed by the confusion and longing for the memories he had lost. I could see the internal struggle he faced in just one phrase. He was caught in a debate between who he was and who he had been, what he believed and what I believed, the contrast between his past and present. I didn't know how much he had been holding back, and I admitted that guilt gnawed at me. I hadn't been able to help my pupil, not even by finding the cause of his condition, and I had been part of something that ultimately hurt him. It's astonishing how good intentions can turn into actions that harm those we initially aim to help. Despite everything I felt, I couldn't overlook Midoriya's behavior. Running away and inadvertently hurting one of his friends was something I couldn't ignore, nor could I excuse his disrespect towards authority. This was a conversation I needed to have, to help him understand that his actions were wrong. While this didn't make him a villain, it did distance him from the hero he aspired to be. I wouldn't absolve myself of the blame in this situation, and I would bear his anger if he chose to direct it at me. After all, it wasn't just a poor decision, it was a failure on my part as a teacher and mentor. I was aware that my intention, like that of the other teachers, was to protect young Midoriya while keeping the events that transpired a secret to safeguard the integrity of UA. Perhaps that was the mistake, that both aspects became intertwined, causing the importance of the students' well-being to be overshadowed by the institution's interests. As a teacher, my duty is to guide and protect my students, to make the right decisions that ensure their safety. As a mentor, my responsibility is to assist young Midoriya's personal development, helping him progress without revealing everything at once, to guide him. I wondered what would have been the best course of action in this situation. Perhaps the best choice would have been to contact Midoriya's family, to inform them of the situation and keep them updated with the information we received from the agency responsible for capturing that villain. Yes, maybe that was what I should have done from the beginning, not now. I expressed my deep regret, acknowledging that the information I could share was limited and that it was the most solid data Endeavor and Hawks had. I felt a pang of sorrow as I watched those green eyes divert their gaze from the tea, which he held tightly in his delicate hands. His expression reflected his displeasure with the situation, his brow slightly furrowed, accompanied by the subtle pressure of his lips as they pressed together. He silently lowered his gaze to the drink that had been his support since he learned the news, and with that gesture of discontent, he took a sip before sighing. I continued, expressing my regret for not disclosing what had happened with his son. I asked if there was anything I could do to remedy my poor decision. Silence, my old friend, returned with greater intensity than before. I assumed he was contemplating his next words, so I respected his need for time while trying to maintain the little calm I had left. However, my trembling hands betrayed my nervousness and concern about the situation. I lowered my gaze slightly and noticed how my fingers clutched the handle of the cup. I bit my lip and took a small sip. The bitter, cold taste traveled across my palate. I frowned slightly in disgust. That flavor, combined with the guilt I felt, made me feel trapped in waters where liars bathe, reveling in their own deceptions. Personally, that sensation made me feel unwell. He began to speak, sharing that Izuku was her baby. She had gone through so much to give him everything she could, and at times, she felt she had failed. She paused briefly before lifting her gaze. For the first time, I felt small under those emerald orbs that seemed to pierce me without mercy. She admitted she felt offended and angry that I had hidden her son's condition, that I, the person she had trusted, had agreed to such secrecy. I lowered my gaze. She was right. I couldn't have expected anything less, especially after I had promised to care for and protect him. However, she continued, expressing her understanding. She mentioned that she did not condone Izuku's behavior. I watched her in surprise as she explained that Professor Aizawa had kindly brought her up to speed with everything he had said. She understood my reluctance to involve him in a conflict with her, but, as a mother, she could not accept her son's disrespect towards an adult. Yet, she admitted with a small laugh that she would be lying if she said she disagreed with some of the things her little Izuku had said. But she would never condone the way he expressed himself. A slight smile escaped my lips as I observed her emerald gaze once more before she lowered her eyes in embarrassment. I confessed that I also agreed with certain things he had said. As a teacher and mentor, I had made mistakes, and I felt I owed an apology not only to her but also to him. She reminded me that I had been apologizing since she set foot in UA and urged me not to apologize any further. A smile appeared on her lips as she took a sip of her tea. She shared that the director had informed her of my insistence on keeping her informed and that even Professor Aizawa had supported my decision for her to be here. I felt a bit embarrassed but grateful for her understanding. I could say that the smile she gave me next was the most genuine and beautiful I had ever received. No matter how much I thought about it, The Midoriya family possessed something many lacked: the ability to offer genuine and beautiful smiles. Those smiles made you feel part of the family and assured you that everything would be all right. With a smile, I took another sip of my coffee, and I must confess that for once, it did not taste bitter or cold. For the first time, that coffee seemed to be the best of all. I whispered her name, Inko, as I set the cup down on the table. She mirrored my actions, her eyes never leaving me, attentively observing each of my movements. Carefully, I stood up and moved closer to sit beside her. I took a deep breath and for the first time, dared to take her hands in mine. I expressed my sincere regret, acknowledging that perhaps it was the best decision at the time, but no matter how much I thought about it, neither I, nor the director, nor anyone else had the right to hide from her what had happened to her son. At that moment, concern and fear might have overwhelmed them, but denying something that was her right as a mother simply wasn't right, and for that, she felt regret. Her hands slipped away from mine, and I closed my eyes before letting out a sigh and lowering my gaze. I couldn't expect everything to be fine. Toshinori felt the weight of her words as she spoke gently, assuring him that all was forgiven while cradling his cheek with one hand. Although she couldn't claim that her trust was fully intact, it meant a lot to her that he had ultimately decided to confide in her. Inko needed to speak with him, but just then, someone entered the teacher's lounge, interrupting them. She excused herself, promising to talk later when he was free. Toshinori called out to present Mike, but the sound of the closing door cut him off. Inko seemed lost for words, her hand feeling cold in the space where it had just been. She asked if she could see Izuku. He nodded quickly, offering her a reassuring smile, which she returned instantly. As he stood up, he nervously extended his hand, and she let out a soft laugh before taking it. He opened the door for her, and as they stepped outside, he instinctively offered his arm. She hesitated for a moment before wrapping her arm around his, and he smiled nervously. He assured her that Izuku would be happy to see her, recognizing the fear and worry in her eyes even if she didn't express it. Inko asked if he really thought so, her grip tightening slightly as she admitted to feeling quite nervous. She worried that Izuku might not remember her and feared he would be disappointed upon seeing her again. Toshinori gently reassured her, emphasizing that she was a wonderful person and an incredible mother, and that Izuku would adore her, even if he didn't remember her. She looked at him intently for a moment, and he feared he might have ruined the moment. But when she sighed in relief and a sincere smile began to form on her face, he knew he had done the right thing. Inko whispered her thanks, and he nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed by his words. In a warm silence, they walked through the empty hallways toward the dormitory. Upon arriving, she hesitated at the door, glancing at the latch with uncertainty. He asked if she was ready, explaining that he had informed Bokugu about her arrival so he could bring Izuku, who would likely be waiting for them as soon as they entered. After she took a deep breath and nodded, she murmured that she was eager to see her son, expressing her longing to be reunited with him. He simply nodded and opened the door. With her permission, he entered first to ensure that Izuku was there, and indeed, he was, alongside Bokugu. As soon as their eyes met, Izuku looked away, and Toshinori sighed, realizing he was still upset. He shook his head slightly and motioned for Inko to come in. What unfolded next was a moment he would never forget. The emerald eyes of both mother and son locked onto each other. Inko murmured her son's name hesitantly, while Izuku stared at her in disbelief, as if he couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. They held each other's gaze for a moment before tears began to stream down Izuku's face. Inko brought her hand to her face, letting small tears fall. Izuku questioned if it was really her, his voice filled with doubt, longing, and hope. Inko nodded, and in an instant, he dashed toward her, embracing her with equal fervor. Watching them, Toshinori realized he had made the right choice. This was what he should have done from the start. Bokugu crossed his arms and muttered that they finally did something right, teasing Toshinori about how long it took for this moment to happen. Toshinori, feeling a bit embarrassed, acknowledged that sometimes it takes something significant to open one's eyes. He thanked Bokugu for supporting him in this decision and for convincing Izuku to wait. He was curious about how Bokugu managed to do that, thinking Izuku would be reluctant to see him. Bakugo casually mentioned that he had told Izuku there was a surprise in the lounge, and that his friend was quite impatient when it came to surprises. Seeing the two boys getting along brought a smile to Toshinori's face. Bakugo then asked what would happen next, wondering if there would be consequences for Izuku's actions. Toshinori explained that he had persuaded Aizawa to keep the punishment from being too severe, but Izuku would still have to face it. They believed he could have some freedom, but it would be best if he was accompanied. Bakugo inquired about any new information regarding the investigation. Toshinori regretted to inform him that he couldn't share much, as they were only given limited updates. He explained that Hawks and Endeavor were handling the investigation, and they were only informed of significant developments without revealing too much detail. Just then, Izuku called out to Bakugo, drawing their attention. He was smiling and excitedly announced that his mother would be staying a while to share stories about photo albums, asking Bakugo to help him find them. Toshinori observed as Bakugo nodded reluctantly and followed Izuku to his room. Inko turned to Toshinori and expressed her gratitude once more. He smiled and led her to the sofa, where they settled in, waiting patiently for the boys to return. To his surprise, they didn't take long. Izuku came back first, beaming with joy, while Bakugo trailed behind at a slower pace, stifling a yawn but still managing to smile at Inko. As the photos began to circulate, the stories flowed freely, filling the room with warmth and nostalgia. Little by little, the atmosphere became warm and inviting, filled with soft laughter and smiles. Joyful comments floated in the air, welcoming newcomers. As I glanced at the clock in the living room, I noted that there were a couple of hours left before the other students would finish their classes. I sighed, realizing I should treat Aizawa to a drink for allowing these two to stay in the room. However, seeing the happiness on the faces of mother and son reaffirmed my belief that I had made the right decision. Young Midoriya seemed to recall fond memories of his relationship with his mother, along with moments from his childhood with Bakugo, who appeared somewhat tense whenever Midoriya mentioned their friendship. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh at Inko's gentle reprimands towards her son. Some things, it seemed, never changed. Inko looked at the time and remarked that visiting hours were over. I nodded in agreement. She expressed her hope of returning, and I assured her that she would. I suggested that perhaps we could arrange for Midoriya to visit her with someone else, so she wouldn't have to travel alone. He thanked me with a shy whisper, and I felt a sense of responsibility to make amends for my past mistakes. After a brief moment of silence, Midoriya expressed a desire to talk later, if that was all right. I assured him it was no problem at all and promised to let him know when I had some free time. Inko, suddenly cheerful, turned her attention to Bakugo, asking how he was doing. He blinked in confusion for a moment before sitting up straight on the couch and nodding, stating that he was doing well, albeit a bit tired. Inko advised him to get more sleep and eat more, noting that he seemed too thin. Bakugo nodded in agreement, and she expressed her joy that he and Midoriya were in the same class and still friends. Midoriya admitted that he had his doubts about their friendship at times, but he realized that Bakugo was an important part of his life, bringing him happiness and support. Bakugo, caught off guard, covered his face in embarrassment. Inko teased Midoriya with a smile, while Bakugo sank deeper into the couch, feeling flustered, especially when Midoriya mentioned a past embarrassing incident. I had to suppress my laughter at Bakugo's expression. I had made the right choice in having him there. Midoriya, still feeling a bit unwell, murmured that he should have stayed in bed, while Inko tried to stifle her laughter. Since his mother's visit, Bakugo had been radiating joy, which stirred a strange feeling in my stomach like a million fireworks that brought a sense of peace. Regarding the girl, Yoki, I had chosen to keep my struggles to myself, especially since I had given her my phone number under duress. It was better this way, even from my group of friends, as it was a personal matter that I preferred to keep private. For that reason, I also kept my little escapade with all might to myself. I had to endure hours of complaints from my classmates about pairing up with Monoma while I was supposed to be with a pretty girl. Monoma even joked about me trying to charm him to see if he would be more agreeable, which allowed me to laugh it off and feel more at ease. Despite my attempts, I still hadn't spoken to the troublesome individual, and I postponed that conversation. "Kachan," Midoriya called out. Bakugo furrowed his brow, annoyed, while he put down the notes Kaminari had given him. He begrudgingly admitted that Kaminari had taken some of the best notes of his life. "If you're bothered, I won't talk to you," Midoriya pouted. Bakugo rolled his eyes, but Midoriya smiled and offered to help him study. Bakugo insisted he didn't need help, but Midoriya expressed concern for him, saying that he had become important to him, which was why he worried. Bakugo felt a rush of embarrassment at Midoriya's words. Why did he have to be so adorably sincere? Why is it that every time I think of him, that word comes to mind? As he leaned closer, trying to read my notes, I couldn't help but notice how close he was. I could even feel his hair brushing against the tip of my nose. He asked if he could borrow my notebook, and I quietly handed it to him. Once he had it, he settled beside me. I sighed in relief and glanced at him out of the corner of my eye. He was furrowing his brow as he read intently, his hair falling partially into his eyes. It was surprising how little it seemed to bother him. I found myself observing him more closely. His curls made me want to reach out and touch his hair to see if it was as soft as it looked. Meanwhile, I could feel our shoulders brushing against each other, and I noticed the gentle movement he made as he leaned in to read something he seemed to struggle with. He playfully asked if I was admiring his beauty, teasing me about it becoming a habit. I smirked and asked if it bothered him. He laughed, saying it didn't at all, and even admitted that he thought I was handsome, comparing me to a Disney prince. Curious, I asked which prince he thought I resembled. He jokingly said I was like the Beast from Beauty and the Beast, waiting for the moment when the spell would break. I was taken aback. How could he say I was the Beast? I teased him back, saying he must be the princess. He laughed, saying it was a dream come true, claiming that yellow dresses suited him better than the UA uniform. I couldn't help but laugh at the image of him in a dress, and it brightened my day. As we both calmed down, a comfortable silence settled between us, one that felt natural rather than awkward. He complimented my laugh, saying it was cheerful and contagious, which made me blush. I tried to brush off the compliment, but he noticed and found it cute. Before I could say something important, we were interrupted by Kirishima bursting in, apologizing for interrupting us. Deku smiled at him, saying he was about to leave, and winked at me playfully. Confused, I watched as Deku left the room, leaving me alone with Kirishima, who seemed anxious. He sat beside me, expressing concern that I might be upset with him. I reassured him that I wasn't angry, but he pressed for an explanation about why I had been avoiding him since my conversation with Kaminari. In a moment of honesty, I blurted out that I was gay. I felt a rush of nerves as I realized what I had just said. Kirishima was silent, his eyes wide as he processed my words. I urged him to say something, feeling the weight of the moment. He finally managed to respond, expressing surprise but also relief. He admitted that he had suspected something but reassured me that it didn't change our friendship. He was happy that I felt comfortable sharing this with him, acknowledging that it must have been difficult. I asked how he had come to suspect my feelings for Deku. He hesitated before admitting that he had noticed my behavior around him. I confirmed that he was right. Kirishima then asked if I truly liked Deku, and I nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. I explained that I had realized my feelings for him after our relationship improved following a tough time. I hadn't told my family yet, only Kaminari and Kirishima, but I wanted to tell Siro and Mina eventually. Kirishima promised to support me, saying that if anyone reacted poorly, he would stand up for me. I thanked him, feeling a bit embarrassed but grateful for his understanding. He admitted it was a strange situation but reassured me that he was there for me. It was very manly of him to admit his feelings, and he should feel proud of who he is and how he feels. Bakugo was amazing, and that would never change. However, he needed to get used to it because he was genuinely surprised. He smiled and assured that he would never stop talking to him over something like this. He just needed to process everything. It was more surprising than anything else, and he felt happy that Bakugo had shared this with him. He had thought Bakugo was angry with him, so knowing that wasn't the case and that he considered their friendship important enough to share this made him feel happy. He understood and sighed, genuinely comprehending the situation. After all, it must be confusing for Bakugo. One day, his friends seemed completely straight, and the next, he learned that he wanted to kiss another classmate. It wasn't surprising that he felt this way. Out of curiosity, he asked if he had ever found him attractive. He was taken aback for a moment before playfully responding with an explosion of energy. He murmured that Bakugo was not his type and questioned the reason behind the inquiry. Bakugo explained that he wanted to confirm two things. First, it would have made him feel special, and second, he wouldn't have been able to reciprocate those feelings. He reminded Bakugo that he liked Deku, which made Bakugo laugh. He chuckled and admitted that he found Mina attractive for a time, though that feeling had faded. He still hoped that Zero would confess his feelings to her. He nodded in agreement, finding it unsurprising that Bakugo would find Mina attractive. They both acknowledged that they were all a bit strange, which was why they were friends. Bakugo expressed gratitude for their friendship, saying he was proud of him. Bakugo felt like a brother to him, and he smiled, truly grateful to have met these idiots. They had made progress in their investigation but had also taken steps back. Discovering that someone could alter their voice and appearance forced them to expand their list of suspects to include females. To assist with the investigation, they had to deploy a group from their organization. He hoped to make some progress with this. As he enjoyed his bitter coffee, he noticed the plates of wagashi and dango shaped like little bears. He had only ordered the bitter coffee, surprised by the extra treats. Was she serious? He observed the girl in front of him, who let out a soft laugh. She mentioned that the house was inviting and that the bear-shaped dumplings were cute and among the best in the area. He rolled his eyes at her last comment. It had been a while since she had seen him so frustrated. He appreciated that she dropped the formalities, saying it made him feel old. She teased him, asking if he wasn't old. He jokingly suggested calling the manager, but she sighed, explaining that Miko was dealing with allergies. She discreetly glanced behind her and took a seat across from him, asking if he wanted to talk about what was going on. He hesitated for a moment, knowing she was one of the suspects due to her blue eyes. After considering it, he sighed, realizing he owed her a lot. It was about the mission. She asked if it was the one Hawks had mentioned, and he nodded. The list of suspects had expanded, but he couldn't say more. She understood, remarking that it was just hero business. He agreed, and she encouraged him to relax, assuring him they would catch the criminal. He asked if she had seen anything suspicious, taking a sip of his coffee. She thought for a moment before shaking her head, saying she hadn't seen anything but would stay alert. Then she inquired about his family, specifically his son, Shoto, who was studying at UA. Fortunately, everyone was well, and Shoto was doing fine. As far as he knew, UA hadn't been attacked again. She sighed in relief, and he nodded in agreement. She then asked how his relationship with Shoto was progressing. He felt they were improving, at least now Shoto was responding to his messages. There was still work to do, but he appreciated her advice. She mentioned that he didn't need to thank her, recalling that day when she had seen a hero with such a lonely and sad expression. Most heroes were usually boastful or radiated energy, but his expression had been one of complete solitude and misery. He commented on her directness while sipping his coffee and enjoying one of the delicious bear-shaped dumplings. She continued, saying that it was sad to see him waiting for something that wouldn't come, which prompted her to change his coffee and sit with him for a while. She felt she should thank him, as Miko would have been upset if it weren't for his help. A faint smile formed on his face as he noted that her expression reminded him of his daughter, Fuyumi, when Natsuo refused to stay for a meal. He sighed, acknowledging that it was difficult to talk with Natsuo. He had taken her advice to reflect on not overthinking his dreams and to trust his instincts. Once their mother was out of the picture, they would live with her. He admitted he still needed time. With all the problems and the mission, he hadn't had much time to think clearly. She expressed her sorrow for his situation, but he reassured her that she wasn't to blame. She looked down, embarrassed, which caught his attention. He sighed again and resumed eating. He asked if she still hadn't resumed her studies, urging her to eat something. She declined, explaining that it wouldn't be appropriate since she was still on the clock and had time until her break. Regarding her studies, she mentioned that balancing work and school was challenging, and she hadn't adapted well. He advised her to pick them up again. She sighed, saying there wasn't much she could do without a quirk. If she had one, it wouldn't be very useful. He reminded her that she had helped him a lot without needing a quirk. His relationship with Fuyumi had strengthened, and he was improving his connections with his other two children because she had shown compassion to someone lost and offered advice without expecting anything in return. He paused, recalling something his mother once told him that he hadn't appreciated at the time. People often thought having a quirk automatically made them better than others, causing them to undervalue those around them. Those who believed that stumbled more often than those who understood that having a quirk didn't make them superior to those without one. Sometimes, a hero didn't need a quirk to make a difference. She listened intently, visibly moved by his words. He searched for something that might seem aggressive or offensive, but before he could ask what was wrong, he heard her let out a soft laugh as she looked down and covered her face with her hand. Then he understood she was crying. He quickly apologized, not intending to make her cry. She shook her head, lifting her gaze to smile at him, thanking him softly. He reiterated that he was just speaking the truth, assuring her that she was a good person and had a bright future ahead. He suggested she should consider resuming her studies, noting that while she might not become a hero like him due to her lack of a quirk, there were other types of heroes who played essential roles, not just for those without quirks but also for those who had them. He sighed, mentioning that a program would open at UA next year for people without quirks. It would be an extension in a different location, offering various branches to motivate those who wanted to help society in some way. She was surprised and asked if it was true. He confirmed it, explaining that he and Hawks had come up with the idea. His daughter Fuyumi, along with some heroes and professors, would help develop the program. They had encountered people without quirks during their investigation who seemed genuinely disappointed in themselves. After discussing it with Fuyumi, she proposed the idea, and as the #1 hero, he brought it to Hawks, and they both agreed on it. She whispered that it was lovely of him to carry out his daughter's idea, something that must have excited her. He nodded, recalling how thrilled she had been, even crying, while Natsuo had nearly kicked him out of the house, thinking he had said something wrong. He chuckled lightly, despite the situation being quite amusing. He also included the brother of a friend of Shoto's in the program, who he believed was the hero Ingenium. She remembered him, noting that he had visited a couple of times. She found it strange, thinking that heroes typically didn't care about those without quirks. He admitted that some unfortunately were like that, confessing that he had once been that way himself. But we are trying to change that and move everyone in society towards something better. Endeavor acknowledged this with a nod. In any case, she quickly shook her head, expressing her regret about the insistence on the topic. He reassured her, saying it was nice to have people who cared about him, and he thanked her sincerely. She opened her eyes wide and covered her lips in embarrassment at his words. He noticed her reaction and asked, puzzled, if she was about to call him Dad. She murmured a quick denial, her cheeks flushed. He rolled his eyes and shifted the conversation. Changing the subject, she asked about Hawks. Endeavor explained that Hawks had decided to go ahead. He then requested if she could prepare the usual order for Hawks, noting that the guy probably hadn't eaten anything. Of course, she exclaimed with a smile, asking if he wanted her to add melon bread to the order. He simply nodded in agreement. Great, she said, and added that she would start preparing it. She felt that if she stayed any longer, the second-in-command would discover her. They exchanged goodbyes, and he thanked her once more as she left. Endeavor took another sip of his coffee, contemplating the day ahead. Midoriya couldn't believe what he had done. What was he thinking? He had told Bakugo he was attractive. Well, not exactly in those words, but he had said it. What if Bakugo was upset? He didn't seem angry. In fact, he appeared to appreciate it. That must mean he had the green light, but for what? Bakugo called out to him, and Midoriya, slightly confused, turned to him. Bakugo mentioned that a mutual friend had asked him to bring cookies. Midoriya thanked him as Bakugo took a seat beside him. He asked if Bakugo had eaten, and Bakugo casually mentioned that he had brought extra for both of them. Surprised, Midoriya asked if Bakugo was staying. Bakugo seemed a bit concerned and wanted to know if Midoriya didn't want him there. Midoriya quickly reassured him that he was glad to have company. He had needed some fresh air and had forgotten to invite anyone along. He started to ramble about a past encounter with All Might and a photographer, but Bakugo interrupted him, pointing out that he was mumbling. Midoriya teased Bakugo about making an effort to understand him. Bakugo rolled his eyes and took a bite of a cookie, commenting that he could make better ones, though they weren't bad. Midoriya playfully called him humble, and Bakugo, with a small push, smiled back. Then, Bakugo mentioned he had something important to say. Midoriya, smiling, asked if it was the same thing he had been trying to tell him before they were interrupted. Bakugo expressed his frustration about being interrupted and insisted he wanted to get it out. Midoriya settled in to listen. Bakugo began to recount their childhood friendship and how they had attended the same middle school. He acknowledged that they hadn't been particularly close back then and admitted that he hadn't treated Midoriya well. He paused, biting his lip, and confessed that he had bullied Midoriya and regretted his actions. Midoriya whispered that he had known all along. He explained that he had remembered their past while looking through an album and had spoken to Todoroki and Uraraka about it. They had both suggested that he wait for Bakugo to bring it up himself. As Bakugo remained silent, Midoriya placed a comforting hand on his arm. He expressed how much it meant to him that Bakugo was being honest, acknowledging the courage it took to confront their past. He regretted hiding the fact that he was aware of what had happened, but he hadn't known how to approach the topic. Bakugo looked down, and Midoriya felt a wave of concern wash over him as he noticed Bakugo wiping away tears. He quickly moved the plate of cookies aside and embraced Bakugo, offering comfort. Bakugo apologized for the pain he had caused and for ruining their friendship, admitting he had never been a good friend. Midoriya reassured him that it was okay and that he forgave him. He acknowledged Bakugo's efforts to change and grow into a better friend. They remained in that embrace for a while, with Bakugo expressing his remorse and Midoriya providing solace. When they finally separated, Midoriya smiled at Bakugo, grateful for his honesty. He playfully asked if Bakugo was going to be sick, to which Bakugo responded with a smile that felt different, one that seemed meant just for Midoriya. Their hands instinctively intertwined, and Bakugo hinted at a better idea he had, though he wasn't ready to act on it yet. Midoriya playfully said he would be waiting. Their gazes locked, filled with emotions: regret, affection, and honesty. Midoriya hoped to convey his support for Bakugo's journey toward redemption, wanting him to feel the warmth of his care. It was a feeling Midoriya couldn't quite explain, but it was there, wanting to be expressed in various ways, coloring their surroundings with the warmth of sunsets and the sparkle of fireworks lighting up the sky. Bakugo whispered that he cared for Midoriya, thanking him for being by his side. Midoriya returned the sentiment, expressing gratitude for everything Bakugo had done for him. Kaminari observed Blasty, who was lying on his bed, staring at the ceiling with a distracted expression. He couldn't help but tease him about their recent success. It was clear that Blasty was feeling a bit embarrassed, and Kaminari found it endearing. He playfully remarked on Blasty's reaction, which earned him a playful pillow toss in return. Unfortunately, the pillow hit him in the face, prompting him to mockingly tell Blasty not to get angry. Kaminari then leaped onto the bed, avoiding another pillow attack. He joked about needing a pillow from Blasty, who protested vehemently against the idea. Their light-hearted banter continued, with Kaminari inquiring if Blasty had spoken to Kiri yet. Blasty, slightly annoyed, asked Kaminari to get off him while he playfully hit him on the head. After settling beside Blasty, Kaminari learned that Blasty had indeed talked to Kiri, sharing the details of their conversation. Kaminari expressed his belief that Kiri and their friend would accept Blasty, emphasizing their bond as a family. Blasty, still feeling a bit shy, was surprised that Kaminari wasn't bothered by Jiru's bisexuality. Kaminari reassured him that it didn't bother him at all. As they continued their conversation, Blasty leaned against Kaminari, admitting he was exhausted. Kaminari asked if he was still having trouble sleeping, and Blasty confessed that the stress was overwhelming. Kaminari grew serious, recalling the person who had erased Midoriya's memories. Blasty nodded, acknowledging the tension surrounding the situation. Kaminari was relieved that Blasty had not been seriously hurt and inquired about the intentions of the person who had attacked him. Blasty explained that the attacker had tried to erase his memories but had failed. Kaminari felt a sense of relief wash over him, wrapping his arm around Blasty's shoulders in a comforting gesture. Blasty jokingly threatened to explode Kaminari's face if he didn't stop talking. Just then, the door to the room swung open, startling both boys. Bakugo, surprised, accidentally released a small explosion. The other members of Baku's squad burst into laughter at the scene, and Kaminari couldn't help but smile at the unexpected interruption. The squad settled beside them, and Kirishima playfully asked if they were interrupting. Bakugo grumbled about wanting to sleep, while Kaminari lamented the loss of his pillow. Shiro chuckled at the situation, and Kaminari tossed his singed pillow to Bakugo, who humorously accepted it. As the banter continued, Mina joined in, teasing Bakugo and adding to the light-hearted atmosphere. The group shared laughter and playful jabs, creating a warm camaraderie among them. Kaminari felt a sense of belonging as they all joked and teased one another. The conversation shifted to work, with Kaminari mentioning the constant messages from Minoma. Despite his exhaustion, he found the conversation engaging, and the laughter kept him awake. As the playful banter continued, Kaminari couldn't help but feel grateful for the friendships he had formed, knowing that they would always have each other's backs. Blasty declared that I was his. The gesture was dramatic as he raised his arm to his forehead. He asked in a teasing tone if I was really his and where he should return me. I laughed, saying he was hurting me as he poked my stomach with one of his fingers, which made me let out a muffled laugh mixed with a pained groan. I jokingly requested a divorce. He smiled, saying he had waited a long time for this moment, and I pouted. I couldn't help but adore Bakugo, even if he could be infuriating. Mina laughed, saying she would welcome me with open arms and would share me with Shiro. I responded that it was only if they could handle my lover, Kiri. Mina nodded, amused. Kirishima joked that he would stick with his explosive bomb, while Bakugo playfully told him to get lost. After that improvised drama, we burst into laughter. Once we regained our composure, we exchanged smiles. Kirishima asked how things were going. With Jairu, I excitedly mentioned that she was still teaching me guitar and that we had plans to watch a movie together. Mina cheered, expressing her excitement, and then asked about Bakugo, inquiring how he was doing with work and Deku. I was a bit surprised by the mention of Deku, but she pointed out that they seemed to be recovering their friendship, as they were talking more and getting along better. I agreed, saying we were doing quite well, but sighed when I mentioned that I hadn't spoken to the plant girl about work. Mina, on the other hand, admitted she was scared, not just of her teammate, but also of a boy from general studies who had brought her flowers and tried to kiss her, only to later scold her for not being affectionate. Kirishima was taken aback, commenting that things were moving quickly. Bakugo laughed, calling the boy happy and confirming that he was doing fine. I was surprised to hear that Kirishima had spoken to Todoroki. He mentioned that he decided to give their friendship a chance, and for now, things were going well. I whispered in response, smiling at him as he hid his face in the crook of my neck and shoulder, prompting me to roll my eyes. I was used to such displays of affection, as Mina and Kirishima were quite affectionate, but it surprised me to see Bakugo showing the same side. Shiro had his moments too, but they were less frequent. Mina expressed her pride in me, and Kirishima excitedly exclaimed that I was getting cooler every day, while Shiro nodded in agreement. I felt embarrassed and whispered a casual acknowledgement. We continued chatting, catching up on everything happening in our lives. Mina and Kirishima had the most to share, while Blasty added a few comments here and there, and Shiro remained quiet until he felt encouraged to speak. I missed these moments of calm among us. Yoki couldn't understand it. All this time, she had thought she was helping others, truly being a hero. She had offered new opportunities and fresh starts to those who felt pain, who shared the same feelings she did. But was she really doing the right thing? Who could love the pain that memories of the past brought? So why did they get upset with her? Why did they see her as a villain? She simply wanted to help, but she didn't understand. If what she did was right, then why did Midoriya look so angry with her? Why did Bakugo react that way? Why did she feel so miserable? Maybe they were wrong, but what if she was the one who was mistaken? She couldn't grasp it. Why did Midoriya get so emotional when remembering? Why did Bakugo seem so hurt when she suggested erasing his memories? Frustration consumed her. She had only fulfilled their wishes. They wanted to forget. It was their fault. They wished to escape, to forget. Why did everyone see her as the villain? Why did she feel like trash? She had saved him. So why did he want his memories back? Twice entered, bringing food from Tamura, noticing she hadn't eaten and asking if she was okay. She observed him for a moment before shaking her head, contemplating whether to trust him. Did it even matter at this point? She whispered that she would like to talk, and he moved closer, taking a seat beside her. He remarked that she really liked the ceiling. She replied that it was better than being with Tamura, to which he responded that it was rude to say, as Tamura was kind. She retorted that his concept of kindness was curious, recalling how Stain had been kind to her by giving her a home and purpose. Twice asked if she missed Stain, and she nodded. How could one not miss the person who had given them a home and recognized their gift? Everything she knew was somehow tied to Stain, his beliefs, the reasons for his fight. To many he was a figure to follow, but to her he was much more. He had saved her. She confided in Twice about the internal struggle she faced, feeling as if one part of her was shouting while another contradicted it, leaving her feeling lost and lonely, like a stranger to herself. He remained silent for a moment, his expression turning sad as he sighed and looked at the sky. All the time, he finally admitted. She felt it was appropriate to share her feelings with him, whispering that she was uncomfortable with the League, her actions, and herself. I don't know what I want at this moment, but I know I don't want to be part of the League. Twice understood her feelings. She was tired of Tamura. She felt sorry for him, knowing others appreciated him as a leader, but she couldn't stand him anymore. She whispered that she just wanted to go home while wiping the tears from her eyes. But home no longer existed. She felt utterly alone. Her only friend was a false one, someone who thought they were friends because of fabricated memories. The people she had come to trust, those she considered family, would be disappointed in her because she represented everything they despised. Twice placed his hand on her head and asked what she would do next. She cried out in anguish, expressing her confusion about her identity and purpose. She thought she was helping people, but if that were true, why did they all seem so miserable? He fell silent as her sobs filled the air, tears streaming down her cheeks, seeking to comfort her broken heart. What does one do when everything they believed in starts to crumble? What does one do when loneliness is their only companion? She whispered that she wanted to go home, but how could she return to a place that no longer existed? She felt she had let down Endeavor and Hawks, deceiving them with the hope that they would never discover her secret. How could she face them? What does one do when they betray those who offered their hand? They had always been there for her. Hawks had saved her once when a fire broke out in a store she was in, and Endeavor had always given her advice. She even met his eldest daughter once when she came to ask for a cake for her father. How cruel it was. She realized she was the villain, wasn't she? It was funny and tragic. Perhaps she was just a bad joke full of contradictions. She recalled hearing someone say that when one loses their home, they must build a new one. Twice, deep in thought, explained that people often seek a new home, and if they can't find one, they create it. A home doesn't have to be a physical place. It can be being with people who care for you and whom you care for in return. Many of those people may leave, but that doesn't mean others won't come into your life. Slowly, she dried her tears while observing this strange villain who had taken a moment to exchange words with her, to listen to what she had to say. She thought he would be angry, that he would attack her, yet he tried to console her. Why did she feel she didn't deserve it? She whispered that Twice was a kind person and expressed her sorrow for what he had gone through. She hoped he could resolve his issues and urged him to stop blaming himself for what had happened that day. He seemed confused and asked why she was in the League. She confessed, feeling embarrassed, that she intended to resign. She wouldn't be part of it anymore, but she wouldn't harm them or reveal their location. He asked where she would go, surprised by her decision. She needed time to think and mentioned she had a conversation to have. She thanked him. She needed to untangle the knot of thoughts that had formed in her mind, as questions began to resurface like old ashes, revealing how wrong she had been. She longed to reclaim the things that had been taken from her, the things she had taken from herself. Ignoring the other members of the League, she ran away from that place filled with shadows and pain, a place she no longer wanted to belong to. As she ran, tears streamed down her face again, feeling the cold wind cut against her skin, and for a moment, she lost herself. She felt as if she were running to silence the memories that battered her mind, clouding her heart with darkness. She could hear the desperate cries of her past self trying to escape everything that tormented her. The loving gazes, the moments of solitude, she felt the warmth of their lips as they called her name, the warmth of their touch, and the red that covered everything. She sensed that suffocating aroma, and her screams for help echoed in desperation. They were silent, painful cries pleading for someone to take action. Lights flashed, and words of empty comfort surrounded her. Then she fell, and for the first time, the sting of her wounds paled in comparison to what she felt inside. Her hands struck the ground, and sobs floated into the cold night air. After so long, she allowed herself to be free and remember who she was and what she wanted. She thought about being a great hero. What a lie that was. She recalled the words of love directed at her, feeling the weight of disappointment. She had let them down, hadn't she? The scream that escaped her lips took away the last of her strength, and she crumbled in silence, allowing herself to be weak for a moment, enveloped by the blanket of emotions she had forgotten. Since Kaken's apologies, things had been going well. They had been conversing more fluidly, reminiscing about their childhood, which helped Midoriya recall some memories. Although some were still fuzzy, he believed they would return with time. Kaken asked if Midoriya would visit his mother that day. Midoriya nodded with a smile while trying to untangle his hair. Earlier, he had spoken with All Might, who happily agreed to let him visit his mother. Midoriya attempted to discuss the argument they had, but All Might suggested it wasn't the right time and apologized. Although this left Midoriya feeling a bit down, he understood that All Might was still on duty and would have to wait to talk later. Unfortunately, Midoriya decided to take a nap, taking advantage of the Saturday before his visit in the afternoon. When he woke up, his hair was a complete mess of knots. To make matters worse, while he was struggling to untangle it, Kaken came to visit before he left. Midoriya loved being with Kaken. It was just that his hair was a disaster. Kaken teased him about pulling out a lock of hair. Midoriya frowned and asked for help instead. Kaken chuckled, got up from the bed, and silently extended his hand for Midoriya's hairbrush. Midoriya quickly handed it over, and soon he felt Kaken carefully brushing through the knots. Kaken apologized, saying it might hurt a bit, but Midoriya had a particularly tricky knot. Midoriya protested that it was impossible to untangle and suggested cutting it, but Kaken insisted he was saving Midoriya's beautiful hair. Midoriya couldn't help but smile at that. Kaken then commented that he liked Midoriya's curls, which made Midoriya laugh. He returned the compliment, saying he liked Kaken's hair too, as it suited his personality. Kaken seemed confused by the mention of his personality but accepted the compliment, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. Midoriya rolled his eyes playfully when Kaken asked if he would visit his parents. Midoriya explained that his parents were away on a trip, so he would be staying in the dorms. Kaken offered to accompany him, but Midoriya mentioned he would be going with Todoroki, who had offered to join him and would also be asking some questions about a certain situation. Kaken paused and sighed, bringing up the issue of Yoki. Midoriya admitted he hadn't heard from her and didn't want to discuss it with Endeavor, feeling it would put All Might and UA in a difficult position. Kaken noted that he understood Midoriya's hesitation, and Midoriya returned his hairbrush to his backpack. Midoriya mentioned he would return on Sunday afternoon and suggested they watch a movie together. Kaken sighed, running his hand through his hair, and explained he couldn't join because he had to meet with Ibra about a group project. He expressed irritation at Ibra's persistent nagging about teamwork. Midoriya, feeling a bit disheartened, mentioned he might hang out with Shinso, who had said Monoma wanted to be involved too. Kaken thought it was a good idea, suggesting that Kaminari, whom he referred to as Braindead, could help manage Ibra. Midoriya found the nickname amusing but chose not to question it, realizing he had his own nicknames for others. Kaken confirmed that Kaminari didn't get along with Monoma, which surprised Midoriya, as he had found Monoma to be quite pleasant during their brief interactions. He recounted how he had met Eri and Mirio while exercising, explaining that it had been tough to inform them about his condition, especially for Eri, who had been very upset. Monoma and Shinso had also joined them, and Monoma had been kind, comforting Eri and checking on Midoriya. Kaken expressed disbelief that Monoma could be normal and not an annoying person, to which Midoriya responded with a light-hearted protest. Kaken shrugged, insisting he was just sharing his honest opinion. But I suppose only you can handle Monoma. I laughed while looking at my phone and said I needed to go. Already? I nodded and gave a hug, which was instantly reciprocated. Todoroki sent me a message. His father has parked the car in front of UA. Let me know when you arrive, okay? Yes, I love you, Kaken. And I love you too. Take care, he said, giving me a kiss on the cheek, which surprised me a bit but definitely brought a smile to my face. My relationship with Kaken had evolved from being somewhat complicated to understanding each other a bit better. I have no idea how we were before, but I'm sure we've improved and continue to learn from each other. I admit that when I'm with him, a part of me gets excited. It simply feels like jumping for joy and nerves. But there's also another part that wonders, what will happen when everything goes back to normal? I'm aware that I'm not the same as before, and yes, when I return to being myself again, will he drift away from me? I sighed. Worrying about that now wouldn't help. When the time comes, I'll figure out how to resolve it. I picked up the bag I had packed, and we both left the room. He accompanied me to the entrance of UA. After saying our goodbyes and him reminding me to let him know when I arrived safely, I hurried to get into the back of the car, surprised to find it was being driven by a boy who was obviously not Endeavor. This is Natsuo. You might not remember him. You met him at a dinner at my house after our internships with my father. It was an awkward dinner, Todoroki concluded, keeping his gaze out the window. I simply nodded, somewhat confused. Sometimes I forgot how peculiar Todoroki was. Well, it seems most of my friends are a bit odd. Shinso was serious and quiet, with a sarcastic humor that seemed to mesh well with Monoma's. On the other hand, Uraraka was a wonderful chatterbox, although sometimes she would go quiet, lost in thought, and then start floating. Ida was a stickler for structured order and had a rather questionable sense of humor that seemed to align with Todoroki's. Sometimes when they told jokes, I thought that kind of humor should be illegal or something. And finally, Tsuyu was direct, honest, and had little sense of humor. But I wasn't any better, and honestly, I would be lying if I said they didn't brighten my days. Shoto, you just killed his friend with your comment, the other boy murmured. Did I? Todoroki asked, a bit nervously. I chuckled. I'm sorry, I got lost in my thoughts. It's nice to see you again, Natsuo. Sorry we meet again under these circumstances. He shook his head gently with a smile. Don't worry, it's a pleasure to see you again. Although these circumstances aren't the best, they are better than the dinner. By the way, Todoroki already told me where your house is, so no worries. Oh, I had forgotten he once accompanied me. Don't worry, the young man said, trying to reassure me. He then proceeded to start the car. Initially, my father was supposed to pick you up, but it seems he had an incident at work. I understand, I replied. By the way, why do you call Todoroki by his last name? Oh, that. He's upset with me because I forgot his birthday, Todoroki responded with a shrug. I tried to make up for it by buying him a perfume that gave him a terrible allergy, he commented, amused. But Shoto knows I can't really stay mad at him. I smiled. It was nice to see that those two got along well. After what I had remembered, I was a bit afraid that in the end, Todoroki wouldn't have a good relationship with his family. The rest of the ride was somewhat quiet. Well, only a little. Todoroki tried to bring up some topics of conversation and dedicated some smiles to me that helped calm my nerves whenever Natsuo asked me something I didn't know how to respond to or couldn't quite remember. The fact that Natsuo joked a bit and seemed more relaxed than when I got into the car helped ease my anxiety. When we arrived, I thanked them and said goodbye. They kindly waited for me to enter my house before leaving. Once I was inside, my mother took me to my room. I smiled. It was just as nerdy as my room at UA. However, I felt a bit strange at first. Being there felt odd. Before I could unpack, the doorbell rang, and since my mother had said she would be in the kitchen, I hurried to answer it. But when I opened the door, I was surprised. What are you doing here? I asked coldly while gripping the door tightly. She seemed to notice and lowered her gaze. Don't you like seeing me? She asked in a whisper. How could I like seeing someone who erased my memories? What? She asked, somewhat confused and surprised. Don't pretend, Yoki. Kaken told me that you and I weren't studying together. It was all a lie created by you. You made me live a terrible falsehood, I said, annoyed. Izuku? Who is that? I heard my mother say, instinctively taking a step back. She's a classmate, don't worry, I replied, not taking my eyes off Yoki. My mother shouldn't know who she really was, or she could get involved in something dangerous, and I wouldn't forgive myself for that. Can we talk? She asked, fixing those blue eyes on me, and instinctively I looked away. I didn't want her to erase my memories again. I won't do anything. How can I trust you? I asked, glancing at her from the corner of my eye. I noticed her looking down and biting her lip while clenching her fists before letting out a sigh. I can't give you something to prove it, you'll have to take a risk, she paused. But I didn't do anything to Bakugo when I had the chance. I think that's a reason for you to trust me. Was it right to accept? However, if I didn't, I risked her deciding to attack me or my mother. I sighed, it. Wait here, I replied, closing the door in her face before going to my room and grabbing a few things to put in my backpack. When I came out, I put on my shoes. Mom, I'm going out for a bit. Izuku, the teacher said. Please trust me, okay? I interrupted her. She hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. I smiled. Thanks, I won't be long. She nodded again, albeit with some doubt, but she didn't say anything else and went back to what she was doing. I sighed and hurried to the door. When I opened it, I saw that Yoki was still there. Let's go, I said as I closed the door and started walking. She nodded, following me. I don't intend to talk at home with you. Do you have a place to go and talk? And no trying to trap me. Aiza wouldn't set a trap, Midoriya insisted. Call me Midoriya or Deku, he stated firmly. He understood. There was a park nearby, a public place where they could talk, and she would have the chance to prove that she meant no harm. She just wanted to chat. Fine, he paused, stopping in his tracks. He opened his backpack and pulled out some bandages and a bottle of antiseptic, handing them to her. She took the items with a hint of doubt, looking at them with confusion and surprise. He observed her for a moment before turning his gaze away, slightly amused. You're hurt, he said, turning his gaze back to her. I wouldn't feel comfortable talking to you knowing you're injured, and I didn't help as a hero. Thank you, she murmured with a faint smile as she knelt down to tend to her wounds. They weren't serious, just a few untreated scrapes, but it was better to avoid an infection. Once she finished, she returned the antiseptic and handed him the leftover bandages. After he stored them away, they resumed their walk to the park in complete silence, keeping a distance between them. Upon arrival, she headed toward the swings and took a seat on one. For a moment, he recalled their first encounter. It was hard to believe that the kind girl he considered a friend had deceived him. He sighed and decided to sit on the swing beside her, gazing at the sky for a moment before speaking. Yoki, what do you want to talk about? Are you angry with me? That's a silly question, isn't it? He thought, crossing his arms and giving her a look that said, Are you serious? She let out a nervous laugh and shook her head. I suppose you're right, it would be foolish to think that. It scares me, he interrupted. It scares me that you might erase my memories again. It frustrates me to know that I considered you a friend, but I don't hate you. When Kaken left, I replayed every conversation we had and remembered the time we talked about memories. So I want to know, why did you do it? She fell silent, staring at the sky without saying a word. Then she let out a soft laugh and returned her gaze to him, her blue eyes looking as sad as ever. Do you think there's a reason? She asked with a smile. Because you don't seem like the type of person who does things for no reason. Her smile faltered for a moment as she gripped the swing's chain tightly. I just thought I was helping you, she paused. I felt it was what you wanted. Excuse me? I only erase the memories of people who seem to suffer from them. I don't physically harm anyone unless they try to harm me, but unlike many other villains, my intention isn't to hurt, it's to help, because heroes help others, right? They help others be happy, don't they? Yoki, erasing someone's memories without their consent isn't helping, you're hurting them. It's true that there are some memories better left forgotten, but that's not the way, he whispered. You weren't a hero. I know. Now I know, she said softly. Midoriya, I've left the league. How can I trust you? I can't prove it. You'll have to trust me, she whispered. Yoki, Endeavor and Hawks, well, I didn't erase their memories or anything, she said seriously. Looking into her eyes, he realized her gaze was firm and sincere. I know them, and the affection I have for them is real, just as their feelings for me are real. There's nothing false there, unlike our friendship, right? She nodded with a hint of sadness, turning her gaze away. I was curious, she whispered. That's why I approached you. At first, I thought about listening to Tamura, about making you an ally of the league, but I really started to consider you a friend. The truth is, I never had friends my age. I've only had Hawks and Endeavor, with Endeavor being a mentor and almost a paternal figure, and Hawks someone to admire, an inspiration. I also considered you a friend, beyond the false memories, he confessed. Finding out it was all a lie. It was painful. I was very scared because you knew things about me that no one was supposed to know and Tamura doesn't know, she said, trying to reassure him. I never told him about One for All, or who your mother is, or anything. He looked at her in surprise. Why not? They were her allies at that moment. Because Tamura is reckless and could hurt your mother, and you care about her a lot, so. Yoki, you erased my memories, including those of my mother, and you say you didn't tell Tamura because I care about her, he repeated, frowning. You're contradicting yourself. It's not the same. Yes, I erased your memories because you had the memory of her being sad in your childhood. I wanted you to see her without that sadness. It's not the same as having your family harmed or hurt. You love your mother. You care for her deeply. I would never harm someone's family. You're confusing me. I don't know what to think about you. I don't know, she replied with a sigh. You have the right to hate me or be angry. I won't blame you. You have the right to think I was selfish or whatever. But I didn't want to make you feel bad. I thought I was helping. I'm sorry. He sighed, locking his eyes on her as she looked back at him with genuine regret. What was he supposed to do? Could you forgive me? I don't know, he said with a sigh. Right now, I don't think I can, Yoki, but I trust that one day I will. What will you do now? I have an idea. But I'd prefer to keep it to myself, she said, looking a bit wary. Don't worry, I just want to have a chat with someone before I make my decision. A chat? She nodded, smiling. Don't worry, it's not something bad. You said you left the league. Those injuries. Did you? The scrapes? He nodded. No, I just tripped and fell. But I'm fine now, I'm better. Yoki, I want to believe you're not bad, at least not entirely, but I'm conflicted about whether it's right or not. I don't have an answer for that, Midoriya. But I do believe you'll be a great hero. They continued talking a bit longer. She explained how their conversation at the cafe had made her feel, assuring him that she hadn't shared any information from his notebooks with anyone. She apologized for how she had expressed herself that time and for her opinions about heroes. I explained my conversation with Aizawa, sharing my thoughts about heroes, and we found some common ground. She seemed much more open than before, listening and asking questions. For the first time during that talk, I relaxed a bit. After all, she was keeping her word. She wasn't causing me any harm. Suddenly, I asked how I could recover my memories. She smiled apologetically and said I would know soon enough. Standing up, she added that it was getting late and I should head home. I urged her to answer my question, but she whispered that she couldn't yet. She expressed regret, saying that if we had met under different circumstances, we might have been good friends. I agreed with her sentiment. That conversation felt somewhat bittersweet. In the end, we had only reflected on a few things and clarified others. She hadn't revealed any significant information, nor had she told me where the league was or how I could regain all my memories. I looked up at the now darkening sky, the first stars twinkling above, and let out a soft laugh, realizing I had taken longer than I thought. I pulled out my phone and noticed I had around 20 missed calls from my mother. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I realized I had also received about 15 calls from Bakugo, which piqued my curiosity. I decided to call him to see what was going on, but before I could, an incoming call stopped me. Bakugo was calling again. I sighed and answered. His voice reached my ears, filled with concern and agitation. He scolded me for making my mother worry and asked where I had been. After he gave me a chance to respond, I told him where I was, as he insisted on coming to find me, but honestly, I didn't want to go home just yet. After hanging up, I called my mother, who answered between sobs, clearly worried. I felt bad for making her anxious. I explained that I was close to home but would wait for Quien. She calmed down a bit upon hearing Bakugo's name and asked me not to do that again. I sighed and promised her I wouldn't. After hanging up, I put my phone away and focused on swinging while gazing at the stars. I felt a bit guilty. I had fallen for Yoki's words again. Even though Bakugo had asked me to stay away from her, and I knew the danger, I had ventured to have a conversation with her. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion broke my concentration. In front of me stood Bakugo, his brow furrowed, small explosions erupting from his hands, showcasing his anger and frustration. Yet, in his eyes, I could see the worry that overwhelmed him. He whispered my name with irritation as his hands ceased their explosive display. I ran toward him and hugged him, which seemed to relax him a bit, as he returned the embrace, albeit surprised. I apologized. He told me that I didn't need to apologize to him but rather to my mother, who had called him to say I wasn't answering my phone and had been gone for hours. He asked if I took pleasure in making us worry. I hugged him tighter and explained that Yoki had been talking to me. He pulled away slightly, looking at me with concern and a hint of embarrassment. He asked if I was okay and if she had done anything to me. I quickly shook my head, assuring him that she just wanted to talk and apologize. He frowned slightly and asked if I remembered everything. I nodded, and he decided we should head home. I hesitated, asking if we could stay a bit longer. He seemed to think it over before agreeing. I asked how he managed to get out at this hour, and he replied that he had escaped. I exclaimed his name in surprise, and he let out a light laugh as he came closer and took my hand, guiding me to the swings. Once we arrived, he sat down and pulled me onto his lap. I blinked in surprise and felt a bit embarrassed, but I chose to say nothing. After all, I didn't mind that action at all. I cursed under my breath, realizing I was probably blushing. I could feel his arms around my waist, holding me firmly yet gently, embracing me with care and affection. I sighed, thinking that Quien was going to end up giving me a heart attack. He murmured that it was cold, and I found that excuse so poor that it made me chuckle lightly. However, when I touched his arms, I realized he was genuinely cold, which concerned me. Maybe it wasn't a bad excuse after all. I told him he was freezing, and I tried to warm him by rubbing my hands on one of his arms, though I knew it wouldn't help much. He sarcastically remarked that he thought his quirk sounded weak because he didn't feel like cooperating with his anger. His sigh sent a chill down my spine as it brushed near my neck. I frowned and told him not to be silly while pulling a jacket from my backpack. It had been a good idea to bring it. Noticing he wouldn't let go of me, I decided to cover us both with it. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. He rested his chin on my shoulder and let out a tired sigh. I glanced at him, noticing the pronounced dark circles under his crimson eyes, and for a moment, I thought of my curious teammate. If Bakugo kept this up, he would compete with Shinso for who had the most dark circles. I asked if he was still sleeping poorly. He admitted that he was a bit, saying my mother had woken him up and he spent hours calming her down while looking for me. I felt bad and apologized. He chuckled softly, telling me not to worry. Then his phone rang, and he moved away slightly before letting out a grunt and putting it away. I asked if everything was okay. He assured me it was nothing to worry about, but his response didn't ease my mind at all. Still, I decided to trust him. After all, Quien was strong. Deciding to lean back a bit for comfort, the character waited for a complaint from their companion, but none came, causing a smile to form on their face. They noted that their friend had forgotten to mention their arrival. The friend admitted that it had completely slipped their mind and playfully called them an idiot. The character responded with a teasing remark, trying to meet their gaze. However, the friend let out a playful growl before leaning in and gently biting their cheek, prompting a light punch to their arm. This action elicited a laugh from the friend, which, unfortunately, made the character smile as well. They spent some time discussing everything that had happened with Yoki, among other topics, until it was time to head home. With a heavy heart, they stood up and the character picked up their backpack. The friend returned the coat, refusing to wear it themselves and insisting that the character put it on, noticing they were a bit cold. After that, the friend accompanied the character to the front door, where the character's mother jumped out to hug them as soon as she saw them. She offered for the friend to stay, but they declined, explaining that they needed to return to the academy, conveniently omitting the fact that they had snuck out in the first place. Tamura was furious, feeling betrayed by someone he had trusted completely. He questioned twice about Yoki's whereabouts, trying to remain patient. Twice observed for a moment before eagerly confirming that Yoki had mentioned she was going home. Tamura murmured in disbelief, noting that Yoki had no real home left. Twice insisted that she seemed very sad and spoke about how much she missed her home, promising not to reveal their location. Mr. Compress crossed his arms, intrigued by the situation, and remarked on Yoki's curiosity. Dabi, with a mocking expression, questioned whether Yoki had ever truly been part of the league, pointing out her reluctance to join and her lack of personal information shared with them. Tamura replied, revealing that he had learned Yoki's parents had passed away and that she had been under Stain's guardianship. He noted that Stain was the closest thing she had to a home. Spinner added that Yoki had also refrained from sharing personal details during their conversation, only discussing her quirk and Stain. Toga speculated that Yoki could become a problem, prompting Tamura to reconsider. Despite his disdain, he acknowledged that Yoki could have become a valuable member of the league over time. However, she seemed genuinely confused about right and wrong. Kurogiri had mentioned that she might realize the path she was on wasn't the one she truly wanted, but Tamura had ignored that warning. Reluctantly, he admitted that Kurogiri had been right. Yoki had formed some attachments within the league, showing a degree of fondness for Twice, Kurogiri, Mr. Compress, and even Toga, which surprised him given Toga's initial attitude toward her. While it was likely Yoki would keep her word and not reveal anything, Tamura felt their plans were ruined. He would need to search for another pawn to replace her. Kurogiri suggested leaving things as they were, arguing that taking action now could lead to consequences. He assured them that Yoki would remain silent, and if she did speak, they would handle it as they always had. Dabi proposed focusing on constructing a new plan, downplaying the issue. Tamura nodded, still troubled by Kurogiri's words and feeling unable to trust Yoki. He thought about her luck, deciding to spare her life this time due to her usefulness in their data theft, particularly regarding quirks, which he found quite fascinating. The day had arrived. After so much waiting and bitter experiences, Midoriya finally had the chance to confront his demons. With each step, he approached the place where memories of every word spoken and every glance exchanged awaited him. These were bitter memories, reminding him that he was far from perfect. He let out a sigh and looked around. Students came and went, focused on their own worlds, so oblivious to the fear he felt. How does one face someone after ruining everything? Kaken had told him to have the same courage he had when dealing with this, and he agreed. He knew he had to face it, and that thought kept him on this path. If it were up to him, his legs would run, avoiding his own desire to confront this and fleeing instead. Though he admitted he didn't feel proud of that thought. He closed his eyes as he reached his destination, took a deep breath, and observed the door in front of him. Behind it was the person he admired most, the one he had treated unjustly and expressed his feelings to in a hurtful way, feelings clouded by confusion. For the last time, he reminded himself that everything would be fine, that he needed to be honest. He resolved to face this problem with his head held high and a smile. That thought entered his mind and was enough to bring a small smile to his lips. He wasn't going to escape. With that motivation, he reached for the door, knocked, and was granted permission to enter. Upon stepping inside, his eyes locked onto the only other person in the room. The individual was seated, wearing a calm expression, with a shy and sorrowful smile. Instinctively, Midoriya felt the urge to look away, to hide, and not come out. He felt he didn't deserve that kind gaze, which waited patiently for him to enter. Yet, despite that thought, he took his first steps into the room, closed the door behind him, and sat down on the sofa. Their gazes met, and he felt a knot in his throat tighten. Midoriya, the person spoke. How could they maintain such a kind tone? I wanted to apologize. When everything happened, we didn't fully follow protocol. We tried to conceal this incident, thinking it would be best, not just academically, but for you and your mother. We believed we were protecting you, but we ended up focusing on protecting the institution and neglecting your well-being. I feel truly ashamed, please forgive me. Why were they so kind? Because they are a hero. Because they truly care about you. In the end, he couldn't maintain that eye contact. His gaze shifted to his clenched fists resting on his knees. He shut his eyes tightly, feeling bitter tears fall. A sense of bitterness coursed through his body, and he felt the situation was unfair. He was the one who had let himself be guided by the words of a stranger, falling into the trap of anger and misunderstanding what was being said, not comprehending why it was happening. The truth was he was the one who had run away, disobeying Aizawa's orders and betraying his trust. He had deceived his friends to selfishly escape. He had hidden the truth from Kaken. He thought it was okay, but the reality was that he had been the one who was wrong. How would his former self feel? Most likely embarrassed, just as he felt now. Because in that moment he was being consoled by the person to whom he had shouted hurtful things, the one he had judged. In front of him was someone who had been and still was important to him. He felt their kind words penetrate deep within him, burning away any lingering anger that might have remained. His hands moved to his cheeks in an attempt to stop the tears of regret and shame streaming down his embarrassed face. "I'm sorry," he exclaimed, feeling ashamed. "You don't have to apologize. I behaved poorly, deceived my friends, ran away, shouted terrible things, disobeyed Aizawa's orders, and caused many problems." He fixed his gaze on the person, expecting to see anger, but instead found a look filled with understanding. "Midoriya, it's true that you made mistakes, but it's also true that the institution and I made our errors as well. Therefore, I must apologize and learn from my mistakes too. What kind of teacher and mentor would I be if I pretended to be perfect and refused to see my own faults? I believe that both students and teachers learn something valuable from each other," they replied softly, rising and walking to his side. As they reached him, their hand ruffled his. "At your age, I was also a very troubled boy, you know? Try to be better than I was. Learn from your mistakes, and in the future, you will become someone great." "All Might. Have you spoken with your friends?" they asked as they returned to their previous spot. Yes, Ida was a bit down and offended, but more than anything, he was hurt. However, he seemed to understand. On the other hand, Todoroki was a little angry, and Uraraka was more understanding, though she was upset and hurt. "That's normal, but it's good to know they managed to comprehend," they said with a sigh. "Yes, but now everything is better." As for Kaken, well, he was very kind and understanding, he whispered, feeling embarrassed. "He's a good friend." "I see," they commented thoughtfully. "It's good to see that you get along well." "Yes. Though I must admit I've remembered some very bitter things about my relationship with Kaken. However, it's strange, unlike other memories, these came in the form of nightmares. They feel like a dream, even though I know they are real. I've talked about it with him, and even though he always ends up apologizing, he is honest and confirms that those memories did happen." "I understand, it must be difficult to have to talk about that," they replied with a sigh. "I have no idea how things were in the past, but at the beginning of UA, your relationship was quite turbulent. However, it gradually improved until it became what it is now." He nodded, feeling excited. He hasn't wanted to tell me the exact reason, but he has said that every day he strives to get closer to the hero image he desires and hopes to do things right now, he commented, feeling embarrassed. "In a way, I feel like I should thank Yoki because when—" "Yoki?" they asked, confused, and he simply covered his mouth. He had ruined it. Curse it all. He hated his tendency to let slip comments he shouldn't. "Midoriya, who is Yoki?" they asked, crossing their arms, their expression now serious, and their eyes showing concern. "And why should we thank them? Seriously, why didn't the League of Villains just finish him off when they had the chance?" Sigh, well, lies have short legs, so I suppose it's best to say everything at once. "I just hope he doesn't get angry." He explained that Yoki was the person who erased his memories and implanted false ones, making him believe they were friends and studied together. When he escaped, it was to find her. She knew about One for All and everything he had written in his hero notebooks. He had encountered Kaken, who revealed that it was all a lie, and then he ran into Yoki again because she knew his address. It sounded a bit stalkerish, didn't it? Nevertheless, she had apologized to him. A silence filled the room as they exchanged glances, both unsure of what to say. He remained in the same position, his serious expression and worried gaze fixed on him. Meanwhile, he wore a nervous smile, trying to keep calm in the situation. He seemed about to say something when the door suddenly burst open, startling him. Midnight rushed in, her expression filled with concern as she announced that there was a problem. One of the students was missing. Specifically, the missing student was Bakugo Katsuki, who had been the former target of the League of Villains. His classmates said he had gone out for some fresh air and hadn't returned, nor was he answering his phone. He murmured Kaken's name, feeling a wave of worry wash over him. Midnight called out to All Might, who had not responded. She urged him to check the perimeter, but just as he made a move to get up, All Might collapsed before their eyes. He jumped up, alarmed, realizing that first Kaken was missing, and now All Might had fainted. He felt a surge of frustration, thinking that he truly was a source of problems. Midnight shouted at All Might, insisting it wasn't the time to sleep. She moved to carry him to the infirmary and instructed him to gather with his classmates and stay put, as this could be a new kidnapping and they didn't know if villains were nearby. He nodded, feeling anxious as he left the room. He intended to search for Kaken alone, but on his way out, he encountered a teacher he didn't recognize. After answering his question about his class, the teacher led him to the dorms, where he was met by the others. Now, how was he going to find Kaken? This was frustrating. Suddenly, he heard Kaminari's voice cutting through the worried murmurs, telling him to stop. With all the anxious chatter, he couldn't tell who had spoken. Then, a sharp voice rang out, demanding everyone to be quiet. The tone was rough and commanding, silencing the room. Everyone turned in surprise to see Kirishima, who usually had a cheerful demeanor, now clenching his fists with a frustrated look on his face. He glanced around at Kaken's friends. Mina was curled up, hugging her knees to her chest, biting her nails anxiously. Siro was trying to calm Kirishima, but it seemed futile as Kirishima appeared ready to snap at him. Meanwhile, the lights flickered erratically, occasionally turning on and off, a result of Kaminari's uncontrolled quirk due to his own worry. He sighed, feeling that everything was going terribly wrong. He just hoped Kaken was okay. Seriously, Kaken. Please be careful. Bakugo awoke with a single word echoing in his mind. He had no recollection of what had happened, only that he had stepped outside for some fresh air. That was what he had told everyone, at least. The truth was far from that. While waiting for Deku to return, he had received a call from Yoki, and after that, he had walked to the location she indicated. Darkness had enveloped him. Now, he found himself in an unfamiliar room, and he couldn't deny that fear gripped him. Who would want to wake up in a strange bed after just stepping out for air? It was absurd. He sighed, realizing that panicking or jumping to conclusions wouldn't help. He appeared uninjured, his memories intact, and he didn't seem to be restrained. To test his quirk, he created a small explosion, ensuring it was discreet, and confirmed that everything was in order. Why had that idiot knocked him out? Irritated, he decided to get out of bed. He glanced around the room, noting its disarray. The walls were stained and covered in cobwebs, suggesting it had been a long time since anyone had lived there. Where was he? He searched through the sparse furniture but found nothing useful, just junk. Closing his eyes to calm himself, he remembered his phone. He checked his pockets, but it was gone. Cursing under his breath, he opted to leave the room cautiously. The place felt completely empty and filthy. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a horror movie, where every glance revealed no escape, only the lurking presence of danger. Upon reaching what appeared to be the living room, he spotted her. She was casually dressed, while her villain outfit lay neatly folded beside her. She acknowledged his awakening with a smile, stating that he should take a seat and offering him tea. He approached and sat down, watching as she poured tea into a cup that sparkled clean against the backdrop of the messy house. He crossed his arms, perplexed. Had she brought him here for a tea party? What was her plan? She reassured him that the tea wasn't poisoned, explaining that if she wanted to harm him, they wouldn't even be having this conversation. He demanded to know why he was unconscious, to which she replied that he wouldn't have come quietly, and she preferred to use methods that wouldn't attract attention. He accused her of kidnapping him, and she admitted that he could call it that if he wished. She expressed her selfishness in wanting to discuss a story that haunted her, believing he held the answers she sought. She urged him to enjoy the food and listen. With reluctance, he told her to get to the point and took a cautious sip of the tea. She began to recount a tale about a small, happy family that once lived in the house. The mother was a strong and brave woman, a hero who always returned home exhausted yet smiling. The father was an honest man, dedicated to his humble work, always willing to help. Despite occasional arguments, they loved each other and their daughter. As she spoke, he felt a sense of unease. Why was she telling him this? The mother loved being a hero, even though her work often involved interrogations. One day, a powerful villain attacked, and the hero on duty was injured. She decided to help the civilians and the hero, but that day, she never returned home. The daughter waited by the window, only to hear her father's anguished cries. In that moment, she understood that her mother was gone forever. The state provided them with money, and the heroes and civilians mourned. Weeks passed, and life continued as if nothing had happened. The father struggled to keep his shattered family together, hiding his pain behind a smile for his daughter, but she heard him weeping night after night. He asked her why she was sharing this story, feeling a bitter taste in his mouth. She continued, explaining that the girl had dreamed of becoming a hero like her mother, but she kept it to herself after the tragedy, fearing it would only bring her father more pain. Then, a villain attacked their area, setting homes ablaze, including theirs. As the flames spread, she searched for her father amidst the smoke. A hero saved her, but as the cameras captured the scene, she cried out for her father, begging for his safety. The fire consumed everything, and the hero apologized for being late, offering empty words of comfort. She realized he was only performing for the cameras, and when the flames died down, she knew her father was gone, watching in horror as the hero posed triumphantly for the press. He fell silent, observing her. The bitterness in her voice resonated with him. It was the kind of pain that burned from within, a silent suffering that had endured for years. She fled, feeling abandoned, wandering the streets for days, crying and running until she found a group that accepted her. Yet she distanced herself, feeling like a burden. One day, she was attacked, and just when she thought she would die, someone came to her rescue. He intended to leave, but she followed him, asking to accompany him, perhaps out of a sense of loneliness. He accepted her, teaching her his philosophy, how to fight and defend herself. Over time, she felt at home, found work, and with her first paycheck, rented a place. One day, she approached the police with her real name to reclaim her destroyed home. The state recognized the records of what had happened and provided her with money to repair her old house. However, she never moved back in, haunted by painful memories. The house remained abandoned, and she continued to work and live in her rented place, visiting the one who had cared for her, her work driven by purpose. To repay her mentor a little, she decided to work in a place with heroes, even though part of her hated them while another part admired them. She was observed closely, her head bowed as she fiddled with a cup of tea. The dryness of her lips was felt, and the tea on the table no longer seemed appealing for some reason. She had yet to discover her quirk. It was curious, wasn't it? Perhaps she had discovered it but didn't realize it. One day, she met two heroes who showed her a different perspective, yet she remained distrustful of them. She was fine as she was. Happy, until one day the heroes took her mentor to prison, leaving her alone once more. Once again, a hero had taken her life from her. She continued to work, perhaps because it was all she had left her job and two friends, who unfortunately were heroes, and whom she ended up appreciating. But one day, while walking, she found someone crying. Motivated by her own pain, she approached that person, wanting to help. In their eyes, she saw her own memories, felt them as if they were her own, and wished to help, to erase their memories. And that's what happened. Slowly, she lifted her face, smiling shyly as tears began to slide down her cheeks. She bit her lip gently, squeezing her eyes shut before locking her gaze onto the observer. Tamura found her one day and offered her revenge, a home, a place to belong. She simply accepted. The rest was known. They both fell silent, watching each other until a soft laugh echoed in the air. The observer frowned as she laughed while drying her tears, only to take a sip of her tea. She apologized, mentioning it might have been a bad idea. The observer asked seriously what she wanted from him, recalling her words about seeking an answer, claiming she would find it in him. She turned her gaze away, slightly embarrassed, biting her lip before taking a breath and beginning to speak. She suggested he try some of the pastries she brought, claiming they were delicious, though there weren't many. The observer thought to himself that she was infuriating. He told her he didn't care about what happened in the past. He crossed his arms as she looked at him wide-eyed. He continued, saying she could have become the hero she wanted, could have continued and been the kind of hero who tried to save everyone. She could have done so much, but instead, she chose to let the memory of a cheap hero haunt her. He paused, stating that tragedies were part of life, that her mother knew she might not survive but chose to save others rather than let them die. Her father fought against pain and struggles for her, for both of them. She insisted she never intended to let everything fall apart, that she didn't want to. He interrupted her, acknowledging that he understood it wasn't easy. He explained how easy it was to blind oneself and do bad things, only to look in the mirror at the end of the day and wonder who had truly been hurt the most. He wouldn't feel pity for her, believing that wasn't what she sought. If she wanted someone to cradle her in affectionate words, she wouldn't have brought him, but rather someone like Deku. She simply lowered her gaze in agreement. He told her she was the villain of the story, but that a villain could always become a hero if they chose to redeem themselves. She still had the chance to do things right. He never took his eyes off her, knowing she might not want to hear what he had to say, but he couldn't pretend she hadn't made mistakes. Perhaps he was being too hard on her, and that could lead to good or bad consequences. This was frustrating. He admitted he wasn't good at this kind of talk, but she couldn't run from her feelings. One day she would have to face her emotions, her decisions, her past. She couldn't hide by erasing memories or making others forget how they felt to feel less miserable. Because at the end of the day, everything remained the same in her life. There was simply nothing because she hadn't built anything worth getting up for and fighting for. He paused again, carefully considering his next words. He didn't care about Stain's philosophy or the beliefs of the man with the hands. She, more than anyone, should know what she wanted in her life, who she wanted to be. It was time for her to do things right. She murmured his name, placing the tea on the table and lifting her gaze, her blue eyes meeting his. She began to speak. He offered his blunt opinion, calling her foolish. He didn't believe she was a villain in every sense, but he did think she needed to face consequences for her actions. She acknowledged this through her tears, drying her eyes and offering him a smile. He remarked that she looked terrible, stating she was more unattractive now than in her villain outfit. She told him to go to hell, throwing a dessert at him while laughing. Fortunately, the piece of cake only grazed his cheek, and he frowned, rolling his eyes. He asked if she would leave his family alone, feeling a twinge of concern for their well-being. He wouldn't admit it out loud, but the mere thought of something happening to them frightened him. About that, she confessed she had lied, feeling embarrassed. She assured him she wouldn't do anything to them anyway. He widened his eyes at her revelation. She told him not to look at her like that, explaining that she had lost her family and knew the pain of losing loved ones. She would never let others go through that, and when she saw his memories, she realized how important they were to him. She apologized for using them to get him to come. He told her to seriously go to hell, frowning. He didn't want to admit it, but she had played her cards well, hitting him right in his weak spot. She promised to keep that in mind, rolling her eyes. She insisted he eat what she brought, claiming it would sweeten his character. Besides, he couldn't complain. It was better than his previous kidnapping. He asked if she knew how strange this was, and she nodded. He told her she was really messed up if she thought this was normal. She apologized, admitting it wasn't her best plan. She stood up, taking the pastries and wrapping them up. He questioned what she was doing. She whispered that she knew he wouldn't eat them now, handing him the package. He hesitated for a moment before taking it. She assured him they were fine, stating it would be foolish to harm him after all he had done for her. She felt she owed too much to Midoriya and him. He replied that it was more Deku than him, sighing. Honestly, if it had been up to him, he would have blown her face off. She simply smiled, taking a sip of her tea, while he imitated her action in silence. This entire situation felt completely surreal. Sighing, he wondered how he found himself in this situation. He was surprised that she had refused to let him erase her memories. It seemed like she was desperate to forget everything that tormented her. He crossed his arms and questioned if he looked like someone who would run away from his problems. With a teasing smile, she pointed out that running away had been a significant part of his life. He considered the idea of confronting her, but she rolled her eyes and asked why he had attacked Deku. As far as she knew, the guy hadn't done anything to him. He admitted that the plan had been to attack her, but his attention had shifted to another target. He couldn't help but notice the son of Endeavor, and when their eyes met, he felt compelled to use his quirk on him. It could be said that it was an accident. He sighed, acknowledging that Deku had wanted to forget, and he had fulfilled that wish. He understood he had made a mistake, but every time he used his quirk, it was to help except for that time when he assisted Tamura in stealing the quirk registry. Tamura had claimed it was for the greater good, but deep down he knew it was a lie. Realizing the truth, he paused, understanding that Deku had wanted to forget him. She nodded, somewhat embarrassed, explaining that Deku wished to erase the sadness tied to his memories. It was a fleeting thought born from a moment of despair. Given the affection Deku had for him, she believed he didn't genuinely want to erase those memories. He murmured in frustration, running a hand through his hair. It was his fault that things had turned out this way. She reminded him that he hadn't told Deku to think that way, nor had she intended for him to attack. It wasn't his fault. When she had seen his memories, she realized it was shared pain. She regretted intervening, thinking it was a good idea at the time. It wasn't until she spoke with Midoriya that she understood how wrong she had been. It was strange and painful to see everything she believed crumble before her eyes, but she felt he understood that better than anyone. At that moment, he didn't know whether to thank her for her invention or to be angry with her. But he could understand her frustration. Many of his beliefs had shattered, leaving him to stumble over the remnants repeatedly. She laughed, pointing out that he had been doing the latter since they started talking. She had known he would understand. He sighed again, staring at the ceiling, expressing that the situation was indeed terrible. She apologized for not having time to clean, explaining that she hadn't been there in a while. He clarified that he wasn't talking about her house but rather the situation they found themselves in. In response, she agreed that it was indeed terrible. When he asked how to recover their memories, she frowned and told him to stop. She had decided who she would share that information with. He was confused about why she had brought him there if she wasn't going to tell him anything about Deku. She admitted that she was selfish, wanting to share her story with him. However, she needed that information because, without it, Deku wouldn't listen to her. He sighed, understanding her perspective. He genuinely wanted to know how to help Deku, especially knowing that if it hadn't been for their argument that day, he wouldn't have been burdened with those thoughts. He would have preferred it to be him in that situation, but it had to be Deku. He felt he had less to lose. When she mentioned Hawks and Endeavor, he asked what she would do when they found out. She replied that she would face the consequences. He noted that at least she wasn't a coward. She admitted that she was, having spent much of her life running away. Sometimes, she thought she used her quirk out of selfishness rather than to help others. Curious, he asked what she meant. She explained that quirks have limits. Each time she used her quirk recklessly, she lost memories. He stared at her in disbelief, realizing how much it hurt her to remember that she would rather lose memories than face the pain. She referred to it as a mirror effect, where it ultimately reflected back on her and caused harm. She also had physical limitations. Overusing her quirk made her feel weak and exhausted, accompanied by terrible headaches. The intensity of her usage caused her to lose memories. She had been using her quirk uncontrollably for a long time and was honest about not knowing how to control it, which sometimes led her to see memories she didn't want to. Skeptical, he asked how she remembered her story. She whispered that she had renounced the League. That day felt like she had opened Pandora's box, releasing everything. Aware of the risks, she had written many of her memories in a notebook to preserve them. After that day, she read the old notebook and recalled more things, feeling like she was becoming herself again. When he asked what she would do now, she replied that she would wait. He inquired about his own future, and she reminded him that she knew his memories and actions. She had seen his progress but noted that he still had a long way to go. He retorted, pointing out the irony of her saying that. She laughed, expressing that they would have gotten along well and wondered if they had been friends in another life. He dismissed the idea, calling it nonsense. She challenged him, suggesting he should read about the history of time. He admitted he had many things to read. They fell into silence, and she spoke again, saying they deserved a new beginning, one where they could be themselves without fear, free from their burdens. He watched her in silence for a moment, and just as he was about to speak, he heard a noise outside. She smiled, a bit embarrassed, and mentioned that someone had just arrived. Confused, he approached the window and was taken aback by what he saw. She interrupted his thoughts, insisting that it was the right thing to do. She was tired of running and pretending everything was fine. She had made mistakes for years, and he understood how she felt knowing what it was like to ruin something, to feel guilty and tormented by memories and questions that haunted him. He could see her determination. Despite his initial impressions, he realized she wasn't as unpleasant as he had thought. However, they both deserved to face the consequences of their actions. They also deserved a new path, one of redemption and understanding. They deserved to start over and be who they truly were. At the end of the day, he whispered that all they could do was try to be better versions of themselves. It was a tough situation, but they were just kids pretending to be adults, facing unpleasant circumstances while trying to build and understand themselves. Searching for a home, someone who understands us. I observed her sincere and somewhat embarrassed smile, and I knew she had chosen this path, seeking healing and forgiveness. Forgiveness for herself. I understood why she chose me for this farewell, because if it had been someone else, they would have looked at her with pity, making her feel worse. I sought to understand her, to be honest with every word, to speak the harsh truth. She had acted poorly and deserved that, but she also knew how to redeem herself, to bow her head, recognize her mistake, and ask for forgiveness. And for that, she deserved a new opportunity. I only hoped that this chance would be given to her. I sighed, questioning whether we were truly choosing the best paths in our lives. She owed me the answer I sought. I crossed my arms, and she laughed, shaking her head. She believed I had the answer as well. I told her she didn't need me to answer it, that she already knew the answer. She thanked me for listening. I nodded, watching her for a moment. I asked if there was another way out. She opened her eyes in surprise and asked what I meant. I urged her to respond. She mentioned a back door, and I jokingly replied that she would owe me a favor, noting that I would see when I used it. As I turned to find the exit, I felt the door crash down. They had entered. They wouldn't find me inside. I sighed, knowing it was for the best. Just this once, I wouldn't be a JRK. In her eyes, I could see my own reflection and understanding. I wanted her to know that, in the end, I truly understood her. I questioned whether this made me a hero or a villain. However, did it really matter what the answer was? My mind drifted back to Deku, to Yue. I just wanted to get there, to continue and face everything I hadn't confronted. It didn't matter much what awaited me. I knew what I had to do. I had worked hard to change, to open my eyes and improve. I knew that she was also trying, and this was her way of showing it. In the end, I suppose this was meant to happen. Midoriya felt fear. He was truly scared. How could he not be? Bakugo had disappeared, and everything had gone downhill. Kirishima ended up exploding and speaking harshly to Kaminari, who, feeling offended, responded, leading to a discussion that Siro and Mina had to interrupt. Mina scolded Siro for being unable to calm Kirishima, while he frowned and ignored her. This would have continued if the lights hadn't exploded due to Kaminari's quirk. In the end, they had to call maintenance, and Kaminari chose to lock himself in his room. Kirishima and Mina kept whispering, while Shiro remained silent, eating everything in front of him. Uraraka murmured to Midoriya, gently pulling his attention from the window. She offered him a reassuring smile, stating that Bakugo would be fine, as he was strong in these situations. Midoriya replied that it wasn't the first time this had happened, and he feared it might be his fault. Uraraka was surprised by this claim. He explained that he had intended to tell her why he had run away. When he had gone to the store with the others, he had stepped away for a moment and a girl had approached him. He thought he recognized her and ran to see her because she had promised to help him with something. He bit his lip nervously as he revealed that the girl was not who he thought. She was the one who had erased his memories. She had attacked Bakugo, who had pieced things together, and then he had encountered her again, confirming their theory. He observed her eyes for a moment before looking away, feeling anxious as he bit his nail. That brief glance was enough for him to understand the surprise and fear his revelation had caused in Uraraka. She took his hand and insisted it wasn't his fault. He protested, but she reassured him that she was sure that person had done something. He then expressed his confusion about how Bakugo fit into all of this. "I knew she said he attacked me, but when?" she asked, confused. "Because I lied, I created a false story and he went to verify it, right?" I nodded, looking down. "Then that's why he was absent." And Kaminari covered for him. I whispered an apology as I pulled one of my hands away from hers and began to dry the small tears that had started to fall. I knew I had done everything wrong, and I was scared. I didn't want anything to happen. I truly didn't want my actions to have such consequences. "But they will," she affirmed. "Our actions and decisions will always impact our lives and those around us. I really don't think it's your fault. Bakugo wanted to get involved because he..." She paused, bringing her hand to my cheek and wiping away my tear, making me look at her. "He cares about you, and I'm sure he knew the consequences when making his decisions. So, tell me something, do you really think that girl is to blame? If so, we can tell the teachers or the police and..." I bit my lip, gently shaking my head. "I trust her, Uraraka, and that's what makes me feel worse." I murmured, embarrassed. "What if she lied to me again and did something bad to Kaken?" She sighed and moved closer, wrapping her arms around me, allowing me to hide my face in the crook of her neck. I could feel her trying to convey calmness and support. "Whatever happens from now on, Deku, you won't be alone," she murmured. "Correction, neither you nor Bakugo. He will be fine, and this will just be another memory." I nodded, holding on to her tightly. "Thank you," I murmured. "That's what friends are for, Deku. You never have to thank me for being there for you," she replied. The sound of the door surprised us, causing us to pull apart and turn our gaze to the entrance. "Aizawa, do you know anything about Bakugo?" Mina exclaimed as he entered. I blinked a few times, having forgotten that the others were still in the room. "He's fine. He didn't have any injuries. Right now, he's talking with All Might and the principal." He paused. "Midoriya, All Might asked for your presence. He needs to talk about something with you and Bakugo." All eyes were on me, and for the first time, I felt cornered and intimidated. I opted to nod and quickly made my way to the entrance. As I stepped out, Aizawa gave me a meaningful look, one that seemed to ask, "Do you know what really happened?" I discreetly shook my head. "Is he really okay?" he asked, looking ahead as we walked through the large hallways. "He is," I affirmed. "He said he needed to step outside for some air and was curious about the new UA facilities." I nodded, somewhat doubtful. "I don't believe him either," I stated. "If you find out anything when you talk to him, let me know right away." "Okay," I replied. The rest of the walk was silent. When we arrived, Bakugo had his head down, while All Might remained quiet. "I brought him," Aizawa said. "What happened?" "He got suspended," Bakugo replied. "In the end, he confessed what happened. He received a strange letter summoning him outside UA. It seems it was a prank." "Really?" Aizawa asked, frowning. "I thought I said that anyone who disobeys would be expelled, and..." "Aizawa, please," All Might interjected. "He hasn't looked well since he arrived." "Fine," Aizawa sighed. "We'll talk later, you and I." Bakugo nodded silently. "Mike was looking for you," All Might commented, smiling slightly. I know, Bakugo replied, sighing. I'll leave you with the duo problem. Throughout this exchange, I remained silent, watching Quien, who, upon noticing my presence, turned his gaze towards me, offering a reassuring smile. Let's go, All Might said. Both Quien and I nodded and entered the teacher's lounge, which, as usual, was empty. I think you owe me an explanation. An explanation? Bakugo asked mockingly. Quien. An explanation about Yoki, All Might finished. Quion's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at me. I smiled sheepishly and he huffed, crossing his arms. Knowing Deku, he must have told you everything, so the rest is unnecessary. If you're wondering, she has nothing to do with my disappearance. I thought someone was waiting for me outside and was misled. At this point, you shouldn't worry about that girl. What do you mean? I have a feeling, I said, observing All Might, who sighed and nodded. I suppose that's a green light for us to leave. Deku and I have commitments. Sure. Thank you, I whispered. Both of us stood up, and as we exited through the door, Quien quickly turned, wrapping me in his arms. I responded with the same enthusiasm he embraced me. You're okay, I murmured. I was afraid that. I know, but I'm here, okay? I just had a talk to finish, he murmured. So, does that mean Yoki? Yes, he whispered. We needed to clarify something, Izuku, that's all. She truly regretted it. But it doesn't matter anymore, I nodded. Quien. Yes? I really don't want to lose you. Neither do I, Izuku, he murmured. Neither do I. There was a time when I enjoyed watching heroes on television. There wasn't a specific reason, I just liked seeing them win, listening to their interviews, and watching their battles, thinking about how amazing they were. Back then, heroes seemed incredible. They were the symbol that good always triumphs, and I liked imagining myself as one of them someday. But life is strange. One day you are someone, and the next, you are someone completely different. At least that's how it feels. You look at yourself and wonder, what changed? You question and ponder, thinking about what's wrong. I've felt this way for a significant part of my life. It feels strange to be a spectator in your own life, aware that seconds pass while you remain lost, wandering aimlessly. Sometimes, thoughts and memories return with a devastating intensity, like blades that wound you over and over again, yet you do not bleed. It simply hurts. Currently, I cannot say whether I enjoy watching the heroes or not, or if I am still the person I once was, but I know that a part of me is no longer the same. I made mistakes. No excuses, I made mistakes. It is still strange to admit it. In a way, it is oddly reassuring. It is curious, even at this point, I do not feel bad. For the first time in a long while, I feel a little more like myself. Perhaps much of this change is due to the time I spent with you, to everything I learned just by observing your memories. I wonder, if we had met under different circumstances, would things have developed differently in our lives? It is amusing how everything has unfolded in the end. There is something I did not mention that time we spoke. Lately, I keep turning over in my mind how everything would have been if I had not become the villain. I cannot stop thinking about my quirk and how I could use it, but I always reach the same conclusion. I do not know if I want to use it again. At least for a while, I would like to live peacefully. Those without quirks long to have one, and I feel envy for not being like them. I suppose it is ridiculous, as I do like my quirk. I guess I am contradictory, but I like to think that we all become so at different points in our lives. Bakugo, you are the most contradictory of all. I forgot to mention it, but when I observed your memories, I saw you facing your own demons. At least, that is how it felt. I think we both find ourselves in an intermittent struggle to settle our debts, to end our regrets without running away or looking back, without stopping. Our hearts are filled with remorse and sorrow for our own fears. I understand that when night falls, the real battle begins. I have felt it for a long time, how your mind keeps you awake, remembering. But that is all right. I finally understood that running away will never resolve anything. I think in the end I found my answer, but I would still like to keep it to myself. You are under arrest, I heard before they placed the HNDCFFS on me. I sighed before smiling. Well, I suppose this is the best way I have to redeem myself. Once, Endeavor told me that sometimes the worst villain you face is yourself. At that time, I did not believe him, but today I am beginning to understand why he said that. I will not deny it. I feel ashamed of my actions. I am aware, Bakugo, that I should have told you how to reverse my quirk, but I am truly a bit selfish. At least now, I wanted to be selfish, even if just this once. I want to meet the hero that Izuku and you admire, that true hero everyone talks about, the one I wish had saved my parents more than once, and whom I could never blame. That person whose last fight moved me and made me cheer for him, reminding me of the excitement I felt when watching a hero on television. Izuku, I promise you will have your memories back. Just do not be angry with me for making you wait, and do not be angry with me once you have them. Bakugo will be angry. I bit my lip, feeling the blndfld being placed over my eyes, the special kind for quirks like mine. And even when a tear escaped my eyes and all I could see was darkness, I dared to smile. I did not regret this decision. For the first time in a long time, there was something I did not regret. When I was informed that the villain involved in the attack on UA, the one responsible for the young Midoriya losing his memories, had been captured, I could not help but feel somewhat relieved. Remembering that this young woman had spoken with two of my students, going unnoticed, sent a chill down my spine. It could have ended very badly. But in the end, justice triumphed once more. However, I was still surprised that this girl insisted repeatedly in my presence to provide the information we needed. After all, it is not every day that a villain wants to talk to you, willing to give you the information you ask for, a villain who has just surrendered. Everything felt strange. When I arrived, I was informed about her quirk and that it was being nullified by the HNDCFFS and bans designed for such quirks. I could not help but scold myself a bit for not being aware that such things existed. You can proceed with confidence, All Might. She is completely immobilized, and with the bans and HNDCFFS, she will not be able to use her quirk to escape or cause harm. Still, we have a squad ready in case anything happens. We have chosen the best officers to keep watch. I nodded. Thank you for taking the trouble to be prepared. I paused for a moment. Although I really do not believe anything will happen, as I can see from here, she has no way to use her power. Even so, we prefer to be cautious, especially since you are the one inside. I appreciate it, I replied. I was then allowed to enter the interrogation room. Once inside, he observed her closely before letting out a sigh and walking to the chair in front of her. She looked at him with uncertainty and asked if he was All Might. He nodded, chiding himself for the thought that she couldn't see him. He confirmed that he had been informed she had information to share. She nodded and offered him a kind smile. She expressed regret that they had to meet under such circumstances, acknowledging that he had once been a great hero and an idol to many, including herself. This comment surprised him. Instead of behaving rudely, she was respectful and kind. She suggested that she first explain how she came to join the League, believing it would be a good starting point to discuss the information theft regarding quirks and the attack on UA. He agreed, and her smile widened as she began to recount her story. He listened attentively, occasionally noticing a slightly bitter tone in her voice, and at times it broke, but she paused before continuing. When she finished, he sighed. He asked if she knew the location of the League, but she gently shook her head, admitting she had never been taken to their hideout. He responded that, according to her, the true target had been Katsuki Bakugo, and he inquired if she had any idea why. She explained that they wanted to convince him to join them, noting that it wasn't the first time they had attempted such a thing. After the attack, they were displeased when she changed her target and discussed it. He expressed his curiosity about why they had chosen Izuku Midoriya instead of Bakugo, not understanding the sudden change in plans. She bit her lip, hesitating before revealing that Izuku wanted to forget. When she had used her quirk on him, she observed that he had a desire to erase his memories. He asked if she had seen any memories of him wanting to forget everything, and she nodded. He noted that she had approached Izuku afterward, wondering if the League had sent her. She denied it softly, explaining that it was complicated. The League had hoped to turn him into a villain, but after seeing his memories and talking to him, she felt a connection and thought it wouldn't matter if she disobeyed the League. He was incredulous at her decision to become his friend, but she affirmed it, stating that she wanted to talk to him and eventually wished to be his friend. She admitted to not having many friends, in fact, none at all. He understood and paused before mentioning that they suspected she had a role in Bakugo's temporary disappearance, noting that he had never mentioned meeting her. She remarked that Bakugo would not admit it, pausing briefly before acknowledging that it was kind of him to say so. He fell silent for a moment before daring to ask why she wanted to see him. She confessed it was complicated, but she wanted to see a hero who reminded her of the person she once was. She recalled a time when she admired heroes, before the tragedy that had affected her family. He expressed his sorrow for her situation, and she reassured him it wasn't his fault. She shared that when it happened, she blamed all heroes, filling herself with anger and pain. Stain had been like a mentor to her, and she grew up believing that most heroes were false, except for him. She had never been able to hate him, always seeing him as a symbol of courage and heroism. A part of her had always wanted to meet him, the part that once aspired to be a hero like him. He felt a lump forming in his throat as she sighed, acknowledging that not everyone was meant to be a hero. She reflected on how she once believed her quirk helped others, only to realize later that she had been mistaken, which was painful to accept. He reassured her that what she did was brave, and she lifted her head, indicating that she was aware he was watching her. She wanted to redeem herself properly, stating that she didn't want him to look at her with pity. She was at peace with her actions. He understood and noted that she had used her quirk on Izuku, to which she quietly admitted her villain name was Amnesia. When he expressed confusion, she explained that it was the name she went by as a villain and anticipated his question about whether there was a way to reverse her quirk. She instructed him on what he needed to tell Izuku to help him recover his memories, and he listened carefully, not missing a single detail. After she finished, she apologized for everything that had happened. As he exited through the door, a part of him still felt a pang of sympathy for the young woman. He apologized when he realized he had bumped into someone. The voice that responded was familiar. It was Endeavor, and he was surprised to see him. Receiving a work call had never been so frustrating. When the police informed him that a young woman had contacted them, confessing to being responsible for the memory loss previously reported and having participated in the attack on UA, he knew they were dealing with a troublesome villain. He was taken aback when he learned that he, All Might, and Hawks were required to attend so she could provide a detailed statement about the events and explain the effects of her quirk and how to reverse them. It was strange for a villain to request the presence of two top heroes and the former #1 hero. This had never happened before. While he had attended interrogations as police support, criminals had never asked for him to be present. However, when he arrived and saw her behind the glass, he understood why she had requested their presence, and he felt a mix of frustration, disappointment, and anger, a cocktail of emotions that created a knot in his throat. He felt foolish. All Might murmured that he also requested her presence, and he nodded, feeling a bit exasperated, confirming that Hawks was also there, all while keeping his gaze fixed ahead. The winged fool still hadn't arrived, nor had he responded to my message. The others were the ones handling the case, right? Reluctantly, I confirmed this, making an effort to be polite and not explode from the frustration building inside me. Suddenly, I heard a shout for Endeavor and I sighed. The fool had finally shown up. Once he stood before us, he greeted All Might with a cordial smile. After exchanging a few words with Hawks, All Might bid farewell to both of them, flashing us an embarrassed smile. I observed this in silence, fully aware of the reason behind it. I shook my head slightly while glancing at my partner, whose smile faltered for a moment before he sighed and slumped into one of the seats. "What a mess," he murmured, running his hand through his hair with force, a grimace of disgust and frustration forming on his face. "We've been made to look like fools, haven't we?" I nodded, feeling like an idiot. When I received the call, I had felt happy that we finally had the villain, even though I would have preferred it if we had been the ones to capture him. When I got your message saying it was Yoki, I genuinely thought you were joking, but then I remembered who you were. You never joke. I can't believe it. It's understandable, I conceded. He looked at me for a moment, his expression reflecting a hint of sadness. "She completely deceived us," he replied, frowning. "And the worst part is, I feel more disappointed and sad than angry." I sighed. "I feel like a fool," I admitted, somewhat frustrated. He regarded me for a moment before nodding. I considered her my sister, Endeavor. You know my situation and what I went through. He paused. I saw her as part of my family. I empathized with her story the moment she revealed it. I rolled my eyes and crossed my arms, waiting for him to continue. I can't hate her, no matter how much I want to, he sighed. And that's what frustrates me the most. I know I can confide in you because you also saw her as family. I know your children knew her and cared for her well, all except Shoto, who hadn't met her yet, but you understand. I just can't wrap my head around the fact that she did all of that. Do you want to go first? I asked, trying to change the subject. He shook his head gently. I need some time. All of this has a bitter taste that's hard to digest right now. His comment, laced with acidity, revealed the frustration he wanted to suppress, and I shook my head. At least she has the courage to admit her mistakes and face them, I commented. It's more than I could do until recently. I don't know exactly what to think, Endeavor. This whole situation is a bit overwhelming. He paused. Trying to understand her, I think I can, but what she did was wrong. It's true that she didn't hurt anyone. I looked at him, puzzled. I mean, physically speaking, no one died, but... I interrupted him. What she did was wrong and in poor taste. I understand her reasons. All Might was very clear when he explained them to me and gave me his own verdict on the situation. However, I can't empathize with the beliefs that drove her to commit such acts. Perhaps it's true that memories can be something that doesn't stand out at first glance, something that loses significance in the face of a wound. But, for me, the reality is that what she did is just as horrible as hurting someone. I paused. I believe that memories are part of us. They often help us avoid falling into the mistakes of our past, help us realize how far we've come and what we've left behind. In a way, they contribute to our construction, and memories can be as happy as they are painful. But at the end of the day, the idea is to rise above that, to become a better version of ourselves. Hawks listened attentively before nodding. Without them, a person is just an empty shell. A person without memories can still suffer greatly, even if they are unaware of what they've lost. I firmly believe that they still feel something is missing. I took a small pause. I'm sure that for Shoto's friend, none of this was easy. If we were talking about a treatment, something the person consented to, it might even be acceptable. But in this case, that's not true. Consent was absent. She took away the memories and played a role of being quirkless. I sighed. I can recognize the bravery in surrendering. Only cowards run away without facing their actions. That she was able to confront her fear, her own beliefs, reflect, admit her mistakes, and surrender is something that doesn't often happen. Of course, saying that her action was brave doesn't diminish the seriousness of the matter. Perhaps she didn't physically hurt anyone, but it remains the action of a villain. I hope that in this place she finds the time necessary to reflect and improve. She could also get worse, Endeavor. We have to trust that won't happen. He paused. All Might believes she can change for the better, and for the first time, I want to agree with him. Hawks gave me a small smile. Something interesting he suggested was providing her with psychological assistance. He thinks that after the influence of Stain and what happened in her childhood, she'll need to talk to someone qualified about it. I understand. Hawks sighed. She confessed and is also willing to help us with any information she can provide. That was a deal made in exchange for a more lenient sentence. Hawks sighed again. She hasn't refused to provide any input regarding the data theft, but they believe she is still hiding things. They think we can get her to reveal all the information. Hawks felt ridiculed. How could he not? All this time, he had believed that girl was kind, a worthy person with whom to have a conversation. Despite the tragedy that had befallen her family, she had been strong, brave, and had moved on. He saw a great future for her, but he never imagined that everything he believed for so long was false. He truly felt like a fool, having eliminated her from his list of suspects based on his affection for her. As a hero, he admitted that it had been foolish, and perhaps that was why he felt frustrated. But he was used to the people close to him disappointing him at some point. Endeavor spoke of change, the hope that now that she had surrendered, she would be able to reconsider. But if his father hadn't changed, how could she? Villains don't change. Was it even fair to think that way? He even admitted to himself that it wasn't entirely fair. Yet he couldn't shake the thought, having encountered so many villains throughout his life and witnessed their cruelty firsthand. He sighed, shifting uneasily in his seat. Did I really have the right to judge Yoki's actions? Throughout my life, I had made choices and taken actions that I wasn't proud of. Even when my intentions were to help others, I admitted that they danced on the fragile line separating good from evil. Hawks stood beside me, and I looked up in surprise, realizing I had lowered my head. He mentioned that he had finished speaking with her, his tone tinged with bitterness. I asked if he was okay, and he replied that he was just tired of everything, suggesting I go ahead while he grabbed a coffee. I nodded and stood up. As I observed him, I reminded him that she preferred to be called by her name, Hitomi. He responded with a hint of sarcasm, noting that even her name was a lie. I frowned at him before continuing to the door, closing my eyes to inhale and exhale deeply. It was time to put an end to this. With that thought in mind, I opened the door and entered the room, trying to ignore her current state. She looked confused and asked if Hawks had mentioned my arrival. I replied that Endeavor said many things, my tone perhaps harsher than I intended. She pointed out that I was upset, and I crossed my arms, taking a seat in the only available chair. I expressed my frustration about the situation, emphasizing how humiliating it was for both Endeavor and me. It was one thing not to find the villain, but it was entirely different to have him in front of us and be deceived. She apologized, and I shared my disappointment in her, revealing that I had considered her like a sister and believed she had a good heart. I felt a connection to her past and thought she genuinely wanted to be a hero. She remained silent as I continued to voice my grievances, occasionally pacing the room as I spoke about the consequences of her actions and how she had thrown away a part of her life. She listened patiently, and when I finished, I took my seat again. Neither of us spoke until I noticed a tear rolling down her cheek. She murmured another apology, and I replied that I was sorry too, watching as a sad smile appeared on her face. She mentioned that Endeavor had said something similar, and I reiterated that Endeavor often said many things. She timidly asked if that was my favorite phrase, and I admitted it probably was, attempting a smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. I had no questions for her, assuming All Might and Endeavor had covered everything. She confirmed that she had discussed her quirk and the villain league but felt she had little else to share. She expressed regret for using her quirk on Midoriya, especially without understanding Bakugu's feelings. She acknowledged her mistakes and the loss of control over her life, stating that she wanted to show her genuine remorse by cooperating and providing the necessary information. For the first time, she felt it was the right thing to do. I watched her for a moment before smiling. I had been wondering if she could change. I had made my opinion on her actions clear, but I wanted to believe she could change for the better. She nodded slightly and thanked me with a smile. I said my goodbyes and left the room. As I exited, I found Endeavor leaning against the wall, coffee in hand, focused on his phone. I asked if he had bought me a coffee, to which he replied that he wouldn't let it get cold. I teased him about his cruelty, and he rolled his eyes, mentioning that everything went well. However, he quickly informed me that we had paperwork and a new case to handle. I was taken aback by the news of yet another case, and he nodded with a hint of annoyance, stating that we weren't paid enough for this. He jokingly reminded me to be grateful for our pay, and I asked if he would accompany me for coffee. He agreed, saying he wanted another cup. I warned him that one day he would explode from too much coffee. The story had taken a serious turn, transforming from a light-hearted narrative into something more profound. This shift was a result of the frustration, stress, and pressure the author had been feeling. They decided to take a step back from the original story, intending to later publish another book under the same name, clarifying that it would be the official version while the previous one was a parody. Additionally, there was a mention of another story titled Quien and Deku, which was part of a series, marking the beginning of the saga. Chapter End. Aizawa felt weary as he addressed All Might, questioning whether they could truly trust the information they had received. All Might acknowledged the concern, explaining that he had discussed the matter with Gran Torino and the director. He emphasized that the current plan was the only way for young Midoriya to recover his memories. Despite the simplicity of the solution, Aizawa found it hard to accept. He expressed his skepticism, noting that sometimes straightforward answers could lead to mediocre outcomes. All Might, understanding his colleague's concerns, suggested that it would be best for Midoriya to make the final decision regarding his memories. Aizawa reluctantly agreed to speak with Midoriya, observing All Might's satisfied smile. He rolled his eyes, finding the situation somewhat frustrating. Rising from his seat and yawning, he headed toward the dormitories, only to find chaos awaiting him. Shiro and Bakugo were attempting to separate Kaminari and Kirishima, who seemed to be in the midst of a scuffle. Meanwhile, Mina was confronting Midoriya, who appeared downcast, while Todoroki, Ida, and Uraraka tried to support her. Momo called out to Aizawa, capturing everyone's attention. He instructed Midoriya to come over and asked the others to calm down. As Kirishima broke free from Bakugo's grip and left the room with him, Kaminari moved toward the sofas, followed by a concerned Shiro. Mina mirrored Kirishima's actions, leaving with Uraraka, who continued to try to soothe her. Midoriya approached Aizawa with a worried expression, asking if he was in trouble. Aizawa reassured him and inquired about the situation. Midoriya explained that the villain who had attacked him had been captured and had willingly surrendered, revealing to All Might how they could reverse her quirk. Aizawa listened intently as Midoriya sought clarification on the details. The villain's quirk had the ability to block memories, creating a form of amnesia without a time limit, but it could be reversed. She had informed All Might that Midoriya's memories were currently blocked, and whenever he recalled something, it was because that memory was breaking free from the quirk's hold. Midoriya processed this information, likening his memories to being trapped in a box, with some escaping when the box opened. He realized there must be something preventing the box from opening fully and questioned how he could identify that barrier. Aizawa explained that both the villain and they believed that the one blocking his memories was himself. Midoriya frowned, expressing his frustration at the idea. He had been trying to remember, but Aizawa clarified that there might be something within him that was prohibiting those memories from surfacing. The villain had suggested that before the attack, Midoriya had hoped to forget certain painful memories, which might be the very ones preventing him from recalling others. Aizawa noted that Midoriya had only remembered things during positive moments, like good conversations or looking through a photo album with his mother. Midoriya sat down, feeling overwhelmed. He admitted that he had been trying hard to remember but had grown comfortable with how things were. He reflected on his desire for things to remain unchanged, realizing that this mindset might have led him to unintentionally prolong his memory loss and cause trouble for others. Aizawa reassured him that it was not something he could have known. He acknowledged the difficulty of letting go of painful memories, even if they were essential to one's identity. When Midoriya asked if Aizawa had ever wished to forget something, Aizawa confessed that he had many times but emphasized the importance of not allowing those thoughts to hinder progress. He shared that while he sometimes imagined how things could have been different, he ultimately valued his experiences. Midoriya pondered whether he possessed the same resolve to appreciate his past. Aizawa believed that everyone had that inner strength, but he also admitted that he did not have all the answers. Midoriya nodded, indicating he needed time to think about everything. Aizawa understood and suggested that once Midoriya made his decision, he should inform them so they could update the nurse. They wanted her present, as they were uncertain about the effects of nullifying the quirk. In general, few quirks leave lasting effects or consequences after being nullified. However, this girl mentioned to All Might that one could experience significant confusion and distress. Therefore, it is preferable to be in a place where they can calm you down, explain everything as the protocol requires, and provide necessary assistance if needed. The girl assured him that it was all right and thanked him. She added that if he had any questions, he could ask her or All Might. He nodded in response, smiling. She sighed and changed the topic, expressing her curiosity about what had caused Kirishima and Kaminari to start a fight. He replied, somewhat worried, that things had been tense when Kaken disappeared. When they returned to the dorms together, Shiro had notified Kaminari, who then came out of her room. Everything seemed fine until the lights began to flicker, and in the blink of an eye, they were fighting. Kaken was with them, so he must know more. Then Mina got upset and started blaming him. She understood and hoped he could convey to them that they shouldn't bring their personal issues into the classroom. He let out a small laugh before nodding. He doubted the conflict would last long, as they seemed very close. Still, he had already had enough of fights with Bakugo. He expressed regret about the situation, and she acknowledged it, saying she would leave. Midoriya was informed that there was one more thing he should know. Finally, the long-awaited answer on how to reverse Yoki's quirk had arrived. This chapter had been quite complicated, much more than the one with Endeavor and Hawks, especially because the explanation needed to be clear. While it might not be the grand revelation some expected, it was what had been planned from the beginning. The small differences that Midoriya had, along with the acceptance from his classmates, helped him feel comfortable, allowing his main focus to shift away from merely remembering something. It was also made clear at the beginning of the story that Midoriya initially wanted to forget. This thought caused Yoki to change her mind. Yoki couldn't read minds, but she could see through his memories this desire. Given the nature of the quirk my character had, it seemed appropriate that Midoriya was the one blocking his memories, as part of him wanted to remember, while another part did not. In the chapter where Midoriya first encounters Bakugo after the attack, there was a moment when Bakugo shouted something hurtful to Midoriya, leading to tears from him, even without fully understanding why. This was because the incident awakened something within him, stirring a memory that, while not fully unlocked, was felt deeply. This might have further fueled his desire to block those memories. Kaminari hinted at a discussion between the two, following what Jiraiya had told him, and this discussion would be mentioned again. In the next chapter, the focus would return to the favorite problematic duo, from Bakugo's perspective. Bakugo was frustrated with everyone around him. First, a chaotic fight broke out unexpectedly, and then, when he tried to confront Kirishima, he was met with a grumpy demeanor, only for Kirishima to apologize moments later. Meanwhile, Kaminari had decided to have lunch with the Purple Extra and ignore any topic related to the earlier chaos. To make matters worse, everyone in the classroom seemed to be acting stranger than usual, accompanying him to places and insisting on spending time together. While he internally wanted to tell them to leave him alone, he felt grateful and tried to connect more with them, which seemed to lift Shiro and Mina's spirits. He even considered sitting down for lunch with the group that Deku called friends. However, Deku had been acting oddly distracted and had begun to avoid him, which he found irritating but chose not to dwell on. He heard Todoroki's voice beside him and sighed, recognizing the half-and-half boy. Todoroki asked if he could sit down, pointing to the space next to him. The room was unusually quiet that day, which was rare. Bakugo told him to do as he wished and asked what he wanted. Todoroki mentioned that he had noticed Bakugo seemed a bit lonely and thought it would be a good idea to talk. He paused before asking if Bakugo and Midoriya had argued. Bakugo insisted that they had not fought and had been careful not to argue with Deku, even trying to be more considerate. He hesitated, unsure if he should continue. Todoroki pointed out that Bakugo had been making an effort to be kinder to Deku and asked if he knew why Deku was so distracted. Bakugo realized that his concerns were not unfounded and admitted he had no idea. Todoroki suggested that Bakugo should talk to Deku, but Bakugo disagreed, feeling that Deku needed some time alone. Todoroki sensed his uncertainty and remarked that it was typical of Deku. Bakugo acknowledged this, and they shared a moment of silence, watching the turned-off television as if it were the most fascinating thing in the world. Sometimes, Bakugo found the silence frustrating, but it was also part of what he appreciated about Todoroki. He nodded in agreement when Todoroki asked if Kirishima and Kaminari were still fighting, confirming that they were. When Todoroki inquired if Bakugo had spoken to them, Bakugo crossed his arms and replied that it was none of his concern. Todoroki understood, and they fell into silence again, contemplating the stillness around them. It was a silence unlike any I had shared with others. It wasn't uncomfortable, but it didn't make me feel at ease either. Yet, sometimes it was the kind of silence that made me want to talk. I hated to admit it, but unlike Deku or my friends, I felt that I could share a problem with him just to complain for hours, and he would remain silent, listening. When I finished, he would be honest, without sugarcoating his response, and even though I hated to admit it, that was something I appreciated. That was why I understood why Deku felt comfortable sharing his problems with Todoroki. He always received an honest yet gentle response. I had to admit that it made me a bit envious. A part of me longed for that kind of friendship with Deku, and sometimes I wondered if Deku felt something similar when he saw me interact with my other friends. I had tried to talk to Kirishima, but it hadn't gone well. He was stubborn when he wanted to be, and Kaminari could be quite proud, which made things frustrating. On the other hand, Mina and Shiro had refused to intervene. Todoroki suggested that maybe they felt responsible for not stopping the fight or didn't know how to approach it. He proposed that I should try talking to Kaminari instead, pointing out that I was proud too and might understand what he had to say. I looked at him with annoyance as he seemed to ponder his words. He apologized, saying he didn't mean to sound insulting and was still trying to articulate his thoughts. I brushed it off, saying it didn't matter, but I could consider talking to Kaminari. He might be more accessible than I thought. I then turned to Todoroki, asking how he was doing. He looked at me for a moment, then smiled and began to share how he was feeling. Part of me wanted to tell him to stop, but another part admitted that having Todoroki as a friend wasn't as unpleasant as I had initially thought. Just then, Todoroki was interrupted by the arrival of Kaminari, who brought a plate of mushipan that Sato had made for a snack. He thought we might enjoy eating while we talked. He paused and looked at me uncertainly, asking if he could sit down. I told him he didn't need to ask, and I took a bite of one of the pastries. I noticed a smile appear on Kaminari's face as he sat down across from me. Kaminari asked what we had been discussing. I mentioned that I was telling Bakugo about an interesting music group and explaining some of their songs. However, I remembered that I had promised Hagakure I would help her train, so I excused myself and left. Kaminari murmured that he felt it was somehow his fault. I replied that it was more about the idiot wanting us to talk. Kaminari looked at me curiously before giving me a slightly nervous smile. He sensed that something serious was going on and wanted to confirm if it was indeed serious. I assured him it was, but I wouldn't shout. He remarked that it had to be serious since I usually shouted, but I shot him a glare that said to back off. He ignored it and moved to sit beside me, turning slightly in my direction as he settled into the couch. I explained that two idiots had fought, one wouldn't explain what was going on, and the other was ignoring the first and having lunch with what seemed to be new friends. Kaminari sighed, acknowledging that he was familiar with the situation. I insisted that they should talk it out, and before he could object, I crossed my arms and stated that both were my friends. I reluctantly admitted that it would be good for them to at least try to resolve things. Kaminari countered that sometimes it was better to let certain friendships go. However, he agreed that this wasn't one of those cases and decided to talk to the other person, admitting that he might have been prolonging the situation by not listening to what the other wanted to say. He apologized, acknowledging that he had been unfair after their argument and had focused too much on his own issues. I admitted that I wasn't great at handling my emotions either, and we both recognized that we were all a bit of a mess in our own ways. Kaminari reassured me that I had improved a lot, and I brushed it off. He then shifted the topic, asking how things were going with Midoriya. I looked at him, confused, and he continued, hinting that he knew I had feelings for him. I interrupted him, telling him to be quiet and revealing that I thought Deku was avoiding me. Kaminari teased me about messing things up quickly, and I playfully hit him with a pillow. He laughed, and I changed the subject, mentioning that I had talked to Todoroki earlier. Kaminari feigned indignation, asking if I had replaced him with Todoroki, claiming he thought there was something special between us. I found it annoying, but I couldn't deny that I enjoyed talking to him. I suggested watching a movie, and he agreed. In the end, we debated which movie to watch, and after failing to reach a consensus, we settled on a documentary about the tallest buildings in the world. When lunch hour came, Kaminari left to train with his headphones and the class representative. I returned to the couch to continue watching the documentary that had caught my interest. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice asking if we could talk. I turned quickly, recognizing the speaker, and couldn't help but smile. I asked if he had stopped avoiding me, and he grimaced at my question. He apologized and insisted that we really needed to talk. I nodded, and as he began to walk, I instinctively followed him. We remained silent all the way until we arrived at the UA Gardens. Once there, Deku took a seat leaning against one of the trees and observed me intently. I chose to sit beside him in silence, allowing him to start the conversation. He mentioned that he had spoken with Aizawa, who informed him that Yoki had surrendered and revealed how he could recover his memories. I had to admit that this surprised me and made me happy for Deku. Finally, his situation would be resolved, and he would regain his memories. However, seeing his serious expression as he gazed thoughtfully at the sky made me realize that there was more to it. He seemed to be searching for the right words to continue. "That's great, isn't it?" I awkwardly asked, not being good at these kinds of situations. He nodded, though not very convinced. "What's with that face? You look like you've eaten a lemon." Aizawa had mentioned that Yoki didn't have good control over her quirk, so I assumed she didn't have a clear idea of how long her quirk lasted or how it worked. We knew it blocked memories and created reversible amnesia. "Get to the point," I urged. "Seems that the one blocking my memories is me, Kaken," he murmured. I looked at him, unsure of what to say. It sounded absurd, but before I could respond, he continued. "It's not as absurd as it sounds. While I've wanted to remember, it's only been small things I wish to recall. But then I started to feel okay with who I am now. I stopped trying to remember, Kaken. I feel like a part of me didn't want me to remember certain things, and another part just escaped and I remembered them, as if it were an accident." I remained silent, not knowing exactly what to say. It truly sounded like madness. "It's just a theory, of course," he quickly added. "But if I were to unlock those memories, then I would go back to being who I was." "But..." He turned to look at me. "It sounds like there's a price." "There is," he replied. "A very big one that scares me, Kaken. I still don't have a clear idea of what I should do, but if I unlock my memories..." He paused, closing his eyes tightly and taking a deep breath. When he opened them, I could see the worry surrounding him. "I would forget everything." "What does that mean?" The question slipped from my lips before I realized it. I stood up, looking at Izuku, who gazed back at me with a pained expression, and then he mirrored my action. "They think I will forget all of this. At least, that's what has happened when someone remembers. Even Yoki doesn't know. I could wake up and remember maybe the week before the attack, a day later, I don't know. But everything that has happened I will forget, and they don't know if there's a way to prevent me from losing these memories." He tried to approach, but I stepped back, feeling confused, angry, nervous, and sad. I noticed that it hurt him, as a look of pain crossed his face for a moment. "Your joke isn't funny." "I wish it were a joke," he shouted, and I could tell I had never heard such a wounded tone before. "I'm scared, I'm really scared of forgetting who I am. When this all started, I felt so fake, everyone expected me to be someone I'm not." He paused, noticing that his voice sounded a bit more broken than when he began to speak. "Now that I feel okay, that I feel accepted, and that we even get along well, all of that is going to disappear. I'll practically be erased and replaced by my old self." Once he finished saying that, I instinctively hugged him, trying to calm him down, even though I could barely calm my own anxiety about all the information I had received. After a few minutes, he pulled away from me, wiping his eyes somewhat harshly. "What a mess," I murmured, and he nodded. "Isn't there another way for you to recover them?" He shook his head gently. "What do you plan to do?" "I don't know," he replied. "I won't lie to you, Kaken. I want to recover my memories, it's just that I'm scared. I know it's silly, but I'm really scared. When Aizawa told me I needed time. That's why I distanced myself a bit. But no matter how much I distance myself, I'm afraid that when I go back to being me, everything will change again." "What do you mean? What if I go back to being me and everyone prefers this new version of me? What if you prefer this version of me, Kaken?" "You know that's nonsense." I mentally scolded myself for my lack of sensitivity. "What I mean is, everyone adores you, Deku, and they will accept you. And you," he whispered, "it would be starting over with me. You don't have to worry about that, Deku. We both know I will." He nodded, somewhat uncertain, before leaning closer and resting our foreheads together, holding my hand in search of reassurance and comfort. I, of course, reciprocated the grip. I know I messed up a lot in the past, Deku, and while I wish I could assure you that I won't keep doing it, I'm not so sure. But really, believe me when I say that if I need to apologize again, I will. Because honestly, I feel that an apology can't fix the damage I know I've done to you. Kaken, that's not, he interrupted. Your problem is being too kind, Deku, I murmured, bringing my free hand to his cheek and wiping away a small tear that had escaped from those green eyes watching me attentively. And yours is blaming yourself too much, Kaken, he murmured. Maybe not enough. Just shut up, he murmured, and I smiled. I would miss the Izuku. What should I do, Kaken? I can't give you that answer, Izuku. No one can force you to do something you don't want, and no one can make this decision for you. He nodded. At least I want to spend more time with you, he admitted, embarrassed. I know it's silly because I'll forget it if I decide to recover my memories in the end, but still, well. He fell silent for a moment, somewhat hesitant, as he thought about how to continue the sentence. DMN, if he's going to forget it anyway, at least I can get it off my chest just this once. There's something I haven't told you, something I don't fully understand and doubt I ever will, but I care about you. I care about you even when you fail, and when you succeed, and I even care about you when there are times I want to tell you off or can't stand your murmurs. I paused. And while it would be foolish to swear you eternal love because time does its thing and we can both end up being a complete disaster, I need you to believe me when I say that by your side, the world seems a little less terrible than it is, and I feel less of a disaster than I usually am, Izuku. I knew it might have been selfish, that it perhaps wasn't the right moment, but when would it ever be? He was so used to seeing opportunities slip away while Deku walked away, lamenting his mistakes, that he was fed up. He wanted to express himself, and he did. Although it might not have been the best idea, he felt more liberated, even when the green eyes in front of him looked back in surprise. Midoriya was taken aback by the confession he never expected to hear, especially coming from Bakugo Katsuki. How could he put into words everything he wanted to say? He knew he had to respond. He couldn't just walk away or act as if nothing had happened, especially knowing how much it cost Bakugo to say those words. After all, he had never been good at expressing himself, but he had a knack for making Midoriya nervous. Perhaps that was why he ended up laughing at the situation. It wasn't supposed to be funny. Nervously, he ran his hand through his hair, pushing it back more forcefully than intended. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to calm himself while fidgeting with his hands. Once he finally managed to compose himself, he glanced timidly at Bakugo, only to see him shifting anxiously, his eyes fixed on the grass swaying gently in the wind. But the worst part was that, of all the things he could have said, he blurted out the most ridiculous comment that came to mind. He remarked that Yue should mow the lawn more often since it was quite long. Instantly, Bakugo stopped staring at the grass and gave him an unreadable look. After shaking his head a couple of times, he sat down, and Midoriya instinctively took a seat beside him. He murmured an apology, admitting that the confession had caught him off guard and he didn't know what to say. Bakugo replied that he was the one who should apologize, biting his lip and letting out a sigh. He admitted that it was a mistake and not the right moment, explaining that he had been postponing it for so long that he began to wonder when would be a good time. Midoriya questioned why now, expressing that it didn't bother him, but Bakugo had mentioned delaying it. He couldn't understand why he would consider this a good moment. Bakugo responded that he didn't think it was a good time, but he knew Midoriya well enough to predict his decision. He confessed that he wanted to be selfish and let Midoriya know how he felt, a way to release what he had kept inside. He then suggested they forget about it, insisting that this was a horrible idea. Midoriya insisted that Bakugo couldn't say what he did and just leave. He acknowledged that he had never experienced a confession before, but he was almost certain that love confessions didn't work that way. He also knew he needed to apologize for laughing, clarifying that it wasn't mockery, just nerves. He admitted that it might not have been the best time for Bakugo to express his feelings, but he wasn't angry. Well, maybe a little, but not for the reasons Bakugo might think. He paused, realizing he was starting to mumble. He added that for future confessions, Bakugo shouldn't say it was a mistake and to remove all the romantic elements. Bakugo teased him, questioning if there was anything romantic about the situation. He had a point. The entire scenario lacked the romantic atmosphere typically associated with love confessions. Midoriya imagined that characters in love would be in a setting where they couldn't take their eyes off each other, where thoughts faded away, and they melted into a magical kiss. But this wasn't a love story, at least not at that moment, and he and Bakugo certainly weren't the typical couple to star in one of those scenes. Midoriya joked that it could have been romantic, but Bakugo's comment about the grass and calling it a mistake didn't help. Bakugo nudged him playfully, and Midoriya chuckled softly. He reassured Bakugo that he hadn't been mocking him, he was just nervous and not good at these things. Bakugo acknowledged this, admitting that he wasn't the type to mock others. He noted that they had grown up together, so he understood that Midoriya got nervous about these situations and laughed when unsure of what to do. He paused before adding that he knew he wouldn't be the last person to seek an opportunity. Midoriya replied that he didn't think he had many candidates. Bakugo insisted that he did, mentioning that most were from the general course and referred to him as the Green Knight. Midoriya rolled his eyes at that. Bakugo teased him about being jealous, to which he responded that he would wish for that. He noticed Bakugo was being careful with his words, trying to lighten the mood and hide his own nerves. However, Bakugo's avoidance of eye contact and his tendency to play with the small flowers around them, along with his posture, betrayed his own anxiety. Bakugo then stated that he wasn't expecting Midoriya to reciprocate his feelings. In fact, he hoped Midoriya was smart enough to reject him. He paused, explaining that he had previously mentioned knowing what decision Midoriya would make, but he also understood that Midoriya wouldn't change his mind. That was why he had decided to speak up. He wanted Midoriya to be honest with him, acknowledging that he sensed Midoriya wanted to say something but had chosen to be kind instead. Bakugo reassured him that he wasn't weak and that Midoriya could express what bothered him without fear of hurting him. He trusted that. Midoriya admitted that Bakugo knew him too well. He didn't want Bakugo to think poorly of him. He truly wasn't angry or uncomfortable. He felt surprised and somewhat scared. He expressed that he felt overwhelmed by everything that had happened since he lost his memory and that he didn't have an answer, not at that moment, at least. He tried to convey that he wasn't sure how he felt right now. They had been through so much together. At first, it seemed Bakugo wanted nothing to do with him, but when he finally allowed Midoriya to get close, he found a companion and a friend in him. The thought of having to forget all that or give up what he once was felt like too much to bear. Bakugo simply nodded in understanding. Midoriya took a deep breath, trying to organize his thoughts. He acknowledged that Bakugo understood what decision he would make and why, but he was also scared. He inhaled deeply before finally voicing the words that had been burning in his throat, the ones he found so difficult to say. He confessed that he feared that once he made his decision, they would return to how things were before, to a place where they didn't get along. This confession of love felt fleeting, and as everything passed, it seemed that Bakugo would simply distance himself again, never allowing me to enter his life. Did that make sense? Taking a deep breath, I continued, pondering whether, in the hypothetical case that things returned to how they were before, he would still hold onto his confession. For the first time since we began talking, Bakugo turned to look at me. He needed to hear it from him. He truly needed to know that Bakugo liked him for who he was, not just for the person he had become. A hand covered my mouth, interrupting my thoughts. Bakugo looked at me with a mix of fear and nervousness as he shook his head. Of course, I didn't just notice the you of now, Izuku, he paused, gathering his thoughts. Don't think I'll say this again, but, he murmured, removing his hand from my mouth. There's always been something that bothered me about you. I constantly felt like you were mocking me. There were times you irritated me, making me feel like you thought I was less than you. He stopped mid-sentence, biting his lip and clenching his fists. That's not what I meant to say. Why did I say that? Demon it, he shouted in frustration, releasing a small explosion. I watched him, confused for a moment. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Just don't go back to wanting to forget? He simply nodded. I messed up that day too, I admitted, surprising myself. I think I've made mistakes since we met. I never understood you, which led to misinterpretations over the years. I said hurtful things and hid behind a terrible attitude, trying to convince myself I was better, that you were nothing. But in reality, I was on the ground watching how you were better than me. You've always had the qualities of a hero, qualities I lacked but am trying to obtain. Baku, I began, but he interrupted me. If you interrupt me now, I won't be able to keep saying these things. It's not easy for me. I nodded in response. Izuku, honestly, I'd like to say, I've always been drawn to you, but it wasn't always like that. There was a time when I envied you, and you annoyed me. He reflected on how he began to see me as more than just Deku, embracing the new meaning of my nickname, realizing his feelings. The truth is, I don't know if I felt this way before or if it started then. But I know I was incredibly angry, not at you, but at myself. What right did I have to feel this way? Why would you look at me when you're always ahead? I don't want you to think you don't deserve my love, Bakugo. But do I really? His eyes reflected pain, regret, and shame that he struggled to hide. He was genuinely trying to improve. I wanted to apologize long before this. I talked to Kirishima and asked Mina how to do it. It was hard to swallow my pride, and in the end, I ruined it. What do you mean? I asked. It all happened in the common room. I couldn't sleep that night, so I went there for something to drink and saw you watching a movie. I thought it might be a good time to apologize. Nothing went right. I don't even remember how we got to that point. We just started arguing, saying hurtful things. I lied just to hurt you. In the end, when you left, I realized what a terrible person I was and how I deserved to be alone. He paused, closing his eyes in frustration, as if the memories of that day were resurfacing. It was then that I made a decision. Gathering my courage, I took his hand. He opened his eyes, and without saying a word, I could see his gratitude for my gesture. You have good friends, Izuku, he murmured. Uraraka came to talk to me. She tried to gently make me see that I was wrong, that what happened hurt you, and that we needed to talk. But I was still angry, and deep down I knew she was too. I got defensive and ended up arguing with her. I know I said things that hurt her, which is why Ida stepped in. He wasn't trying to mediate, he was defending his friend. The only one who didn't seem offended was Todoroki. When your other two friends left, he simply told me, "When you're calmer, we'll talk." My brother tends to get defensive and act like he's being attacked and hurt. That guy, he murmured, and I could tell he said it without malice, almost grateful. I apologized to everyone but you, Izuku. Deep down, I intended to, but you avoided me and I deserved it. I felt him tighten his grip on my hand, and then I realized he was crying. I tried to embrace him, but he maintained his distance, pulling away to wipe his tears. After that night, the nightmares increased. It wasn't just the camp memories anymore. It was the past reminding me of how terrible I am as a person. Since then, I haven't been able to sleep well, he confessed. When all this happened, I thought I could fix everything. I thought if I distanced myself, everything would be better, that you would be happy, and I would be fine alone. But no, you always have to do things your way. I'm sorry, I began, but he interrupted me. No, he replied firmly. You're the one who doesn't need to apologize, Izuku. I'm the one who made you think forgetting everything was better. I've always been the one pulling away and making excuses to create distance. It's true, I confessed at a bad moment, but every word I said was the truth, and I know that no matter what decision you make, that won't change. As I said, I can't promise you that I'll love you forever, at least not in the way I love you now. I mean, can anyone really be sure they'll always be in love with someone? He shook his head. But today, right now, and for as long as this lasts, every word is something I feel. He looked at me. I loved you before I realized it, I hurt you, and I thought I could fix it with just words, Izuku. When the decision was made to try to be friends, emotions began to overflow. The way he interacted with friends was different from how he was with Izuku, and deep down, he knew that. He nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. He admitted that he wasn't the same with his friends either. He didn't feel the same way when he was with them as he did with Izuku, but he still didn't fully understand why. Izuku nodded in response. He acknowledged that he might not have explained himself well and that he should have waited for Izuku to make a decision before confessing. However, he wanted Izuku to know that he made him feel like he could be better than he was. He wanted to improve even if he faced rejection. He still wanted to be a part of Izuku's life, whether as a friend or a companion. He shook his head, insisting that he couldn't just remove Izuku from his life. He believed that one day they would see that it was best for both of them to distance themselves. But for now, he would strive to be better. He urged Izuku not to take it the wrong way. He cared more than he let on. This change wasn't just for Izuku, it was for himself, as he was tired of being the reason people distanced themselves from him. Izuku smiled, assuring him that he would never be offended by that. He explained that true change is made for oneself, not for others. He truly wanted to give a response but didn't want to say something without being sure. He expressed that he enjoyed being with Bakugo and hoped that whatever his decision regarding his memories or response to the confession, it wouldn't change that. Bakugo murmured that he couldn't promise that. However, he could promise that he would support Izuku no matter what decision he made. He paused, appearing to wrestle with something that seemed to trouble him. He admitted that he couldn't change overnight and was doing